And Montgomery basically was talking junk after the second round, knowing that he's paired with Tiger. We'll see how the kid handles the pressure. And he dusted him. I think he shot 65 in the 7 under par in the third round. Just completely dusted him. And if that wasn't a sign of what's to come, it's the old Jim Croce song. Don't tug on Superman's cape.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't. Don't mess around with Slim.
Yeah.
Anyway, that to me is the greatest Masters of all time. Number 2 is Nicklaus's 86. Not because of the back 9, 30, 6 under par, eagling the 15th, birdieing the 16th, birdieing the 17th to come back. And it's not only the comeback, it's who he came back against. Seve Ballesteros and Greg Norman, both essentially gagged because Jack Nicklaus and his bear tracks were coming. That, again, to me, that's number 2. The highlight you heard, Woods in 2019, because we thought that he would never happen again. He had gone since the 2008 U.S. Open without a major. Now, he probably should have won 2, if not 3, in 2009. What we didn't realize was that his life was spiraling out of control personally in 2009. But I don't know that had any impact on the 3 wins, but it was the first time that he had ever lost a major when he had the lead entering the final round, either tied or a share. First time he'd ever not won, but earlier that year, probably should have won at Bethpage at the U.S. Open. Definitely should have won at the PGA, where he had a 2-shot lead going to the final round and lost to Y.E. Yang. Okay, nobody knows who he is now. But 2019, after all the back surgeries, after all the time away, to do what he did, and also to watch all the players crumble, because they went out, they played, I believe it was a Monday finish. They played early, and they went out, it might have been a Sunday finish, but they played early, and they played in threesomes. The Masters, always, you play in twosomes on Saturday and Sunday, just like you do every other major. But because they had a time crunch for weather, I think they were trying to get it in before the weather came. They played in threesomes, and everybody but Tiger fell apart. Just completely fell apart. Woods didn't even have to do anything spectacular, and he got it to the line first. It was an incredible, incredible day. And last year, I think, is next on the list for a lot of reasons. For real quick, because I said my top 5, I lean to Ben Crenshaw's second in 1995 because he basically missed all of the lead up to the tournament, attending the funeral of his mentor, Harvey Penick, who's a legendary golf coach, and only showed up, really, I guess, on Wednesday. And it was just, you could see the emotion when he won, just kind of doubling over on the green. There were some other tournaments in there, but I would choose Crenshaw's win in 95. But the humanity of last year's win by McIlroy, to me, is what separates it from like all of the other great events, the great golf tournaments, the great Masters wins. If Rory just won like normal, it probably wouldn't have been as amazing. But he should have won by a mile. Anybody that watched, you knew that. He should have won by a mile. But he overcame 2 double bogeys on the final day in Sunday's round. I don't believe a Masters winner's ever made double bogey before in the final round. He made 4 for the entire event. He was 11 under par after regulation. He won in the first hole of the playoff with Justin Rose. He was 11 under par. But he was 8 over par on 4 holes. That's insane. The amount of work extra work he had to do to overcome 4 double bogeys is mind-boggling. And he double bogeyed the first hole on the final round and the 13th hole when he gave away a lead. It was human frailty on display. You could tell he was so nervous. He wanted it so badly that he just couldn't handle the weight of it. Except after making a mess, he always managed to turn it the other way. So he's right about this. One of the things that sets him apart is his resilience, because he has had to overcome a lot, and this is all self-inflicted, by the way. I think I said this to Scott when he was on Friday. Rory should probably have 10 majors by now. He's got 5. All of the majors that he had in his hand and let get away. 2 years ago, the U.S. Open at Pinehurst, it was his. Gave it to Bryce and DeChambeau. DeChambeau earned it too, but Rory had the win in his hands and blew it. The year before, probably should have won at L.A. Country Club, but Wyndham Clark did. The Open Championship in 22 at St. Andrews, 4-shot lead, final round. Fell apart. On an easy golf course, couldn't put together even something like a 68, which wouldn't have been that difficult for Rory. Could not. I don't know that he made a birdie. It was just he was wrapped so tight, he just couldn't get through it. I mean, I wonder if he was able to even breathe. Sunday, he managed to blow it and take it back, and then blow it and take it back. It was incredible. The drama of it all, and then on the final hole, the first hole of the playoff, Justin Rose hits his first shot, hits into the green first on 18. He hits it to 10, 12 feet behind the hole. He's got a very makeable putt for birdie, and Rory stuffs it to 3 feet. That just coming up so big. For those of us who have always liked Rory and knew what he was capable of, but also understood how much he was struggling with his own emotions and his own desires, that was just awesome last year. That's why it's one of the top 5 Masters of all time. All right, let's. I'll give you a leaderboard update in a little bit. Brad Fritsch is going to join us bottom of the hour. Canes are beginning the wind down now of the regular season. Now, it started in Ottawa on Sunday when they just decided to rest Jordan Martinook and Jordan Stahl, which is fine. We want these guys healthy as we get to the playoffs, which my guess is probably a week from Saturday, but maybe a week from Sunday. It's going to be one of the two. Season ends Tuesday. I can't imagine they're going to want Carolina, any teams in the East that finish Tuesday. Some will have to wait until Sunday because I don't think the entire East is going to be playing on Saturday. Anyway, 4 call-ups for tonight. Bradley Nadeau will play in his 9th NHL game this season. He's got a couple of goals. Rod Brindamore. Skylar Brindamore is up. Josiah Slavin is up. And Charles Alexis Legault is up. I don't know. The team did not skate today. I do not know who was going to come out of the lineup. I'll talk to Rod, I think, at 6 o'clock Eastern time tonight in advance of the pregame show, and he'll tell me then. Maybe. He might not, but maybe he will tell me then. I don't know the status of Jalen Chatfield, who left the game on Tuesday night against Boston. He left with an injury, but nobody can figure out when he got hurt. I talked to Walt Ruff about this, who has, he can scrub the whole video, and he says, I can't figure out where he got hurt. Somewhere along the line, he left the game.
It's probably one of those things like when you twist the wrong way, pick up something off the floor, and
who knows?
Something.
Maybe a pregame meal finally caught up with him. I have no idea. So we don't know the status of Jalen Chatfield tonight. My guess is Frederick Anderson will start. Okay, but we didn't have a morning skate. I assume it will be Freddie Anderson. And we can talk goaltending as well. Buffalo and Washington each won last night. The reason Washington doesn't really matter to Carolina. Washington is still probably very much a long shot to make the playoffs. But Buffalo right now is 104 points. So it's now a 2-point gap between the Sabres and the Hurricanes. Buffalo has one fewer game to play. They've only got 3 games left. They are on top of the Atlantic with Tampa and Montreal, who, by the way, play tonight. That'll be interesting. So if Carolina wins, they're going to be closer to putting one of those teams in their rearview mirror. Anyway, if Carolina can manage a win tonight, even though they're likely going to be without probably, I'm going to guess, at least 5 of their top players. I'm not saying like Aho, Jarvis, Svechnikov are not going to play. When I say they're top, they're 18 best players. I'm Mike Riley, I'm sure, is going to play.
Right.
I'm guessing here. I assume Legault is going to play, and I assume all 3 forwards that were called up are going to play, and I would think Kotkaniemi and Delorier will also play. So 5 forwards and 2 defensemen likely out. So we're going to be missing some of our best players. Still going to try to win, obviously. If they can manage a win tonight, they'll go back 4 ahead of Buffalo, and then the magic number to win the East will be 3 with 3 to play. I said this the other day. I think Carolina's going to have to get to 111 to guarantee a spot. I think they're going to have to get to 111 to guarantee a spot. I think there are 2 Montreal's schedule the rest of the way, if they can get past tonight, is relatively comfortable. So is Buffalo's. And I think it really matters to them where they finish in the East, even though I don't think it super matters to Carolina, but we'll see. I think it matters to a degree. Getting there healthy is way more important to Rod Brindamore, and it should be. Right, real quick, the schedule tonight: Columbus at Buffalo, Tampa at Montreal, Florida, Ottawa. Penguins are in New Jersey. Philly is in Detroit, and the Leafs and Islanders play on Long Island. The Islanders probably not going to make it. Detroit probably not going to make it. Columbus still has a chance. If Columbus can win in Buffalo tonight, Columbus still has a chance to make it. I do. I think that is possible, but it's going to be a long shot. They got to win. No choice. They have to win in Buffalo tonight. All right, to the support for Michael Malone keeps pouring in. We're going to let you hear some clips here. Real quick assistant coaching news, since I don't want to not do it. Chuck Martin looks like he's leaving Arkansas to as an assistant coach. He's been there with John Calipari. He's actually been with Calipari at a bunch of stops. He was there at UMass. He was there at Memphis. He was in Kentucky. He's a very good recruiter, and he is coming to UNC. And the connection for Michael Malone is that they were both on staff together when they were assistant coaches at Manhattan College, which is actually in the Bronx in New York. But they were under head coach Bobby Gonzalez, who's a very good coach, and Manhattan was a good program. So they were on staff together then, so there's familiarity. But he is leaving Arkansas to come to North Carolina. And Alvin Brooks is going to join Justin Gainey's staff. He was at Kentucky last year. I think they let him go, but he has been an assistant coach for a long time. He was at Baylor before that when Baylor won the national championship during the year after the pandemic. Pandemic shut the year before down, shut 2020 down. 2021, they played a weird season. Remember, we didn't start till basically after the first of the year. But Baylor won the title that year, and Alvin Brooks III was on staff there. All right, Kenny Smith, who we heard from, he's on Inside the NBA on ESPN with, I believe, Malika Andrews is the host of that. And they are all about Michael Malone?
I was fortunate when Bubba Cunningham and Steve Newmark asked me, they said, hey, would you mind if we buffer some ideas off of you? I was like, without question. So myself, Roy Williams, and Coach Fogler, Eddie Fogler, every other day we were on the phone for about an hour and a half with the ADs of North Carolina. And at the end of every call, I would say, Mike Malone's the guy.
Okay.
Mike Malone's the guy.
Finally, they listened.
No, I don't even know if they listened or it just was obvious because for me, being in the NBA, which I'm a little bit more familiar, we walk around Los Angeles today, we won't run into another NBA championship coach.
Right.
We will not run into one. You know, it's going to be hard fought, you know. Unless we go to see the Clippers and we run, you happen to know where Tyrone Lue is, but it is hard to run into people like that. Right. So I just thought he would be a great fit.
Right.
And I thought
daughter going to school
there. So he is. We said we didn't hire outside the family.
Yeah, exactly.
He was in the family.
Already in the family.
He was a distant cousin.
We're going to work the family in somehow. Good for Kenny Smith.
Yeah.
All right. There's tons of former Carolina players all over the NBA. Harrison Barnes does wonder or talks about Michael Malone making the switch from the NBA to college.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, I think at the base level, it's still basketball, right? He knows how to win. He knows how to get the best out of guys, and I think that college players who obviously have ambitions of playing in this league, you know, what better opportunity to go and learn from a guy who's not only coached at this level but won at this level.
All right, now, what does he think overall?
No, I think it's great. I think he's, I had him as an assistant in Golden State. I thought he was always about the right stuff. I thought he's a winner. And, obviously for him to be selected as the head coach outside of the Carolina family, I thought we made the right decision.
All right. More and more people, especially Carolina people, they're going to figure out a way, even if they don't necessarily believe it, they're going to figure out a way to make it, I'm not going to say company line, but they're going to support this. And I'm not saying they shouldn't. It is funny. And I think I probably fall into the same category, to be honest. The initial reaction was, what? And now, as I've settled in, Mike DeCourcy is going to join us in the second hour. I still think there are challenges and there's going to be a learning curve to deal with. There's no doubt about that. But I am more optimistic that the Carolina brand will make it easier. Recruiting won't be as difficult as it could be because it is Carolina. And as long as he can get players, I think they'll be fine. It might not happen in year one. And who they retain off the current team will matter. And what kind of work they can do in freshman recruiting as well as the portal will matter. And it's going to be hard to get on that as quickly as you need to. But I think they'll be fine. And certainly by year two, I think they will be pretty close to being back where they need to be. I think it's a long shot for that to happen in year one. All right, we're going to break. Brad Fritsch is going to join us on the other side. We will talk Masters and more. Plus, we'll let him put in a plug for his Ottawa Senators. Next.
Asheville to Wilmington, Boone to Durham, The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Get crazy, Canes fans. It's hockey night in Carolina. It's your Canes and Chicago.
He scores! Seth Jarvis!
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 8. Puck drop at 8:30.
Oh, scores! Oh, Shorty! Carolina with a 3-2 lead. Sebastian Aho with his second shorthanded goal of the year.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
Here I am.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. It's here. First major of the season, and FanDuel's got you covered with a special mulligan bet-back token for the first major in golf. Once it starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Like, try a first-round leader. I tried Adam Scott at plus 4,500. If that doesn't happen, turn it into a bonus bet. It's all good, especially as we vie for the most coveted piece of clothing in golf. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local for your special Mulligan Bet Back token today. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey folks, Dennis Cox here from my good friends over at Law Tigers. Over 25 years ago, Law Tigers was built for one thing, for riders and by riders. Every time you're out there on the road, they protect what matters most, your freedom, your family, and the ride. Injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Every time I'm on the bike, I know Law Tigers has my back. LawTigers.com. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets. Choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax because you bundle your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
One Adam.
Gold.
One Adam.
Gold.
Turtle cake? Like, what do we... What?
Isn't that an ice cream?
What? Where's the confetti cake? Because, hello, confetti cake, delicious. With the little, I don't even know if it's real, but the little dots in the icing, like...
None of these are real.
What kind of fake thing that is, but it's delicious. It's my childhood. Like, that wasn't in the top 10. His opinion's invalid to me.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I'm Adam Gold, Victoria producing the program. I have been informed that we are back on YouTube. So, join us. Why don't you go to YouTube, search Adam Gold Show or 99.9 The Fan, and you can watch us. You can watch me talk to my friend Brad Fritsch, former PGA Tour star, also Campbell University star, part-time Ottawa Senators pro scout, and one of the co-founders of Red Rooster Golf. Great golf gloves. If I played golf, I would use them. Brad Fritsch joins us on the Adam Gold Show. How are you?
One of those things you just said was true. Co-founder of Red Rooster Golf, but the star part,
wait a second.
Part, none of that is correct.
Campbell,
I was a participant at Campbell. I was okay.
Well, you had to be good if you got on tour.
I was a late bloomer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when I saw you on press row, when the Ottawa Senators are in town, how did we get there?
That's true. That was media. That
Right.
was all.
Oh, okay.
Media pass.
Media.
Yeah.
It wasn't part-time Senators Pro Scout. All right. I will give you an opportunity to sell us that we should be nervous if it is in fact a first-round meeting between the Hurricanes and the Senators. And I don't think you have to sell many people. I think they already are nervous. All right. Real quick about Rory as he stepped onto the first tee today at 10:31, I believe was the tee time. How hard do you think it was for him to put out of his mind what he accomplished, not what he went through, or maybe he was doing both last year?
I think on the first tee, he probably just exhaled. He went bleh, because he didn't have those expectations that he's had for the previous 11 years.
Yeah.
On Thursday at the Masters. What a weight off. Now, I've been listening to your show, as I always do,
yes.
and I kind of agree with you in that he has probably enjoyed himself a lot this week.
Yeah.
And that's not always the best preparation, but I do think there's this freedom that accompanies his victory from last year that you just can't purchase it, you can't buy it, you can't fake it. So it was interesting to hear him say that he's going to be more careful around Augusta this year. Didn't he say? I think he said into the greens he's going to be more careful, but he's also going to, like you've been talking about, take more chances off the tee. But I think, well, we've already seen some lackluster tee play so far today by Rory. I don't think that's anything to do with trying to take any chances. It's
right.
just he hasn't driven it well. Yeah.
He hasn't driven it straight for sure. But he's managed to get away with it to an extent, I guess. He's even par through 7. He hasn't I don't think his approach shots. He's being maybe too careful with his approach shots. Brad Fritsch is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. But because he's been rather preoccupied with, not necessarily with things mentally, but just events. Like he was out, I know he played a practice round with his dad, or he played around with his dad on Sunday, but he was at the Women's Amateur on Saturday. He was at the drive, chip, and putt on Sunday, the Champions Dinner Tuesday. He's been doing a ton of media. Do you think those distractions, like it could go either way? I guess you can make an argument that it might help.
Yeah, well, it's completely different than the last 11 years, though, right? The prevailing question was, can you accomplish this career Grand Slam? Can you get your first Masters? What about that time you shot 80 in the final round with that huge lead?
Yeah.
What about that time you played from the backyard of the cabin, the Butler the cabins off
By the way, I
tee?
found that on a video game.
Oh, you don't. So I've stayed there. I stayed in that cabin once. It is, you can't imagine how offline and short that drive is. 80 yards and then take a 90-degree left turn into the backyard.
Right.
It's so bad. His caddy must have been flustered. There's no numbers over there, right? It's like, I don't know what to do.
You can't even get a number to get back to the fairway. But it was kind of funny. You have to basically turn the joystick all the way to the left to be able to see that cabin. It is a 90-degree angle from. It's not like it's just off the fairway. That is a long way from basically from civilization. First of all, let me ask you about the leader. Patrick Reed has eagled 2 and 8. He is 5 under, making the turn. Here's a guy who won in 2018. Rory actually was in the final pairing that day and did not play well, and Patrick Reed ran away from him. Those guys are probably will be forever linked for that the first 7 holes of that Ryder Cup match, which was the greatest golf I've ever seen two people play. Reed is a major threat this week.
He is, and he's always hanging around. I think he probably didn't get. Yeah, I found that he was a popular sort of snake in the grass pick this week, but he's been hiding, right? He's been playing all over the world except on LIV or the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
So nobody's really paying that much attention, but every time he tees it up, he plays very well. the Augusta is such a golf course that the more you play it, the better you play. And I go back to years and years of Fred Couples not playing for 6 months, and then he comes and shoots 68 in the first round. Of course he does.
Yeah.
He loves Augusta. Bernard Longer, top 10 or 12 as a 60-year-old. Like, just these guys who play it year in, year out have this comfort level and this perspective on the golf course that you can only learn through reps. And that's why there hasn't been a first-time winner since 1979. It's just not a golf course that you play once or twice and say, oh, I've got to figure it out. Because you can only be in so many places at once, in the fairway, in the rough, wherever. And each time you are where you are, it's sort of a different approach to the green, a different approach where you want to leave it with a miss. So that's why guys like Rory are always going to be in contention. That's why Phil, if he was there, would it surprise you if Phil Mickelson, had he shown up this week, shot 2 or 3 under in the first round? Of course not.
No,
because he's played it 100 times.
Well, a couple of years ago, he
finished.
He was in the top. He was top 5, I think, a couple of years ago. Real quick, because Phil Mickelson is not here, and Tiger Woods is not here. And if Woods were healthy, if he could walk, because even before what happened this year, because of the accident he had a few years ago, it's really taken him out of being competitive at Augusta, I think, forever, because he just cannot walk the 72 holes on that course. People don't realize, I've never been there, but everybody I've said, you just can't even fathom how hard of a walk that is every single day. With no Woods and no Mickelson, it does alleviate this problem, for at least for Wood. In Wood's case, nobody has to play before or after him, because those are always difficult tee times to get, so people get free there. Have you ever been in that situation?
I have, actually. My rookie year at the Farmers Insurance Open, so Torrey Pines, where Tiger dominated so many times. So it was my third event of the year, third event of my rookie season. And I had played the U.S. Open many years before that at Winged Foot, but I didn't really know what a crowd was. And we had fog on Saturday, and so nobody played golf on Saturday.
Okay.
And so what they said was, you start on Sunday, and we're not repairing. We're just playing as much golf as we can, and we play however many holes we need to on Monday. And so we ended up playing, I think, 26 holes or 25 holes on Sunday. If we would have repaired, I would have been paired with them in the final round, and I probably would have puked all over my shoes more than I did in that final round. However, so I played in front of him for 36 holes at the Farmers, and one of my favorite stories I have was Monday morning, so we're all going basically to the same place. We're starting on the 8th hole, which was kind of a nothing par 3. It's about 165 yards up a hill, but you have to take a van to the tee box, because Torrey Pines number 9 doesn't come back to the clubhouse.
Right.
It's basically the length of the 18th hole. You know, the 18th hole with the pond. You got to go all the way down there, plus another 50 yards, and you're at the 8th green. So everyone gets driven down there in a van. And we kind of round the corner, and we're cutting in front of the 9th tee box, and all of a sudden, oh my God, I've never seen so many people. They're 20 deep from tee to green, and our driver, I'm not thinking, I have no idea how he's going to get this van to the tee box. And he starts driving down the cart path, and this van apparently did not have a brake pedal, because he figured, I'm just going to go.
Wow.
And he clipped a bunch of guys' fans' elbows as he drove down the cart path. Now it was slow. He was driving slowly.
Okay.
But there are a lot of WTFs being thrown out. And this guy was like, I'm not stopping. You guys better get out of the way. And so we all assembled on the 8th tee, and Tiger was there, and just chit chat, whatever, small talk, and I had to hit first.
Oh gosh!
And when I tell you that I closed my eyes and hit, I closed my eyes and hit, and an 8-iron probably to about 4.5 or 5 feet.
Oh, wow.
One of the best, probably, pressure shots I've ever hit. But I've never seen a crowd that big in such a small space.
Yeah.
Crowded around because everyone was there to see Tiger Woods, and it was pretty awesome. The experience of playing in front of him is odd because nobody cares about you and the group in front of you, but they're all running up to your group so they can see his approach shot come in. So it's, you have to be kind of careful. If you're bothered by that stuff, as a lot of guys are, then you do have to take your time and just kind of, it's almost like you have to know it's there and go with, you're if you have rabbit ears, it's not a good thing. Yeah, so
no doubt about it. Brad
fun
Fritsch.
stuff.
Brad Fritsch is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. Driver did not care. Get out of the way. Tommy Fleetwood is 4 under par. Does he? I mean, he's one of the best players in the world, and he seems to be getting better and better. He was a star, obviously, at the Ryder Cup. Fancy him here?
I don't see why not. Not the longest hitter in the world, but from sort of what they've been saying about the golf course, and in a text message you told me, yep, firm and fast, especially Saturday, Sunday. Well, that brings more guys sort of distance-wise into the field. I made a comment to a friend of mine yesterday. It's going to be the dudes are going to be in the top 5 and 10 by the end of the week. It's going to be Bryson, Rahm, Scheffler, and Fleetwood is one of those dudes. I mean, especially after he won the FedEx Cup last year. So I think, he has that monkey off his back in terms of winning in North America.
Yeah.
And now it's, can he do it in a major championship? I don't see why not. He's such a good player. And again, getting that out of the way, getting that win out of the way. You never, as a great player, you don't want your first, your first experience in a major championship to be your first win, I don't think, because it's so incredibly difficult. There's guys who have, quote unquote, lucked into it, but very rarely do you see a guy. It was like that with Colin Montgomery, right? He never won over here.
Right.
And he never won a major over here or overseas. It was like that was his big bugaboo.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the all-time great Ryder Cuppers. You would think that would have some carryover, but some players you're almost insulated and maybe less is expected of you. Yep. But I think Fleetwood is one of those guys because he plays the PGA Tour now exclusively, and he's had so many near misses. But finally breaking through. By the way, final thing for you, Akshay Bhatia is 2 under par through 9. I look at him as somebody who's going to should be a factor early. Whether or not he can hang on to it is another matter. But what are your thoughts on Akshay?
I think you just hit it right there. Just more experience probably needed, but a guy who can shoot a couple of low rounds on really difficult golf courses for sure. One of the things about him, and obviously he's tightened it up a lot since I played a little bit with him about 4, 5, 6 years ago.
Right.
His misses were never left right; they were long short.
Okay.
And at Augusta, those can get really, really expensive, really fast. So that was one of the things. I mean, so much more controlled as a young adult than as a teenager, obviously. But that's sort of the thing that he'll continue to battle until he figures it out. Instead of a top 25 player, he becomes a top 10 player, which I'm pretty sure he could be by 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
Yeah, I mean, he might be in the top 15 in the world rankings right now for what that's worth, but it is he's obviously an incredibly talented player, and he's we're starting to see him get to that point where he's going to really start contending in majors. Brad Fritsch, I want to do this again. I appreciate your time. I am giving you the title part-time Ottawa Senators Pro Scout. We should be worried, yes?
The one thing that and this is not my stat researched or anything, but I believe the Hurricanes have been outshot 5 times this year, and I think 2 or 3 of them have come at the hands of the Senators. So they play a similar game.
Yeah, they do.
And I would be I'm a little bit negative when it comes to my experiences with the Senators in Raleigh because I think they're about 367-2 in their last 72 appearances at Lenovo Center. However, the team has matured, I think, to the point where I'd give them a chance. I think it probably, as I think you've been talking about for a while might come down to goaltending.
Yes.
And in Ottawa, too, same thing. It's going to be, can the goaltender just be good?
just don't screw it up.
Right.
We're really setting the bar low here. And frankly, it hasn't been easy to get over it. Brad Fritsch, I appreciate your time, my friend. I will talk to you soon.
All right, Rory's putting for Eagle. Let's see if he makes it.
Oh, man. Well, you have to text me. I'm not allowed to watch. Brad Fritsch here on the Adam Gold Show. When we come back, we got one-timers. Whatever you want to ask me, I'll answer it next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Here we go. It is the big week. A coat is on the line, and FanDuel has your back with a special mulligan bet-back token for this week's golf tournament. Once it starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. I am an expert at losing bets. Now you've got protection to take the sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Rory McIlroy will win again. FanDuel.com/local. Claim your special mulligan bet-bat token right now. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
As the health director in Haywood County and a nurse here in North Carolina, I can tell you that the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline saves lives.
No matter your struggle, you are not alone. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is free, private, and always available.
988 Lifeline counselors are ready 24/7 to speak with you, help you cope, and get you connected to the support that is right for you.
988, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
Call, text, or chat 988 24/7. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina is with you on your health journey and helping you over life's bumps in the road. We're a Medicaid managed care plan with extra benefits like adult vision care and weight loss memberships. Plus, earn rewards for healthy activities on our care card. We make care the heart of our work. Let's go. Visit AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina at AmeriHealthCaritasNC.com or call 1-855-375-8811.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
Every day, people battling addiction suffer in silence. Because of stigma, they fear judgment. They fear being labeled, and too often, they don't get the help they need. But you can help change that. Join the Governor's Institute and be a superhero in the overdose battle campaign. Learn how to break the stigma, support those in need, and save lives. Visit governorsinstitute.org/superhero to get involved. Be a hero, fight stigma, save a life.
Hi, I'm Cherise Sample Hughes, Women in Government Board Chair. Alzheimer's disease often starts subtly with a memory slip, lost word, or forgotten appointment. For patients experiencing memory and thinking issues, there are FDA-cleared blood biomarker tests that can help detect the buildup of proteins in the brain that can lead to the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. That's why early detection and diagnosis are so important. Sharing details about your memory and thinking issues with your doctor can help determine if testing is right for you. Find more at womeningovernment.org.
Are you a veteran looking to make a career change? The Department of Labor is offering no-cost employment workshops to help you. Visit dol.gov, paid for by U.S. Department of Labor.
This is Adam Adam Gold.
Well, if I'm watching the Panthers game and it's going real bad, many times it does.
I punish them by not watching
I'm
them.
a disappointed mother.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? So, yeah, I realize it's not going to change the game, but it makes me feel better. And,
There were other factors at play there, but for the most part, I punish them. I will not watch you.
The Adam Gold Show.
This is fantastic.
I know.
It's Jake Trout and the Flounders.
It is.
This is Peter Jacobson, the late Payne Stewart, and my friend Mark Lai. He used to work for Golf Channel.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this is great. The whole album's funny. Like, no joke. I have the albums at home somewhere. Yeah, I don't listen to it anymore, but it's very funny.
But it's there if you wanted to.
Yeah, Jake Trout and the Flounders. They're hysterical. All right, let's do one-timers.
Okay, so let's see here. We've got Corey, who mentioned on our YouTube stream, because we are live there now, so you can watch us, at least Adam. We still got some more kinks to work out. But Corey said, bad take! Exclamation point.
Bad
UNC.
take.
I know, he's already saying it's a bad take. UNC will be back on top year one. Mark my words.
Okay.
People
Hope
who
you're right.
actually know ball all agrees.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
your opinion.
It's fine. Oh, I hope
Do you
they
agree?
I mean, I don't think they'll be back on top year one, but I think they'll get back to where they need to be.
Right.
So I'm more optimistic now than I was, 48 hours ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, I want it to work.
Yeah.
Like, somebody's like, you're going to eat your words. I'm like, I hope I do.
Right.
I want to.
We want them
it's
to be
more
successful.
fun when they're good. I don't want them to be bad.
Right.
Or whatever this version is. They weren't bad. I mean, they made the tournament 2 years in a row. By the way, Rory McIlroy's at 1 under. He made birdie, not eagle, on 8. But, hey, any red number would be good. Anyone. Fred Couples is 2 under.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Golf's first major will be found on 99.9 The Fan. Listen all week long as we cover golf's lasting tradition, the Masters. Find out if Rory McIlroy can recreate his Augusta magic or if a new champion emerges. Depend on us for constant leaderboard updates and every big moment through the presentation of the Champion's Jacket. Coverage of the Masters on 99.9 The Fan is teamed up by Wilson Country Club, the premier private club of Eastern North Carolina.
It's back. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Yamaha boats April 10th through the 12th. And it's bringing the largest inventory and deepest discount of the year. Save thousands off top brands. On-site financing to get you approved and on the water. Boats in stock and price to move now. Test ride your boat at delivery. Get in a new boat or upgrade in time for summer. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale, April 10th through the 12th at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Yamaha boats.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166171, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and America's largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal law enforcement agencies through our many varied programs, including free safety equipment donations, free officer survival training, cash donations, and condolence letters to the family of law enforcement officers who perished in the line of duty. USDSA also offers college scholarships for the dependent children of law enforcement, along with a citizen awareness program and thank you cards to law enforcement. These are just some of the ways United States Deputy Sheriff's Association assists America's law enforcement and the citizens they serve. For more information about United States Deputy Sheriff's Association or to see how you can help, visit www.usdeputy.org. United States Deputy Sheriff's Association, taking training to the next level because lives are on the line.
My name is Luis Fonsi. No one should face Alzheimer's or other dementias alone. Resources are available at alz.org and by calling the Alzheimer's Association's 24/7 free hotline at 800-272-3900.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
The Canes light the lamp here. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
.3 feet. McElroy walks up to the ball for history. Rory back and through. And he's made it! He's done it! It's a grand slam roar at Augusta National. Rory McElroy on his knees, bent down in emotion, clutching his head. He's won the Masters. He's won all the Grand Slam events. He's the sixth in the history of the game to enter golf's greatest group.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I'm Adam Gold. We are keeping an eye on the Masters, obviously. I'm trying not to be completely distracted. We'll try to give you some scores. I honestly have not watched much. I watched before we started, haven't watched since. Patrick Reed is your leader at 4 under par. He bogeyed the 10th after making the turn in 5 under par. It's a 31 on the front. Couple of eagles there. Somebody named Christopher Rayatan, who's from Norway, is 3 under par. So he was 1 over through 7, is 3 under over his last 7 holes. Sam Burns, Tommy Fleetwood, both 3 under. Nick Taylor, Akshay Bhatia, Brian Harmon, and Fred Couples, who has gone out birdie on his first 2 holes. They are 2 under par. Rory McIlroy is at 1. Xander Schauffele at 1. Shane Lowry at 1. One of my picks to win. I have a ticket on Cam Young. Not going well.
Oh, no.
It's 4 over.
Oh, no.
Yeah, come on.
It's still
Come on, Cam. I'll use the bet back token on that one.
Yeah.
Can I? I don't know. I think I've already got it assigned to somebody else. Let's see. Max Homa. I love Max Homa. Fun player. Fun human. Even a 72 for Max. Dustin Johnson has not played his way out of the tournament yet. He is even through 11. All right. Lots to do. We're going to talk about Michael Malone with Mike DeCourcy in about 20 minutes. He is going to join us. We'll get his take on North Carolina's hire. Those who know ball, like Michael Malone is a great basketball coach. We said this, a great basketball coach. 2 things will have to happen for North Carolina to take advantage quickly of Michael Malone's incredible acumen for coaching the game. They will have to get players more than they had this year And they will have to put an infrastructure around him that will help the recruiting process. So it's not just getting players out of the portal. So Jeff Goodman, Field of 68, friend of the program, put out something today that I find fascinating. And he basically said, in terms of what you need to pay to get certain players out of the portal, he broke it down to by position. Big men, like anywhere from $3.5 to $5 million for one. Point guards, like $2.5 to $4 million. Wings, $1.5 to $3 million. Like there's a range that you're going to have to pay for players like that. So it's not we've got unlimited money. You don't. I don't know what Carolina's got to spend on a roster, but you're going to have to pay a lot of money if you're going. This is why I say recruiting the freshman class is super important. Now, does North Carolina have to pay Henry Vessar, A, to keep him out of the draft, and B, to keep him from entering the transfer portal and going somewhere else for $4 million? Because he's a big man who can shoot, and those guys don't grow on trees. I don't know. It's going to be difficult to put together a roster in year one, especially with the way of the world today, where you could just get 5 guys out of the portal and everything's fine. It's going to take some time. You have to build a base. Carolina is starting from a little bit of a deficit, even though maybe you can convince Derek Dixon to come back and convince Henry Vessar to stay and keep your 2 best players in your recruiting class, all of that. And I think that they'll have a fair amount of success doing that. But then you got to go out. You're going to have to find a lot of players, and you're going to have to find them quickly. We'll see how it works. I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying there's a lot of work to be done. And that's why you have to have a lot of things in place. And you have to have them in place very quickly because the portal opened already and it's not open forever. So you're going to have to basically stack your roster. Hey, Luka Bogovac also comes back, and that's good too. All right, so Mike DeCourcy is going to join us in about 15 minutes. Right now, let's roll it back. Second look at the news of the day. And yes, I'm not going to go on in a long tangent about the Masters and why last year was so amazing, even though it was, and how this year, it's the funny thing for me is that there's no real Masters storyline this year. Like, no joke. There's no story. There's no obvious storyline. Until Rory McIlroy won, that was the obvious storyline. Scottie Scheffler hasn't played in 3 weeks. His wife just gave birth to their second child. So, and he hasn't had a great year anyway. There's no story. There's never a storyline with Scottie anyway. There's no storyline. It's kind of weird. We usually have certain things, but not this year. So, I don't know. The storyline is, can Rory do it again? And, maybe. There aren't that many. I think there's only 3 players that have won back-to-back Masters. Do I have this right? Tiger Woods, Nick Faldo, and Arnold Palmer, I think, are the only 3 that have gone back-to-back. Did I get that right? Not even sure. All right, now let me get back to the Carolina Hurricanes. So I keep answering these questions online. On Twitter, which is the wrong place to have these conversations because it just becomes a free-for-all. And I'm not going to change anybody's mind. But I will tell you this. I believe goaltending is a major, major question mark for Carolina. And I've been saying that for months. At times, it looks like it's okay. And then at times, Tuesday, you go, yeah, it's not okay. You can't allow bad goals in the playoffs. When you allow bad goals in the playoffs, you're going to lose the game. Now, you might be able to get away with it once. You might. Because you might outscore your problems. Or maybe the bad goal that you allow is when you're already ahead 3-0. Okay. So you can overcome bad goals in the playoffs. But by and large, there aren't a lot of blowouts in the playoffs. These games are hard fought, go down deep into the third period. We see overtimes, and we can play forever. So you can't have the bad goal. And if Carolina gets good goaltending, they don't need great goaltending. Good goaltending, they'll be fine. And they have won a lot of playoff series in these 7 years before this year of Rod Brindamore, because they have gotten good enough goaltending every year. And you can't convince people who are convinced otherwise that Carolina has not lost a playoff series because their goaltending was bad. And that's what we're talking about. I didn't say that the other goalie didn't play better. Yup. They keep running into Igor Shesterkin or Sergei Bobrovsky or Andrei Vasilevsky or any number of Boston Bruins goaltenders when they played Boston. They got knocked out the first 2 years. Haven't lost anybody else, really. Billy only lost to the Rangers, Florida, Tampa the last 3 years, right? Boston the first 2 years, Tampa the third year, and then Rangers, Florida. And those goalies played great. And the reason we lost those series was that we could not score on them. Power play was bad. We couldn't score. That's the reason why the Hurricanes lost those series. They did not lose the series because Carolina's goaltending was bad. And you can send me save percentages all freaking day. Goaltending is not what has hurt Carolina in the playoffs. It has been the inability to get the goal. The key goal that would have changed the game, changed the series, when the opportunities have been there. The margins are too tight in a playoff series. They haven't been able to get that goal. That when Greg Wyshynski joined us the last time he was on, he got it right. He got it right. That's what has held Carolina back, which is why they went after Mikko Rantanen 2 years ago, which is why they went after, or last year, which is why they went after Jake Gensel 2 years ago, because they wanted those players to be the guy that would get the goal. I think Carolina has more than enough goal scoring, and the power play has been really good. It does still remain to be seen whether the makeup of Carolina's team right now, which is no offensive superstars but a lot of really good players, whether that's good enough to get the goal. Remains to be seen. We'll have to watch it play out. But I would say, and I've said it all year, this is the first time that I can truly say that goaltending could be a problem for Carolina. Because right now, both guys are allowing too many soft goals. And yes, there were individual moments where, like Game 6 against the Rangers 2 years ago, Carolina's got, a 3-1 lead in the third period, and Freddie allows a terrible goal, and it shook everybody. It shook the team, too, and the team melted down. But Freddie was also toast, and that was it. So, yeah, they lost that game because Freddie Anderson allowed a bad goal, and then they just completely lost it from there. But, yeah, that has not been the downfall of the team for 7 seasons. Got to get the goal. Now, this year could be. I'm super terrified of the playoffs because right now I don't think we have a goaltender that we can truly trust isn't going to allow a bad goal. And those got to get out of the game. It would be great if Pyotr Kochetkov had the surgery a month earlier, right? But that's not what happened. And I don't know how close Kochetkov is to coming back. And I have said before, if Kochetkov becomes part of the mix, it's probably too late. But I don't know. I really don't know. He has practiced. He has skated. He's been doing, but I don't know if he's ready to play. I don't know how close that is. I mean, if he could be ready by next Saturday or Sunday, that'd be awesome. And I think it would give Carolina more options, and he might be the best option. Even though we're forgetting Kochetkov's at least recent history of playoff starts, which has not been good. He's been better coming in off the bench. Maybe that's what they should do. Start Bussey and bring Kochetkov in the middle of the second period. I don't know. Could you use two? You could use both goaltenders in a game. You can alternate back and forth if you want. You might even be able to do a line shift. Could you do that? Could you change on the fly? I got to ask somebody about if that's a rule or not. So that's where I am with Carolina Hurricanes goaltending. The 18 skaters, and we're going to see, I think, a fair amount of change tonight. The Hurricanes brought up 3 forwards from Chicago and 1 defenseman. I don't know the status of Jalen Chatfield tonight. I assume he's not going to play. I assume that Mike Riley and Charles Alexis Legault will draw in. My guess is it could be a Jacob Slavin night off. You know, I don't know. He's missed 40 games already. Maybe he's going to play the rest of the way. I don't know. But my guess is we're going to see 5 or maybe 7 players cycle out of the lineup tonight in Chicago. I think in Utah tomorrow, rather Saturday, I think you'll see closer to the full lineup, unless they want to take these players with them, which I guess they could. But the Wolves have, I think, 6 games left in the regular season. And the Wolves have made the playoffs. You're probably going to want those guys to play in the playoffs with the Chicago Wolves.
This is why it's hard to pick a first goal scorer, because I don't know who's going to be playing.
Bradley Nadeau came up.
Yeah.
So I picked Bradley Nadeau.
Right, because he's going to be playing.
I know he's going to play. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know he's playing. So, yeah, and he's a goal scorer. He's had a really good year. 53 points, 26 goals, 53 points in 51 games for the Wolves this year. So, yeah, good. And Skylar Brindamore had a good year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think 18 goals and 16 assists. So 34 points and, basically a point every other game. So good for Skylar. Josiah Slavin was also called up, as well as Charles Alexis Legault. All right, Mike DeCourcy is going to join us on the other side. I will ask him about UNC's hiring of Michael Malone next.
His Zamboni is bigger than yours. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, Carolina Panthers fans, it's Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan.
And me, Chris Lee from WRAL TV.
We're in the offseason, but our podcast, Panthers Playbook, presented by Wake Orthopedics, rolls on.
In every episode, we'll keep you up to date on Panthers news as the NFL draft approaches.
Insights on free agents and prospects.
Plus all the insider info on who the Panthers want to pick at number 19.
Follow and subscribe to Panthers Playbook wherever you discover your favorite podcasts or watch on YouTube.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friend Gordon Miller, Miller Lending, Kildare Farm Road and Cary. How much money has he saved me in our relationship? About 50 grand. Really? You'd be friends with somebody who saved you 50 grand as well. Wait, that sounds bad because I'm not friends with Gordon because he saves me money. I'm friends with Gordon because I'm friends with Gordon. We've been friends for a long time. But he invented the no closing cost mortgage, and I have taken advantage of it. 11 different times I have gotten a mortgage with Miller Lending. Sometimes it was to buy a house. That's happened a few times. Most of the time, it's to refi. No closing costs saves thousands. Lower my monthly payment saves hundreds. And if you do it again, you save thousands again. And maybe you save hundreds again. That's a lot of money. Remember, your mortgage, you make a payment every month. If the mortgage is lower than it was before you refied, you're saving money every month. It adds up. Miller Lending on Kildare Farm Road in Cary since 1996, an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 250-2146.
For 25 years, Law Tigers has helped thousands of riders with one mission: to serve the motorcycle community. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a lawyer. You need someone who understands the ride. That's why riders trust Law Tigers. It's who we are. We ride with you. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
Ever catch yourself hiding your smile in photos? If you're dealing with stained, uneven, crowded, or missing teeth, you're not alone, and you don't have to live with it. At Chapel Hill Family and Cosmetic Dentistry, Dr. James Ferguson and his team help patients transform their smiles every day using treatments like veneers, dental implants, and so much more. Whether you want a small refresh or a complete smile makeover, your plan is designed just for you. Come see what's possible. Visit chapelhilldds.com to request a consultation today.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Adam Gold.
Steve Bettman take all that time to walk out, then to see the pick bro hug no less than 20 guys on his way up there. And then this draft house, they just moved this wall like the Price is Right. I don't know.
It's a showcase showdown back there.
I know.
That would be great. So we should spin a wheel,
yeah,
right? Exactly.
The Adam Gold Show.
Well, Dean Martin on a Masters Thursday.
Little Bing.
Oh, it's Bing, not Dean. Sorry.
Same thing.
Not
It's
really.
close.
Not really. That's my fault. I think my favorite, you ever see Bing Crosby and David Bowie sing Little Drummer Boy?
No.
Hmm.
Oh, I have not. I'll have to Google
Yeah.
this.
And when I watch that video, in my mind, I play like the game of think about what Bing is thinking about looking at David Bowie.
Wow, this is happening. Right.
I've seen pictures. You're a little bit of a freak.
Yeah,
Right,
weirdo.
I'm just like putting myself in Bing Crosby's
Big
brain.
time.
All right. Earlier this week, it became official. Michael Malone is the head coach at UNC. The hiring of Chuck Martin, I don't know if it's official or not, but he was going to come from Arkansas. Malone and Martin were assistants on Bobby Gonzalez's staff at Manhattan back, I don't know, a quarter of a century ago. That's the first step in acclimating Malone to the college game. Mike DeCourcy, excuse me, Hall of Fame college basketball writer, just got back from the Final Four. And also, I'm mad, announced his retirement on Twitter. But you're not going away until after the World Cup, and you're not going away anyway unless you change your number. How are you, sir?
I am well, Adam. How are you?
Well, I'm well. What are your first of all, what were your thoughts on Michigan before we get to Michael Malone?
Well, I think that, of course, everyone's looking for the easy answer. They bought the team, and it's just a bunch of mercenaries and all that stuff. And I just find it kind of hilarious, as if they went out and got the number 1, 2, 3,
Right.
and 4 players in the portal.
Exactly.
I mean, come on. Let's try a little harder, huh? What's interesting is that Yaxel Lindeborg was the number 1 player in the portal as a power forward or a center, not
Right.
as a small forward.
Yeah.
They made him into that, and he made himself into that. And they will acknowledge that they weren't always sure it was going to work. they figured worst case scenario, we've got 27 minutes each for Yaxel, Merez, and Adai Mara. And that was probably the always fallback plan. But the first plan was, let's see what we can do with Yaxel as a small forward, because he's certainly dynamic enough to play there. Will he be comfortable? Will he be productive? And he was a phenomenon. It's just a tremendous player at that position and overwhelmed a good majority of his opposition. And he continued to improve through the course of the year. So I think that they deserve a lot of credit for that. Elliot Cadeau bringing it right back to the triangle. I will acknowledge, and I did acknowledge in my column about the championship game, that I was very skeptical about whether or not he could be a Final Four point guard, a championship point guard. And he acknowledged in the post-game press conference that he doubted himself a lot after his 2 seasons at Carolina. But I even asked Dusty May, why did you because if you look at it, all of the front court players, the 3 front court players who started, came into Michigan after Elliott did. Yeah. That was the first guy they grabbed. And I think that's really interesting. And I asked him, why did you believe when he didn't even totally believe? And certainly I didn't say this part, but I didn't believe either. And he said that they believed after playing last season that if they wanted to get where they wanted to go, last year they ran their offense through Danny Wolf, a power forward. Sounds familiar? Right back in the triangle we are here.
2 years in a row.
And he realized that if they wanted to get where they wanted to go, that they needed, in his words, a pass-first point guard. Well, it's the one thing Elliott had in his stat line last year that wasn't either disappointment or an outright issue. He had too many turnovers. He didn't score very much. He didn't shoot great numbers.
Yeah.
But the assist number was 6.3 a game, and that's great every time.
Yep.
And so they wanted him for that, and the rest of it followed.
Yeah, my read on Elliot Cadeau was for 2 years here, and I think we saw it in the Duke-Michigan game in D.C. this year. When things were going well, Cadeau was a positive. Even with his lack of shooting or turnovers, when it was going well, he was a major part of why it was going well. But when it went sideways for 2 years, he didn't have the ability to turn it around. That's what I saw for 2 years under Cadeau. And again, to an extent, we saw that in the game against Duke in D.C. in February. But there were no moments where it was going sideways in the tournament. They maybe struggled a little bit early in games, but they ultimately wore teams out, and he was a big part of them wearing teams out, and he was great, obviously, in the Final Four. I'm thrilled for him. He's a great kid.
Yeah, one of the things that was smart that Michigan did was that after the Duke game and the Northwestern game before that, where he really played poorly in that one. I mean, the Duke game, he just was kind of inert. But in the Northwestern game, which I think came before Duke, he was really bad.
Yeah.
And they put L.J. Kaysen in, and he saved the game for them. And that's one of the reasons why I thought Michigan might not be able to get all the way to the top was because I thought Kaysen was a big part. There was always that safety net.
Yep.
If Elliott didn't play well, L.J. probably would. The Duke game, neither of them did. But I thought that having that safety net was going to be essential to them. And when he was lost with an ACL, I thought, that's going to be hard. But what they did was they said, okay, here's the deal. We can't get caught in a half-court game again. That can never happen to us. Because if it does, we may win, but we're going to be a lot closer than we want to be. And so their whole emphasis all the way up until the championship game was we got to be moving. And you saw what happened. I mean, they absolutely destroyed Tennessee playing that way.
Yeah.
Alabama was going to play that way no matter what. And there was never that was the easiest. I'm not a bettor, but that was the easiest call. Michigan was going to wreck them. And so they got to the title game, and UConn was able to drag them into a more half-court oriented affair. But in doing so, their key guards got into foul trouble, and they just couldn't sustain it.
Yeah, I thought that game would be what Danny Hurley called it, dragging them into the mud. I thought that game would be that for a half, and that ultimately Michigan would overwhelm them, which I mean, that's basically what happened. I think that actually happened toward the end of the first half, and maybe foul trouble had a lot to do with that. Mike DeCourcy.
It might have also been close because Yaks wasn't himself.
Right.
I mean, he wasn't. He said he thought he was about 50%. He didn't do any of the dynamic things that he ordinarily does. And when he did try, you saw he tried to bring it up once and he lost the ball. He tried to attack and he fell down. He just wasn't nearly what he's capable of being.
I wonder what kind of did they put an injection in his ankle to numb the pain, because he fell down out of nowhere a few times. And I mean, I guess if you're on a painkiller, something like that could happen. But yeah, he didn't look and he was limping, just walking around the court. He was limping. He didn't look like somebody who probably should have been playing, and he probably wouldn't have if it was February as opposed to the first Monday in April. Mike DeCourcy of the Sporting News is joining us. All right, we're through the season. Carolina's got a new basketball coach, and his name is Michael Malone, who the last time he was on a college campus, other than to watch his daughter play volleyball, was back in, I think, 2001 at Manhattan under Bobby Gonzalez. What was your initial reaction, and has it changed? Because mine has changed some. My initial reaction is, what's going on? But what was your initial reaction, and where are you today?
Well, they're not the first to try this. BYU did with Kevin Young. You saw the same thing at Florida State with Luke Laux. Their approach is, they're kind of all getting paid now, so it doesn't matter as much that you have these recruiting connections with this AAU program or that AAU program. And I get it. But what surprised me, and still does, hasn't faded, is that Carolina would take that approach that is clearly unproven. What have we seen? Well, Luke did a really nice job toward the end of this year. That team got better. They pushed Duke to the brink in the ACC tournament. They played very well in February. So maybe there's something there. Maybe not. We'll see. I mean, he's not the first. He's not the last to have a good second half on a relatively mediocre team. Certainly not an NCAA tournament team. And then Kevin Young had a nice first year at BYU. Then he gets the goods to be great, and they weren't ever really great at BYU this year. They were really good when they were healthy, but they were never great. And then they lose Richie Saunders, and they didn't compensate very well for that. I mean, we just talked about what Michigan was able to do, losing L.J. Kaysen and even losing their best player. He still was present, but he wasn't himself, and they still were able to find a way to win. Kevin wasn't able to do that at BYU. So, and then Iona also did this too. They moved out a fantastic mid-major coach, Tobin Anderson, the guy who beat Purdue 3 years ago in the round of 16. The round of 64 with a 16 seed. They moved him out to bring in an NBA guy, and they went from 12-8 in the Metro Atlantic, the MAC, to 10-10. They went backward. So I'm not saying that he won't eventually get it forward, but we only got a small sample size. So that's what you are hiring in a sense. You are hiring somebody who certainly has a better pro resume than any of the people that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
But it's a different deal, and we don't know yet whether or not it works. And I didn't think that Carolina needed to experiment, so to speak. And then when I saw what they paid him, I'm like, the guy's not even coaching. and it's not so much like you pay whatever you want. I got no problem with that. But juxtaposed against all this calamity talk and unsustainability and all that, and I'm like, wait a second. Now, this is no reflection on Carolina, because they might never say that. But the people who are saying that this is unsustainable, juxtaposed against just paying $8.3 million a year for the next 6 years to someone who isn't coaching, and therefore you don't have to get them away from them, and who doesn't have any other college prospects at the moment because no one else has a job. So why do we keep hearing it's unsustainable if the players get paid, but they keep throwing buckets of money at coaches, but that's okay?
How many coaches is LSU paying in football to not coach, or Auburn? First of all, because I've talked about this issue before, the notion that the current economic climate in football is unsustainable is a fallacy, because They keep finding more money, and we haven't even tapped into private equity yet, and that's coming. Whether that's a good thing or bad thing, I would say it's a bad thing, but I know it's coming because they're just going to find more money. And it seems like every school's got a billionaire benefactor. St. John's, for crying out loud, found a billionaire to fund basketball. Texas Tech's got a billionaire. Every school's got a billionaire. We have too many billionaires. That's my larger takeaway from all of this. Mike DeCourcy of the Sporting News. I'm glad you said that obviously what Michael Malone has done is different, or his resume is different from a Luke Lux or a Kevin Young. I will also say this, that I think because it is Carolina, I do think it gives them a greater opportunity, because I think getting a player to go to Iona or to go to Florida State is a little bit different than getting a player to come to a North Carolina, which I still think, even though there's a lot of competition, maybe more than there used to be because of money, I still think it's a destination place to play, just like it's a destination place to coach, no?
Oh, I think that's absolutely true. I do think that, and I don't think this has manifested itself at Carolina yet. And that's a good thing, because there was more reaction, I think, and you would know better than me, but from what I gathered, there was more reaction of, we didn't really need to do this, Carolina. This was too quick. This is the Carolina family and all that, and more than what's happening at Kentucky, or in some faction of their fan base, where it's been 2 years and they've won tournament games in both years, and yet they're still really unhappy. Now, again, that's not the broader fan base, but there are significant factions. And we heard this as well at Indiana this year after 1 year of not making the tournament. There was a lot of, okay, you get your mulligan here, but now year two, you better be good.
Yeah.
And so I haven't seen that a lot at Carolina, which I think, honestly, the Blue Bloods want to be Blue Bloods. Okay, here's what you got to do. You got to make it more welcoming to play at Duke or Carolina or Kentucky or Indiana or wherever. You have to make it more welcoming than anywhere else, because that's still your edge.
Yeah.
Like, you get basketball more than the others? Well, okay, get basketball then. Like, I get told all the time, Kentucky fans know more, and I think the intelligent ones do know a lot. But the fringe, which is always the loudest, are not exhibiting that, and it makes it harder. I know for a fact that there is at least one school that is using social media posts that alleged Kentucky fans have presented to negatively recruit, saying this is how they're going to treat you if you don't go to the Final Four or whatever. And so I think those fans have to get that. And honestly, I don't think there's anyone more equipped or more aligned with that mission than Carolina is.
Yeah, look, I do. I've been saying this as even before they moved Hubert Davis out. I should say fired, because that's what they did. They fired him, and I hate saying that because I love Hubert. He's such an incredible human being. The basketball program wasn't where it needs to be. Whether he was capable of getting it back to where it needs to be or not, we'll never know. But the fact is, it just wasn't where it needs to be. But I've said for a long time, they just need to take the program into the modern age. They were still sort of operating it like it was 8 years ago, before the portal became such a thing, before, being able to pay players became so widespread. They just struggled to drag themselves into a modern era. I mean, and they have to do that. They have to recruit better. They haven't recruited at the highest level that they need to. They certainly haven't even come close to the way Duke has recruited. And they need to get up to where they're competing for the same players that Duke is, and they really haven't been the last 5 or so years.
Oh, I think it's absolutely true. And they absolutely need to modernize in that respect. And, of course, they have other issues as well. The facility issue is not insignificant. That they let it get this far is a problem. And now they have a lot of questions to answer internally, not externally to the prospect that's coming in, but internally about how they want to handle that. So they have gotten to a challenging position, but if Michael Malone is the right guy, then that will accelerate their success in that area as well.
Mike DeCourcy of the Sporting News is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. What is a realistic – I mean, we haven't even seen any player come out of the portal yet, but what is – or will they keep both of the high-level, high school recruits that are both, I think, verbal, not signed commitments to UNC? What would be a reasonable expectation in year one?
Well, it's hard to say without knowing what they have. I mean, I know that Hoops HQ, my friend Seth Davis, had Carolina in their top 25 before they even hired a coach.
Right.
I did not go that far. I do think Faisar has a chance to come back, and I haven't seen his name go in the portal. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Well, I think that's big because a lot of people right now are chasing big guys because they've seen the success of Arizona, the success of Michigan, the success of Illinois, all very significant size teams. And so having Henry out there, it really is a great starting point if you keep him because he is multi-skilled. I would have liked to have seen him inside more in the VCU game as things were getting dicey, but that's a question for Malone, and they can sell to Henry that, okay, you want to be in the NBA? Well, this guy literally worked with the best big guy in the last 25 years. So here you go. And if he walks away from that, are you sure you want him anyway? And I tend to think he's going to stay because of that opportunity. Michael Malone can take credit for a lot. And he didn't invent Jokic, but it was under him that he went from really untested prospect to elite player to NBA champion. And so that's a great selling point for not only Henry, but any other bigs that are either in the portal now or might in the future enter, or into high school guys who are either available now, but more likely in the 27. Would that be the 20? No, that would be the 26. No, it'd be the 27 class. Boy, the years go. Yeah. It'd be the 27 class that you're looking for to try to sell players that this is the place where you can follow the path that Jokic followed.
By the way, Terrence Hill Jr. is in the transfer portal, and I'm not sure that's going to give Carolina a twitch. But the guy who scored how many points? 34 in VCU's comeback win. I mean, it would be interesting.
So you're saying go for him.
Why not, man? He scored 34 on you. At least he won't score 34 on you again if your paths cross.
Yeah, that is true.
Get a guy who's hitting 380 against you, sign him so he doesn't have to hit 380 against you during the course of a season. So we're feeling even though it is an experiment and there is some risk, and that's the way I've termed it, there's a risk to this. That maybe they wouldn't have otherwise had to take had they gone the more traditional route. Feeling relatively good about the hire, yes?
Well, I if you're going that direction, I don't know how much better you could do. I mean, I suppose because I don't think Billy Donovan, if they had gone that direction, it's the same because Billy's won multiple national championships, made Final Fours, coached at the college level at a high level. And did it for a very long time. I mean, he had like 20-plus years in the college business before he – so I don't think that's the same direction. So if you're going to hire someone who is relatively untested at the college level, hasn't been in college for a quarter century, if you're going to hire that person, I think that Carolina has hired the most qualified person that's ever made that move. I mean, he's got an NBA championship. Yeah. He's shown that he could develop. Remember, when Jokic came – He played in the 2014, I think it was. And don't hold me to the year. 2014, 15, 13, right around in there. He played in the U19 World Cup against the United States. And the United States won the game, and he played, I think, you can look it up. I think he scored 4 points, something like that. That's where he was when he was 18, 19 years old.
Right.
Barely scratching against a U.S. college team that wasn't extraordinary. I think the best player for the U.S. was Aaron Gordon, another Denver Nugget, by the way. So he took that guy and progressed him through the ranks, and he was in charge of that. So you have a shorter period of time to make that progress, but you also have lesser competition to make that progress. It's not an insult to the NCAA to say you're not the NBA. So he was able to do that with Jokic, so you have to believe he has some aptitude for developing a young player into an exceptional pro player.
Mike DeCourcy of the Sporting News. Thank you very much. Next time we talk, we'll probably talk well before the World Cup. But we got to talk about that. I'm a little worried about the men's national team, and I'm more worried about the next 5 weeks, 6 weeks for Liverpool. You and I will talk about that very soon. I know. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Adam.
Mike DeCourcy of the Sporting News. All right, when we come back, a stretch, and we'll place bets. I'll tell you my card. I've got my my Masters card, and we have a game tonight. Next.
Asheville to Wilmington, Boone to Durham, The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
New Bluebell Brookie a la mode ice cream brings brownies and cookies together like never before. Big chunks of brownies, soft chocolate chip cookie pieces blended into a rich, creamy brown sugar ice cream. It's not too good to be true. It's just that good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
Carolina Complete Health, from neighborhoods in Charlotte to families in Greensboro, Raleigh, and Durham, all the way to Asheville and Wilmington, and everything in between. We are here for communities across North Carolina, connecting you to the care and support you need. We are here to make healthcare easier to access and understand. We are here to bridge the gap, because your health matters. Your community matters. You matter. We are here for your health. Visit hereforyourhealthnc.com.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
Are you looking for a 2-year hands-on agricultural degree while still gaining the university experience? I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agriculture Institute at NC State University. We offer 6 associate's degrees that span the agricultural industry and set our students up to meet their goals. Come live on campus, learn on our farms, and be a part of the NC State community. Invest in yourself and learn more about our program online by searching NC State Ag Institute. Deadline for fall enrollment is June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities.
Your child's doctor shares your goals, a healthy future for your child. Doctors recommend vaccines throughout childhood because they protect what matters most, your child's future from preventable disease and serious illness. Discuss any questions you have and check that your child is up to date and talk about any concerns. You're right to have questions. Get real answers. Start a conversation with your doctor today. Visit vaccinesforkids.nc.gov. Paid for by NCDHHS.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
This is Adam Gold.
The American Cornhole League. I don't know if you can wager on it. Let me go to FanDuel and find out if you can wager on it.
I think I read you can get a scholarship. Kids in high school can actually get scholarships for cornholing. Who knows? I don't know what the technical term
I'm just not going to say anything.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show.
So good.
Yeah. War. Low rider. But this is Jake Trout and the Flounders in honor of the Masters. Again, three former PGA Tour players. The late Payne Stewart, who was played the harmonica.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Jacobson, he was Jake Trout.
Yeah.
And Mark Lai. All three very good players. Obviously, Payne Stewart, multiple major champion. So, anyway, that's very funny.
It
I
is.
find it hysterical
It's
that you
great.
played that. And it's like,
I got one more for them before the end of the show.
Fine. I sent Mark Lai a DM.
Yeah.
Because I just wanted to. I haven't gotten a response back from him yet. I just wanted to let him know.
Yeah.
I don't know if he gets a royalty every time it gets played on the radio.
Yeah.
Just want to let him know just in case. That is hysterical. All right. Next hour, Brendan Whitten's going to talk hoops with us. We're going to talk about the Hornets, who they don't play tonight. They play tomorrow. But there's a very important game tonight, a couple of important games. Philadelphia is at Houston tonight. Miami is at Toronto tonight. And if you are a Hornets fan, you want the Heat to lose to stay behind you. And if Philadelphia loses, Charlotte and Philadelphia are tied for 8th. You'd rather be 8th than 9th. 8th, you get 2 games to win 1.
Yeah.
First one would be on the road, second one would be at home. If you're 9th, you got to win twice. Rather be 8th.
Yeah.
When you're in the play-in. I guess theoretically they could still get out of it, but it looks like they're going to end up either the best they probably can do is 7th. Anyway, we'll talk to Brendan Whitten about that. Right now it's time to stretch.
Well, I have good news on this pre-Friday.
I like good news.
Friday Eve. So, there's been a new study where it had more than 3 million people, and it found that people who ate chocolate, cheese, and other fermented dairy products like yogurt.
Chocolate cheese?
No, chocolate, cheese.
Okay.
And other fermented dairy products like yogurt lowered their death rates.
Yeah. Well, if first of all, dark chocolate has antioxidants.
Ugh.
What do you mean? Ugh. That's the superior chocolate.
I know, it's gross.
By a lot.
I can only handle dark chocolate in small doses, like real small. Like almost non-existent. No, it's fine. Like I can. I've had it where it's had stuff like you got me the peppermint bark one.
Right.
That's delicious. But like there are certain ones it's like, oh man. But not all fermented foods made this list. Things like sourdough and miso were not shown to be healthy, but they're basically saying that it's just good bacteria.
Yeah.
It's good for your gut, so that's stuff that helps you. So now you have an excuse to eat all the cheese and chocolate.
I've just given you the excuse to eat dark chocolate.
Right.
The higher the cacao in it, the better it is.
Yes.
So if you can go like 70 or even 80%,
yes.
Awesome.
Always look at the cacao.
Yep.
So just so you know, there you go for your weekend. If you want to put cheese on the cheeseburger, real cheese, not the fake cheese. I know that's a whole nother topic for you. I know. So, yeah, there you go. Which I love because I love cheese. You know what else I love? Making great bets.
Place your bets. Here we are. I bet you slice into the woods $100.
Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slide.
Okay, you can own me. I owe you nothing.
Trying to find Bradley Nadeau on the anytime goal scorer, and he's not listed.
I know. I'm currently looking at that too because it's a crapshoot to see who's actually going to score.
He's going to score tonight. We don't know who's playing.
Who's playing? I know. This is a struggle.
All right,
okay, so
you start.
I am going to roll the dice, and Stanky was on one. Like, he's been on one for a while. So I'm going to go with Logan Stankoven to be an anytime goal scorer. He's plus 260, but yeah, we'll see if he plays.
All right, I'm gonna start with a different hockey game.
Yeah.
Toronto is at Montreal. I talked about it yesterday. The road trip that the Maple Leafs, the Lightning are on. Not Toronto. Tampa Bay is at Montreal. They were in Buffalo Monday. They played at Ottawa last night. They're in Montreal tonight, or 2 nights ago. They're in Ottawa. In Montreal tonight. At Boston on Saturday. That's a terribly hard road trip at this stage of the season. And right now, Tampa is 2 points behind Buffalo. They got to win tonight, and they will, and they'll do it in overtime. Tampa at Montreal, over 6.5, in overtime, plus 985.
Nice.
Yeah!
All right.
If you don't want to do the overtime thing, it's plus 230.
Okay. Well, there you go. This one is just a pick'em game between the Penguins and the Devils, and they are in New Jersey today. So I'm picking the Devils, even though I don't really want the Devils to win, but I think they will. So I'm going to pick the Devils, and I'll go over 6.5 because it might get crazy, plus 220.
All right, I'm just going to give you my Masters card now the rest of the way. One of these is obviously not going to win because he's 1,000 over par. I have 2 picks to win. I have tickets on two players to win. Patrick Reed, who is 4 under par, and Cam Young, who at last look was 4 over par. First round leader, Chris Gotterup and Lucas Oberg, who are playing together, actually. Top 10, Adam Scott, who won this tournament in 2013, and the top debutante, and I do believe there is a ball, Marco Penge, who is playing in his first Masters, to be the top first-time Masters participant. Rory McIlroy, by the way, is 2 under through 11. Not too shabby.
Questioning goalie interference calls since day one. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
We've been saying it since the Cane season ended last year. They can't prove anything to us in the regular season. It's all about how far they make it in the playoffs. So they have just a handful of games left to do whatever final polishing, make the last final adjustments, and make sure they are ready to go on a deep playoff run.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
We all want more for North Carolina. More boundless views, more adventures in the outdoors, and more clean roads to get there. But to get more, we have to do less. Less littering, that is. Make it your nature to trash your trash and keep NC clean. And we'll all have more reasons to love North Carolina. Litter less, get more. For more on the 7 outdoor NC Leave No Trace principles, visit OutdoorNC.com. Sponsored by the North Carolina Association of Broadcasters and Visit North Carolina, a part of the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina in cooperation with this station.
It's back. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Suzuki outboards April 10th through the 12th. And it's bringing the largest inventory and deepest discount of the year. Save thousands off top brands. On-site financing to get you approved and on the water. Boats in stock and priced to move now. Test ride your boat at delivery. Get in a new boat or upgrade in time for summer. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale, April 10th through the 12th at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Suzuki outboards.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166171, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Stay informed with The Rundown, the daily newsletter from High School OT that delivers high school sports news and insights straight to your inbox. Brought to you by High School OT and powered by our sponsors Wake Orthopedics, First Carolina Bank, and Smith Douglas Homes. Subscribe to The Rundown at highschoolot.com.
The way I describe it for people is my dad shot himself and the bullet hit everyone in his life. It was a week before my 30th birthday, and I had this impulse to call him, but I didn't because I thought I could call him later that week.
63 Americans a day die by gun suicide. With safe gun storage, we can give our loved ones a second chance at life. Learn more at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com.
That's ritchielaw.com.
The Canes light the lamp here. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
What I would do when it comes to Scheffler is look to bet against him. Dun, 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 everyone at home panicking. Relax, you're still getting John Rahm, right? It's a 4-round matchup bet. What does that mean? Which golfer plays more holes? Now, if they both play the same, 36 holes or 72 holes, then the tiebreaker is score. Rahm comes into this tournament in tremendous form, as Andy North was just saying, and he has been fantastic at Augusta National. He won here in 2023. He's got 5 top 10s in his last 8 starts, and again, combining that with the fact that Scheffler a little bit overvalued in my opinion, Rahm in a 4-round matchup plus 120, that's the bet to make.
What's the fun in if the bet is only plus 120 though? I look at betting on sports so much differently than anybody else.
I think so, because plus 120 is fair for me. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
okay, I feel good about this.
But I'm not necessarily trying to win as much as I'm trying to have fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same.
And if there's no value, for instance, I was going to bet Rory McIlroy to bogey the first hole today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rooting. I'm team Rory. I didn't want him to bogey the first hole, but I was going to bet for him to bogey the first hole. But it was only plus 200. I'm like, it's not. I'm not going to bet that much money. Why do I want to win $3?
Oh, man. See, for me, if it's plus anything, I mean, it could be like plus 101. And that's the juice that I need. That's enough for me. A lot of times, the fighters that I bet on the weekends, it's that's the odds.
This is the Adam Gold Show. I am Adam Gold. Brendan Whitted is going to be in studio with us in about 15 minutes. We're going to talk about the Tar Heels and the hiring of Michael Malone. We're going to talk about the Hornets' positioning in a pretty precarious spot here. You don't want to fall to 9. Even though you get the game at home, you got to win twice to get into the playoffs. 8, much better. You can win the 8-7 game on the road, but at least you get the next one on your court. I'd rather have the second one on your court, right? So, and then obviously you want to make the playoffs. And too late, you're not going to play the Knicks because the Knicks aren't going to finish in the top 2. Knicks are going to finish 3rd. Real quick, Sam Burns, your leader with 2 holes to play in the first round. He's 5 under par. Patrick Reed is 4 under. Kurt Kitayama's 3. Kitayama had it to 4 and then made a double bogey on the famous 12th hole. He hit it long and then chipped it into the water. You don't see a lot of that, but it did happen. Augusta National showing teeth on day one. Jeff Kleiber is the tournament director at the SAS Championship. I believe we are talking about volunteers. We're going to talk about how great the Milwaukee Brewers are and the fact that Fred Couples is 2 under through 6 holes. That is incredible. He's 100 years old, Jeff. Why is he still doing this?
Because he's got the smoothest swing in golf when his back is healthy.
Still. He still does.
Still does.
He might be the
100%.
smoothest person in golf when his I mean, he's got the greatest attitude in golf history, I think.
He does. I mean, Freddie don't care. So, it's he's one of a kind, and I mean, I think his comments the other day. I don't think he was in the press room, but he's not going out there today to embarrass himself or embarrass Augusta National. He thinks he can put a score out there, and first 2 holes showed you today that he can still make birdies, and as long as he can get around all 18 today and again tomorrow, you'll probably see him playing again this weekend.
Yeah, Jose Maria Olazabal had the lead early. I mean, I think he was 4 over the last 5 holes or 6 holes. But
he ran into a bogey, double bogey there on the back, which can happen to anybody.
Are you like dialed into these guys? You've got about 5 or 6 players that have played at the SAS several times in the field, right?
You've got 5 plus one that we hope to have this fall for the first time. Zach Johnson just turned 50. So you've got 6 champions, PGA Tour champions players in the field this week. And we absolutely are looking at what they're doing and how they're playing and how they're just great ambassadors for the game. They're all former champions at Augusta, and we're blessed to have them come to Prestonwood every year. So we definitely ship, the reason we put tickets on sale today and start recruiting volunteers on Monday is because people start thinking of golf when, they hear that music and they hear Jim Nance, say that's a transition unlike any other. So it's a pretty special week in the world of golf for sure.
How does Jeff Kleiber, SAS Championship tournament director, and people can go to saschampionship.com if they want to volunteer. Look, if you could be as close to these guys as many of the volunteers are, that's a great way to also see great golf while maybe pretending that you're a boss. Right?
Absolutely.
Kick some people out.
Well, we don't give that kind of authority, but we do need a lot of people in the community to make the magic happen, and we've been doing it now. This will be our 26th year, and every year we've got nearly 700 community members that come out and make sure that the players, the other patrons of the event, our sponsors, and their guests have a wonderful time. So it does take a village, and we do start the sign up for volunteers in some of our key positions like walking scorers and other coveted positions fill up early, and so we encourage those who have supported us in the past by volunteering to sign up as early as they can, and those who want to go at it and try it for the first time, you don't have golf experience is not a requirement. It's really just somebody who has a passion for making Cary and this triangle be one of the most hospitable places for events like this. 26 years of the SAS Championship. How many of the guys who are playing at Augusta have won this event? I mean, couples, yes. The others haven't, though, right? The others have not, but VJ's been here often. Mike Weir's been here often. Fable often plays. The couple weeks around us, comes over and hangs out with his friend Miguel Jimenez. So we get these guys. Like all of those guys have played here before, and that's why we're excited about Zach Johnson, turning 50 earlier in the year. He won his first event. He's played in 3 of them, since he's turned 50. So, he's definitely showing that, he's going to come out and embrace this tour. And we hope he includes Prestonwood on his calendar for the fall.
Jeff Kleiber is joining us here. So how many volunteers each year do you guys put up?
It's nearly 700. And, other tournaments similar size probably take nearly twice as much as that. But I think that's one of the cool things about people who support community events in this community. They're not coming out and working one shift.
Right.
They're coming out and working every day that they can. And, that allows us to do it a little bit more efficiently than some other communities because we've got such a great core group of volunteers that, give everything they can for that week.
So, is there an age range? Are you looking for? Do you have to be 25? Do you have to be what is the normal person who does this?
It varies. There definitely is an older part of the community that embraces it because they've got maybe a little bit more time on their hands. But we love it when we've got college kids or people who are just out of school coming out and becoming they volunteer the first of their next 25 years that they're going to be with us, and they kind of grow with us and grow into some of our committee chairmen and in positions like that. But any age can volunteer. We do require 18 and older. So
right.
If there's anybody in that high school range that are looking to volunteer, there is a way to volunteer with a parent or guardian for roles like standard bearers and things like that.
Yes, I was a standard bearer when I was in high school. The LPGA used to have an event at Upper Montclair Country Club.
Yep.
And I was a standard bearer for Donna Capone. And whoever else played in her group.
Yeah.
That was all right. How are your Brewers doing?
We're off to a pretty good start despite a couple key injuries. Red Sox took 2 of 3 from us this week, but
that's embarrassing.
We'll bounce. Well, I think they got a little enthusiasm from our catcher's brother the other night.
Oh,
and,
yes.
Kind of got contagious. So, but we're fine. We're good. We'll get healthy here in the next couple of weeks. Get our first baseman and center fielder back, and go from there.
Why do you keep hitting Wilson Contreras? By the way,
because he leans over the plate.
And that's it. That's enough. That's enough.
We hit him 24 times over his career, but he's been hit 140 times, so it's not just us.
So he played for a long time with the Cubs. Just drilling him. He does get hit a lot. He does get hit.
He does.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
he just
okay.
takes offense that we do it.
SassChampionship.com. Who's your Masters pick?
I'm picking Augusta National. I think with this week with perfect weather, I think the golf course is going to shine and its true colors. And when that happens, I think the cream rises to the top. So I think you'll find somebody in the top 5 in the world win just because the better players play well on a good golf course. And I think Augusta National is going to be amazing this week as it continues to get hard and fast.
So you think would you take 10 under par right now as a winning score?
I wouldn't go much higher.
Well, 11 was a playoff last year. Of course, Rory made 4 double bogeys to get to 11 under, but that was the winning score last year. So
it sure was entertaining, wasn't it?
Maybe the greatest final round experience I've ever had. It was painful. It was painful and glorious, and as much emotion as I've ever had watching a final round. It's just unbelievable. All right. Well, thank you very much, Jeff Kleiber, Tournament Director, SAS Championship, SassChampionship.com. Tickets go on sale today, and volunteer because it is a great time. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Adam.
You got it. Jeff Kleiber here. When we come back, Brendan Witter, we're going to talk hoops, Carolina, the Charlotte Hornets. Is anybody left for the Lakers other than LeBron? The injuries are going to kill that team. We got it. Coming up next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
one goal.
Taylor Hall. Moving it back. Nikishin. Ehlers. Shoots and scores! Oh, the power play!
Tilly in front. Shot. Oh, what a save by Bussy. Absolutely robbing Kirill Marchenko.
Be the last team standing.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty!
The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 18th on 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stopped. Opt out.
Hey, man, how did the date go?
I had to cancel. I don't get paid until Friday.
You didn't know that you can get up to a $750 paycheck advance with the current app?
Where was that information yesterday?
Just text them. See if you qualify. $750? Boom. And right now, they're offering a $75 bonus when you set up an eligible direct deposit.
Think I should call her back?
Yeah.
Need money before payday? Current has you covered. Set up an eligible direct deposit to see if you qualify for a paycheck advance of up to $750. Hurry and receive an extra $75 sign-up bonus right now. Text BETTER to 323232. That's BETTER to 323232. BETTER to 323232.
Paycheck advance is offered by FineCo Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Eligibility and available amounts may vary and are subject to change at any time. For full terms and conditions, visit current.com/radio or call 1-888-851-3177 for more information.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
You may not realize how important 3 letters can be. For a patient who needs type A, B, or O blood, these letters can mean life, but there simply aren't enough people giving blood. Every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs it, but only about 3% of the population donates. Without more donors, hospitals may not have the blood needed to save lives. That's why the American Red Cross needs people to help restore the A's, B's, and O's that are depleting each day. When you make your appointment to donate blood at redcrossblood.org/missing types, you can help give strength to kids, parents, and grandparents who face life and death challenges. From cancer patients to accident survivors waiting for critical surgeries, your generosity can give someone more life. Don't wait until the letters A, B, and O are missing from hospital shelves. You are the missing type patients need. Visit redcrossblood.org/missing types or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to make your donation appointment today.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is Adam Gold.
I told Tim, who does the afternoon show, I said, I'm about to turn this game around. We need Cheez-Its. So I went to go get magical lucky Cheez-Its, and guess what? Boom. Period 2, tied it up. And then at the end of the game, I still had like 8 Cheez-Its in the cup left, and I said, lucky Cheez-Its.
There you go. The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show. Kenny Loggins, but there isn't a soul alive who hears this song and doesn't think about Caddyshack.
Yes!
Not a soul alive doesn't think about the gopher in Caddyshack. Gosh, what a movie. So much of that movie was ad-libbed, by the way.
Not a big Bill Murphy fan.
Like
Bill Murray?
Yeah. I mean, he's got some bangers.
Bill Murray's legendary.
He's got some bangers.
His son is now the head coach at Boston College.
He is.
So,
yeah.
Bill Murray in the ACC. I'm all about it. I might go to Operation Tip-Off this year.
Yeah.
On the off chance that Bill Murray will be hanging out with his son Luke.
He's also a huge Cubs fan.
Oh, he is.
Yes.
Massive Cubs fan. Yes. But he has no familial ties to it.
No.
But
when
now
I was in Chicago, South Side, White Sox. Like that was.
You're a White Sox guy.
Yeah, I was a White Sox guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the 44th president.
Yes.
44th president.
I remember that back then. It feels like so long.
It was a long time ago.
It was
yeah, I mean, I was a young man.
Yeah.
All right, Brendan Whitted is in studio with us. We're going to talk basketball here. I want to start with the Hornets.
Yeah.
First of all, did I not see Con Knippel look like he's dealing with a bad back or something? That's no good at this time of the year.
He's in the rookie wall. He hit the rookie wall about like 3 or 4 games ago.
Okay.
You can feel it.
All right.
You can feel it, and that's fine. That looks like a rookie of the year that's been carrying a team sometimes.
A lot, yeah.
And not just a guy that has a crazy usage rate.
Which he didn't really have in college, so.
But like not a team that no one cares about in the Mavericks.
Right.
And you can just do whatever you want to do.
You're not throwing shade at Cooper Flagg, are you?
100%.
Wow.
I don't need
he's now the favorite
I don't
to win the Rookie
need
of the
to
Year.
be hyped up to throw shade at somebody from Duke.
All right.
I know they're both from Duke.
Both from Duke, yeah.
But one of them
So
I
is
love,
Sion James.
and then one of them I love, and then the other one is Cooper Flagg.
Who's having a great year, by the way.
Who's having a fantastic year. But you can't do everything for a team that is going nowhere and then be like, look at the aggregate stats.
I understand what you're saying. Rookie of the Year might be a little different in my eyes than MVP. I don't think you can be the MVP unless your team is contending. It doesn't have to be a playoff team, but it has to be contending for a playoff spot. Maybe in the NBA.
I'm telling you, it's the same thing as LeBron and Melo. Like, Melo was on a team that won like 17, 18 games the year before, and then he was a part of a bigger team. Like, he should have won Rookie of the Year. Who won it? LeBron.
Right. Well, that was probably predetermined.
Better aggregate numbers. And so, like, there you go.
Get it. All right. So, even though the Hornets are not playing tonight, they will play Friday.
Tomorrow, yeah.
In where they're home to. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Detroit.
Yeah.
They are home to Detroit on Friday. 2 games tonight do matter to what's going on.
Yeah.
Miami is playing in Toronto. Philadelphia is at Houston. Yeah. That home loss to Philadelphia a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
That looms large, right? Yeah. Because you'd like to have had that to be ahead of them.
I mean, but like they lost to Boston, right? Like that was the game.
Right.
The game was if you want to get to 6, which is what like to get out of the play-in, then that's fine. But like honestly, if I'm being real, I'd rather play Detroit than Cleveland. Like I don't want to play Cleveland. Like
really,
I've seen Cleveland and they cut us up. Because at the end of the game is Donovan Mitchell or James Harden. I saw Houston cut us up. It was Kevin Garnett. Kevin Durant. Like there are guys that are
Kevin Garnett's not playing.
No, he's not. But he would. But if he did though, he would cut us up.
Yeah.
Like, but Kevin Durant cut us up. Like there are some. Like Devin Booker cut us up. Like there are some guys that are just the next level, and we don't have that. That's the problem. That's when we get to the crunch time, which is 5 minutes, 5 points or less. Man, those superstars start turning into superstars, and we don't have them. And
LaMelo Ball doesn't.
He's not there yet.
He's not there yet.
He's not there yet. And
been
also,
in the league a long time. By the way,
he's been in the league a long. But like but that's not who he is. Knippel's not there. Brandon Miller's not there. Now Miller might get there. I think Miller might get there. But
really?
He's not. Oh yeah, he a dog.
Well, he has stayed healthy all year. That's good. Yeah. Last year,
he is a dog. But like at some point, like we need those like, hey, this is what we're doing. And LaMelo is our best player, but he's our best player when he's facilitating.
Okay.
Right? Like, he can do it with Miller.
Kahn's not the best player?
And if we're going to be honest, and at some point, I think we probably should talk about this, Miles Bridges has been 17 and a half, and he's been really good. And at some point, when the national media catches up, like, we're going to have a real conversation about Miles Bridges. And he was.
Is this a good conversation or a bad conversation?
It's an honest conversation.
Okay.
About like, hey, the NBA shouldn't be involved in terms of like making sure that people get restricted or something like. They shouldn't be involved in that. But
why not? I mean, I understand what you're saying because the law has spoken, right? The legal process has spoken
because he got a plea deal, and hey, I'm going to. Agree to these terms.
It was a domestic violence situation.
It was a domestic violence situation. I'm going to agree to these terms. Like, he aggressively beat his old lady.
Right.
And did it in front of his kids, which was 2 separate charges, by the way.
Yeah.
And so at some point, if we're going to have a real conversation about the Hornets, we have to have a conversation about Miles Bridges.
Well, correct. But let me just step in and say the NBA, as a matter of public relations and an image of the league, you have to do something. It has to be known that you are against that behavior, even if there is nothing that the legal process would keep him away from you. And by the way, if he wasn't a good player, that would be taken care of. But good players,
and that's why it shouldn't be up to the NBA to do this.
It becomes hypocritical. It was hypocritical.
Nice.
It becomes hypocritical. Yeah. No doubt about it. There is the positive at the end of this is, does he turn his life around?
And that's very like that's a real conversation to be had. It's not going to be had nationally, but I would love to be able to, like, because you have the microphone to be able to do this. Maybe this has changed him as a person. Like, all you
can do is hope.
All you can do is, because that was part of the agreement. Like, hey, I'm going to do therapy, but I'm also do therapy for how I carry myself in front of my children. That was also a part of that, his specific therapy.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, just to mention golf, Tiger Woods is going to deal with whatever Tiger Woods is dealing with, right? And hopefully I don't know why this would be any different than the other times, whether the first DWI or DUI, however, that wasn't alcohol then, when they didn't do any toxicology when he wrecked his car, 4 years ago in Los Angeles. But I mean, 7 o'clock in the morning, driving at a high rate of speed.
I know.
That's. I mean, did he fall asleep at the wheel? Probably, but why?
For me, it's tough, right? Like, because Tiger Woods carries a special weight in my heart, like, because he was the guy.
For me too.
But he was the guy that, like, made it okay for me to go and play some golf, right? Like, I mean, but then also he also denied his blackness for a really long time and has continued to do it. So, like, it's a very weird thing that, like, Tiger just,
it is very complicated.
Yeah, it's a very weird thing. But, like, me and my dad talk about Tiger all the time because, like, he was the guy. But, like, when I was watching him play golf, my grandmama was watching him play golf, and my grandma she didn't know nothing about nothing about no golf. But, like, she was like, hey, look at him. And so, like, now, but he's always denied us, and it's a little bit tough.
Let me bring it back to make it local. I don't know how many years ago it was now. It's probably maybe 10 years ago. He played at the Wyndham, right?
He did, yeah.
He led after 2 rounds. But I go out there for the opening round. I was out there on a Thursday. And I had no idea that the Wyndham became a major. And I say that because around Woods, I kid you not, it was like 8 deep. I'm not sure there was anybody following any other player. There was 8 deep. Or I think I was walking around. It was like the 3rd or 4th hole, and I just started randomly talking to people. and they were like, I was not letting this. And I would say that the crowd around that tee box was probably 60% black.
Yeah.
It was awesome. First of all, for me, not black. For me, not. Watching him, I've never had more fun watching an athlete.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
Than watching him do his thing. To see it that up close. I mean, I was there in the 2000 U.S. Open, so I saw him a little bit there on the opening round, but I was closer to him here than I had ever been to Tiger, and to see that throng of people in person was just unbelievable.
If you denied an entire people this entire accessibility, and then you give them, hey, you're not just going to have one. You're going to have the best one?
Yeah.
We gonna act up.
He's like Tiger's in a category with not necessarily a great one, with a lot of athletes. All right, let me get back to basketball.
Yeah. My bad.
No. Look, it's this show, people know this by now, is one giant tangent. Carolina hires Michael Malone.
Yep.
As a guy who has followed the NBA as closely as you have, Brendan Whitted in studio with us. Where are you today as a result of the hire?
The first thing is, I'm so glad that they left the Carolina family.
Right.
But
his daughter's a volleyball player, so they're justifying it. It's so funny.
Yeah, cool. I love tangents. I love being able to just, I'm telling the truth, but not kind of. Like, that's my favorite. That's my 100% favorite. But I really do appreciate the fact that they were able to expand this thing. I think that we got better in-game solutions right now.
Sure.
Hubert Davis was not good as an in-game management person, and that bothered me.
Okay.
Right? Like, look, I understand the irony of me talking so much about Cadeau and then him getting MOP.
Yeah.
And then
had a great tournament,
and then
obviously.
also getting out Howard. Like, that was also like Howard lost to Cadeau's team, and that was
Michigan,
fantastic.
right?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, that was the whole vibe.
But they at least they won in the first four.
They won, and also we scored.
That's
we
a win.
also scored the most against them. I just would like to.
Good.
Did
you really?
Yes, we did.
Look
Yes,
at
100%. Yeah,
Very nice.
I'm gonna do my thing, but we weren't good in tactician. Like, in how the game is working. Like, Shire was better than us,
right?
And we just couldn't figure out how to, hey, if he's killing us, how are we going to change off this pick and roll? How are we going to ice it? Are we going to double it? Are we going to what are we going to do? Are we going to switch up on some zone? Like, give me something different.
Right.
Hubert couldn't give us that, and he was not good at that. What he was good at was, from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, that team was better.
Yeah.
What bothers me is Malone got fired 4 games before the playoffs.
Yes, 2
because
years ago.
No one could stomach him anymore. And everyone's on a 1-year contract in college basketball right now.
Right.
So that is concerning.
Okay.
So if you're telling me that no one can stomach you anymore, and then everyone's on 1-year contracts, yes, I'm concerned. But, like, we have the money backing him. We have a better basketball mind every day. Than we did with Hubert Davis. Okay, let's go get after it.
It could work.
Yeah, let's roll the ball out there and let's go get it. I'm cool, but no one knows. I hate the idea that, I know that this is not going to work. I know that this is going to work. You have no idea if this is going to work.
Right.
Like the guy, who was it? The Wolverine coach. He was at UAB. Like, who was he at?
FAU. Dusty May.
Yeah, he was at FAU. Like, you don't.
They went to a Final Four.
If they had taken the FAU coach and put him as the UNC coach, why would you ever do? We don't know.
Right.
Just give him a year or two.
Right.
My problem with Hubert Davis was a lot more like, you can't seem to figure out what's going on. Right. Like, Cadeau is not like. People are looking at Cadeau like, oh my gosh, like, this is a prime example of you couldn't figure it. No, Cadeau just didn't work for us. Like, that was not what it was working for us. He went 5 of 17 in the game previously.
Right.
We couldn't deal with that.
Right.
Like that's what the deal is. Like we couldn't figure out like, hey, you going 5-17 doesn't help us out at all. It really hurts us. But it works for Michigan because you got a gazillion other talent around.
He was
you.
insulated.
Yeah.
Right. I was talking to Mike DeCourcy about Elliot Cadeau earlier. At Carolina, when things were going well, Elliot Cadeau was probably a part of it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to sound like a negative connotation to say he was a front runner. When things were going well, he was an excellent player. But when things went sideways, he wasn't capable of turning it around.
What was incapable was Hubert Davis. Like, hey, if you have a person that is going to dominate the ball and can't shoot to save their life, hey.
He was better last year. He got better.
He was better last year. Shot 18% in his first year from 3-point.
Yes.
But like, okay,
yes,
cool.
Did.
But like, yes, last year he was better. But like, if you move him off ball, like, hey, let's get him dribble handoffs. Let's
you
get
couldn't
him,
do that.
Let's get him off ball stuff. And so like, if you want to sag off of him as a bad shooter, he can cut and like, do stuff like that. And that's what my problem with Hubert Davis was. Like, you couldn't figure that out.
I mean, in the Duke-Michigan game this year, they took Elliot Cadeau out of the game, and
which you can do,
which nobody else did, which is fine. And I'm glad that he balled out and he hit big shots. Not only 3-pointers, but drives. He was a great player.
His brother went to Howard, which I didn't know, and played tennis on a scholarship.
Really?
I didn't know that until we was like right two points behind them at halftime because we scored the most points against Michigan.
Very nice.
I was just like for
very good
for somebody to hear me, but yeah.
All right, cool. All right, real quick, final thing.
Yeah,
the Lakers. So, Luka's hurt.
Yep.
He's going to be out for the rest of the regular season. They hope he's going to be back.
He's just going to hang out in Europe and just going to kind of vibe out.
Right. He got treatment. He's getting treatment.
Yeah, but treatment that is not.
He's getting treatment.
Not sanctioned here, but
right,
it's
but
cool.
He's getting treatment.
Not super weird at all.
Didn't Dwayne Wade go to Germany?
Look, I don't have no problem with it. I'm just saying I ain't got no problem. I'm just saying it's crazy that you can just dip out and just come back.
I'm not knocking it. Go. And now Austin Reeves is out.
Yeah.
Are the Lakers done? I mean, if they're third in the West.
Not really, because they have a like. So if Luka can come back in some semblance of himself, not really, because they have a redundant skill set. That was the problem. That's why it was like, is Luka gonna come off the bench? Is LeBron gonna come off the bench? Like,
okay,
who's because they have a redundant
they
skill set.
They play together.
Yeah, they can, like the
problem.
The problem is everyone else. Like, is everyone else going to be able to be athletic enough, defensive enough, switchable enough? Like, they don't have any real great defender. Like, Vanderbilt is I guess he's a plus defender, but he's so
Luka's not a great defender?
Okay, don't do that. Don't do that.
Who's in the playoffs longer, the Lakers or the Knicks?
I mean, it depends on who the Knicks run into, because, I mean, if they run into somebody that starts with Charlotte and ends with Hornets,
Knicks are one and done. Actually, they might be able to get out of the first round.
but you're a Knicks hater. Like, you've turned.
I'm a Knicks fan.
That's not it.
I'm a Knicks fan, but
that's not.
No, I'm not a Knicks hater. I am a Karl Anthony Towns hater.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, but he's their second best player. Like, he's a great player.
Only in the regular season, and he compiles great statistics. They need better. They didn't need him.
He's so good, man. Like, I mean, that's you're like turning your back on a lot of.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know what he isn't.
Because that's how I feel about Harden. Like, Harden was amazing for the 76ers last year in the playoffs.
I'm not a Harden fan either.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but you also were a LaMelo fan. And
I wasn't. And LaMelo was much different, and now much better than I thought he was.
He's got better people around him. You
have just cracked the code. I'm not always right. Brendan Whitted, basketball guru in studio with us. Thank you very much. Hi to your dad.
Absolutely, man.
And go no Tiger. So we're going to root for Rory, who is 3 under par through 13.
Definitely rooting for Rory.
There you go.
100%.
And because I have a ticket on Patrick Reed, I'm rooting for him too. I don't really like Patrick Reed, but I wanted to make me money. All right, we're going to break, come back, and rewind next.
His Zamboni is bigger than yours. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Here we go. It is the big week. A coat is on the line, and FanDuel has your back with a special mulligan bet-back token for this week's golf tournament. Once it starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. I am an expert at losing bets. Now you've got protection to take the sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Rory McIlroy will win again. FanDuel.com/local. Claim your special mulligan bet-bat token right now. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
This April, during Line Worker Appreciation Days, we celebrate our hometown heroes, the public power line workers who keep our communities powered and connected. From powering homes and businesses to restoring service after storms, public power line workers show up every day, rain or shine, to keep the lights on in the communities they serve. Join us in saying thank you to these dedicated, skilled professionals by visiting electricities.com/thank-a-line-worker.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
Measles is spreading in North Carolina. It's highly contagious and can make infants and children very sick. Pneumonia, brain swelling, long-term health problems, hospitalization, and death can occur. Protect your child with the MMR vaccine. It provides lifelong protection. Serious side effects are extremely rare. Millions of children are safely vaccinated each year. Insurance covers the cost and free vaccines are available. Make sure your child is up to date. Talk to your doctor or visit ncdhhs.gov/measles. Paid for by NCDHHS.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
New Bluebell Brookie a la mode ice cream brings brownies and cookies together like never before. Big chunks of brownies, soft chocolate chip cookie pieces blended into a rich, creamy brown sugar ice cream. It's not too good to be true. It's just that good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
This is Adam Gold.
He doesn't have many years to choose from.
No, and part of that was COVID. Nobody's picking COVID.
COVID was a great year.
Yeah.
Look, if you invested in Zoom,
oh, that was a good year. Yes.
You had a good year during COVID.
Yep.
The Adam Gold Show.
This was not the best track on the album.
No, I didn't have time to listen to the whole thing.
This was not the best track on the album. You played the best track on the album.
Yeah, but that was the first one?
Low Riser. No, Low Riser was the best track on the album.
It's hard not to like that
one.
one.
So good.
Yeah.
So good. It's the Adam Gold Show. I'm Adam Gold. Victoria's here. We'll rewind in a minute. Quickly run down the Masters leaderboard. Sam Burns shot a 67 today. Right now, he is the leader in the clubhouse. Look who is one shot back. Rory McIlroy. He made birdies on 8, 9, 13, and 14 to get to 4 under par. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day is 3 under with 1 hole left to play. Patrick Reed was at 5, has now dropped back to 3 under, made bogey on the par 5 15th. That's a no-no. Ludwig Oberg is a 3 under through 6. Rooting hard for Oberg to finish at least 5 under today, maybe 6 under. Somebody has a first-round leader ticket on Ludwig Oberg. Scotty Scheffler, eagled the second, birdied the third. He is 3 under par. Shane Lowry is at 2 under. Tommy Fleetwood was at one point at 4 under, is now at 2 under par with 2 holes left to play. Fred Couples is still 2 under par through 8. Xander Schauffele is 2 under through 15. Justin Rose, who lost in the playoff last year, actually lost in the playoff twice. I think 2017 lost to Sergio Garcia in the playoff. And Rose is 2 under through 5 holes. Justin Thomas, who doesn't have a great record at Augusta National, is 2 under through 4. Gary Woodland, for people who follow the more human side of sports, Woodland just won a couple of weeks ago. He's the U.S. Open champ from Pebble Beach in 19, I believe. I think it was 2019 when he won at Pebble Beach. He had a benign lesion removed from his brain like 4 years ago, and he deals with PTSD right now. Crowds can get to him, and it's been pretty emotional for him. And he recently did a sit down interview about it with Golf Channel, and it has done a job on him, but he faces it, and he's still a really good player, and he is 2 under par through 4 holes at the Masters. It's very cool. If you want to hear more about his story, in his interview, he came to the interview room at Augusta, I believe it was on Tuesday, and it's just a fascinating, very candid look into what he has to deal with. So all power to him, but he's playing well, and that's good. All right, Hurricanes tonight. Let's get into this before we do anything that deals with a rewind. So we have a bunch of call-ups. 4 players were called up from the Chicago Wolves, 3 of which might have been called up anyway. 3 forwards, Josiah Slavin, Jacob's younger brother, Skylar Brindamore, Rod's younger brother, Rod's son, and Bradley Nadeau, Carolina's top prospect. They will play tonight. Carolina's playing in Chicago, so didn't have to board a plane or anything. Now, they might go with the team to Utah for Saturday's game. I don't really know what the plan is. I'll ask Rod that when I speak to him later on today. But also Charles Alexis Legault was called up. My guess is that we won't see Jalen Chatfield in the lineup. I have no idea if he made the trip. I have not been able to get that information from anybody out there. But Chatfield left Tuesday's game against Boston with an injury. They said they weren't sure. They didn't practice yesterday, or they did, but it was optional. He wasn't there. They didn't skate today, so we really don't know. But they called up Charles Alexis Legault for a reason, and my guess is he'll play tonight, and I also think that Mike Riley will probably play tonight. As Carolina has entered the mode of, yes, making sure players get a little bit of a rest, maybe even take a couple of games off at the end of the season, so they are healthy. They don't want to risk the health of a player heading into the playoffs. I remember last year, Jackson Blake sat out the last 2 games of the season. Jackson Blake, who didn't know he was going to make the team until training camp was over, was so important to them that they pulled him out of the lineup with 2 games left to play. Now, I don't think Carolina is going to do that entirely between now and the end of the season. But it has been a grind, and I do think what Rod is going to do is give players a game or maybe 2 games off. Maybe nobody plays the last one. Maybe it's the entire Chicago Wolves. But Carolina still wants to win these games. They're a pretty big favorite, by the way, tonight over Chicago. They're like plus 180 on the road.
Oh.
No, they're plus 2. They're like plus 200 or minus. They're like minus 200 on the road.
Yeah.
Chicago's plus a big number at home. Yeah, considering Carolina is obviously going to rest some players.
Yeah.
But they need to win. You'd rather be the 1 seed in the East than not. And they had a 4-point cushion before Buffalo won last night. Carolina's got a game in hand on the Sabres. So it's an important game. Tonight is an important game. The Utah game, remains to be seen who they dress. I mean, if I had to guess, I kind of think that these guys will fly to Utah with the team and probably play again. And maybe they take one of maybe the Philly game they take seriously. The Islander game, probably not. By that time, the Islanders won't need it either. Because I think the Islanders, it's a matter of time before the season runs out on them. But that's what we're looking at for the Hurricanes. Not a depleted lineup, but I think you'll probably see 5 forwards that would be in Carolina's top 12 out of the lineup, and at least 1, maybe 2 defensemen that are also not going to play. Should be Frederick Anderson tonight. One thing about Carolina in the playoffs. I did a news hit today, and the entire news hit was all about one topic. Asking me to look ahead to the playoffs. And I know we've got 4 games left in the regular season, and maybe things will appear better or maybe worse between now and the end of the year. My concern, and I think it's a valid concern, is can Carolina's goaltending be good enough to allow the team, which is plenty good enough, to get deep into the playoffs? Dirty little secret about goaltending in the NHL this year. Hasn't been great. Hasn't been. Goaltending is down across the league. Maybe it's because scoring is up. I don't know. But goaltending is down across the league. In fact, there are only 2 teams in the entire NHL with a save percentage above 90%. Only 2. Tampa and Colorado. That's it. Maybe those are the 2 teams that'll be in the Stanley Cup Finals. Could be. I mean, I've been saying all year long that I think Tampa was the best team in the East, although of late they don't look it. Colorado is the best team in the West. We know that. Brandon Bussey he's won 5 in a row. I think he's won 5 in a row now. But he wasn't very good on Tuesday night against Boston. The Brandon Bussey that played before the Olympics, that Brandon Bussey Carolina's fine with. The Brandon Bussey that has played since the Olympic break, there were like 3 games in a row where, all right, that's the Brandon Bussey we want. But on Tuesday was the Brandon Bussey we don't want. Carolina can't give up. You cannot give up bad goals in the playoffs. It's a recipe for disaster. And in the past, Carolina's goaltending has been plenty good enough. Doesn't have to be great. It just has to be good enough. And it has been over the last 7 years. But they have to get a little bit better than they are right now. And maybe that'll be Anderson. I still think Brandon Bussey will start game 1. Or maybe Pyotr Kochetkov will get healthy. I mean, I guess it's possible.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That he'll get healthy, and be a factor in the playoffs.
I'd be curious to see what he looks like the next time he's on the ice, whenever that may be.
I mean, like, we're not going to see it until he plays. I don't know if he's going to be ready. And I said this, I think I've talked about it with Tripp. I've talked about it on this show because the games have been so compressed. And Carolina's season is over Tuesday. The end of the season is Tuesday. I just don't think he's going to be ready to play a regular season game. If and when he is, and I don't believe that you could go to the minor leagues and play in the playoffs. I don't believe you can. I don't know, if you can, great. But I don't think you can. It would be great to see him in a game before you rolled the dice on him in a playoff game. But I will say this. I do think that I can envision a scenario where Carolina gets to Game 6 of an opening round series, knowing that we're not going to start till either Saturday or Sunday, and the games are going to be every other day. There might even be a situation where you get an extra day. I can see getting to Game 6 and going, all right, let's get 52 ready. I can see it. Because you can't have bad goals. You'll lose the game. Can you get away with it once? Yep, you can get away with it once. But you're not going to get away with it. It's so hard to outscore your goalie, outscore your goaltending in the playoffs. This just in. You look around the league, Ottawa's got goaltending issues. Just look it up. Boston, Jeremy Swayman, as good as he is, did you watch the game Tuesday? He was no good. He was not as good as Brandon Bussey. At least 3, maybe 4 of the goals probably should not have gone. Like, by all rights, Carolina, maybe beats Boston 3-2. Instead, it was 6-5 in overtime. It's a crazy game. There is questionable goaltending all over the NHL. Until Jakub Dobeš got hot for Montreal, they didn't know what they were going to do. They were talking about a rookie playing in the playoffs. This kid, Fowler, they were going to bring him up and let him play in the playoffs. That's where they were. So there is suspect goaltending everywhere. It's not just Carolina. But for the Hurricanes, that's the biggest question mark. I think that Carolina's skaters 1 through 18 that they will dress given health, I'll put them up against any other team in the East and most teams in the West. I'm not trying to compare them to Colorado or Dallas. Minnesota's good too. But Carolina's got a good team. The goaltending holds up, they'll be fine. But the goaltending's got to hold up. Rory McIlroy, 4 under par through 14 holes. The Masters is here. I'll be distracted again tomorrow. Victoria, thank you very much. See you, everybody.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
Shoot, he scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
We've been saying it since the Canes season ended last year. They can't prove anything to us in the regular season. It's all about how far they make it in the playoffs. So they have just a handful of games left to do whatever final polishing, make the last final adjustments, and make sure they are ready to go on a deep playoff run.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
You've got rhythm, your heart's got rhythm. Then one day your rhythm's off, and you've got AFib, atrial fibrillation. The good news is you've also got an AFib center, where specialists in AFib have multiple treatment options for you. Want more good news? Most of them are minimally invasive. Learn more at wakemed.org. And what do you say, you and your heart? get the band back together.
It's back. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Yamaha boats April 10th through the 12th. And it's bringing the largest inventory and deepest discount of the year. Save thousands off top brands. On-site financing to get you approved and on the water. Boats in stock and price to move now. Test ride your boat at delivery. Get in a new boat or upgrade in time for summer. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale, April 10th through the 12th at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Yamaha boats.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Step between the lines when you download the High School OT mobile app presented by State Employees Credit Union. It's easier than ever to find the coverage you want for the sports and schools you cheer for the loudest. Receive up-to-minute alerts, scores, videos, insider content, and the latest high school sports news across the state of North Carolina. Available now on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store, the High School OT mobile app presented by State Employees Credit Union.
I will be right by your side.
Women can have it all, including heart attacks. But symptoms like jaw pain, nausea, unusual fatigue, dizziness, and backache are often different and more subtle than for a man. The fact is, heart disease is the #1 killer of women. Know the signs. Learn more at getheartchecked.org. From Women's Heart Alliance, in partnership with Women Heart.
Listen up, parents, teachers, counselors, coaches. Your boy or sister turned 18, but they need one more push. Don't let them forget to register with the Selective Service System. It's required by law, and it can open up the door to many federal benefits. Visit sss.gov.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at ritchielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
The Canes light the lamp here. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Pretty afternoon for us. Highs in the upper 60s under mostly sunny skies and not quite as cold tonight. We'll see lows in the low 40s. Our afternoon highs continue to climb. Tomorrow's high 76 degrees. We'll see lots of sunshine now and through the weekend, and our weekend highs are in the low 80s.
3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 273 points to 48,182.
Season. Miller scores. Off the draw. Right back to Keandre Miller. Minute 10 remaining. Now here's a shot. They score! Stankoven let it go. A turnover here. Terry scores! Back shot by Hall. Second chance. He scores! Look at it. Outside of the net. Game over! His first of the year!
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. On a Thursday, a hockey night in Carolina. I'm Tim Donnelly, Dennis Cox producing the show, which I'm not going to forget to remind you guys on this one. We will do first goal scorer predictions in the 4 o'clock hour. We will have 5K Slapshot Showdown contestants qualified today. We will have Masters scoreboard updates. We will. These are all promises that I can guarantee. And another one I can guarantee is that we start the show the same way we do every day. The Big 3 at 3.
Number 1.
It is a hockey night in Carolina, everybody. Canes at Chicago tonight at 8:30. It is also a good time to remind you that the Big 3 at 3 is presented by Mainer Service Company. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electric. Been in the area for decades now, locally owned and operated. MainerServices.com. Number 1, Canes at Chicago tonight at 8:30. It is time for an age-old debate, Dennis, when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, what's up?
What's the proper amount of rest for your dudes if you say, I don't know, clinch your division with 4 games left to play and they're all on the road and you can call up some youngsters from the AHL team and if you need them to, they can play minutes and let your guys make sure they are as rested as they can be for the postseason. What is the right amount, Dennis?
Yes.
That's the question. It'll be debated forever because here's what happens. Barring like a sweep in the first round where you come out and win every game by 10 goals. If you rest your guys, they're going to say, oh, they didn't start fast because they're rusty and they weren't in rhythm. If you play your guys the last couple of games and you don't sweep the first round, it's, oh, well, they're tired, they're fatigued, you didn't rest. It's really a lose-lose aside from just absolutely steamrolling the first round. But every team is different. Every player is different. Every situation is different. Because not only do you want to worry about making sure your Ahos, your Svechnikovs, your guys that you're going to be depending on are firing on all cylinders when you hit the postseason, you also have to acknowledge, like last year, you may be dependent on some of your depth in the postseason if a very physical series maybe leads to a couple boo-boos, a couple ouchies. And guys have to miss a handful of games. You don't want it to happen, but you don't want to be ill-prepared if it does happen. You may want to get a Nystrom some run, a Legault some run. You may want to get some guys that may be called into duty a little bit of rhythm for themselves at the big league level. I expect we'll be seeing the Skylar Brindamores, the Bradley Nadeaus tonight. Who sits out is all part of the question. It's all part of the debate. It's all part of the reason why Rod Brindamore gets paid the big bucks. And Derek Tolsky, and I'm sure some analytics department will tell you if they want to know GPS numbers and who's skated the furthest and who's expending the most energy and time on ice and numbers that we don't even know what they call them. But it is that time of year, right? We are knocking on the door of the postseason. I've said it a whole bunch of times that kind of the Canes operate as if every regular season is mostly about getting ready for the postseason. We all know in actuality you do have to punch your ticket. They've done that. They've won the Metro. What is the magic number is 5 more points to go ahead and be the number 1 seed in the East. And it starts to come down now to priorities. Right? What are your biggest priorities and when it comes to rest and who needs it? And vice versa. Dennis, I might ask this question later. What player needs to not only play, but maybe get something going, right?
Oh, that's a good question.
Like there's 4 games left. If you could give somebody like 2 goals and an assist, or if you could give somebody like a really in rhythm defensive run over 4 games, like who would it be? Because you can also use these last 4 games for that sort of thing, right? Somebody that maybe doesn't normally get a lot of minutes, you can get them out there, get them playing, maybe get them into a rhythm.
I want shutouts. My
All
goalies.
Well, that's another thing.
Yeah.
Do you rest many two-way forwards or blue liners, knowing that would put more pressure on your goalies, guys that you want to have high confidence going into the postseason? It's all part of the equation. It's all part of the equation. And we will debate it because it's a tried and true, fun debate to have. That's number 1 in the Big 3 at 3. Let's get to number 2.
Number 2.
The Masters is underway, everybody. The Masters is underway, everybody. Do you understand what we are dealing with? Sam Burns and, you ready for this, Dennis? Do you know who's tied for first with Sam Burns?
Tommy Fleetwood.
Rory
Oh, he is.
McIlroy.
Oh, okay, look at that.
5 under through 15. He is attempting to defend his Masters title. That would be a story. Also up there in the top 3, Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, Patrick Reed, Aaron Rai, Ludwig Aubert, Scotty Scheffler. It is quite a crowded leaderboard of big names through the first day. I'll explain why that's not through the first day, during the first day. I'll explain why that's significant in a second. But first, I want you to know that you can listen to 99.9 The Fan all weekend long for coverage of the Masters. I just read part of the current leaderboard. I will give it to you once again, presented by Wilson Country Club. I told you the top 2 tied at the top, and Burns is actually done for the day, so his score is settled at 5 under. Rory is 5 under on the 15th, or through 15, I should say, on the 16th. So he could go higher or lower. He could be in the sole possession of first when he walks off the 18th. As I mentioned, Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, Patrick Reed, Aaron Rai, Ludwig Oberg, Scheffler, Lowry, Fleetwood, Schauffele, Couples, that's right, Freddie Couples, Rose, Justin Thomas, and Woodland are all tied for 9th. The reason why I bring that up, going all the way down to 9, right? A lot of these updates, we'll just give you the top 3 and some other notables. But the reason I went all the way down there to 9th is this reason. Since 2005,
okay,
only 2 golfers have come from outside the top 10 after the first round to win. Right? There's all these cliches, right? Saturday is moving day. The Masters doesn't start till the back 9 on Sunday. Like all these cliches, but in reality, only 3 times 2 golfers have come from outside the top 10 after the first day to win the whole tournament. And that was Tiger in 2005.
Makes sense.
Tiger in 2019.
Makes sense.
And Rory last year.
Okay. Yeah, all that makes sense.
So if you're not a Grand Slam winner, if you're not like a god amongst mere mortals of the best golfers in the world, you know, those run-of-the-mill tournament winners, if you're not a true inner circle, top shelf Hall of Famer, you need to play well Thursday. You don't need to win. You don't need to be in first. You need to play well. You need to be top 10. You need to be within striking distance, because chances are somebody's going to play well out of that group, and you're going to have to be able to keep pace. So as it stands right now, a whole bunch of people at least tied for 9th. A lot of guys who likely have quite a bit of money bet on them to win. But there's also quite a few that are not anywhere close to the top 10, like Bryson DeChambeau, like Colin Morikawa, like some guys that could play the Victor Hovland. They could play their way right out of it. Jonathan Rahm. Not where you want to be. They're all outside the top 50. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We'll keep you updated on that, as I said. Masters updates on 99.9 The Fan are teed up by Wilson Country Club, the premier private club of Eastern North Carolina. And those will come every hour on the hour throughout the week. That is number 2. Let's hit number 3.
Number 3.
We are 2 weeks away from the NFL draft.
2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from the NFL draft, which is and luckily our time post-draft to games is a little bit less because Carolina is playing in the Hall of Fame preseason game. But this is the last true opportunity to add something of significance to your team. Obviously, some big trades can happen and some outliers, right? And you can mess with the end of your roster with the free agents that remain. But if you're looking for a great opportunity for your team to truly make some waves, the next 2 weeks, and then obviously the draft are that opportunity, right? The next 2 weeks, draft picks have never been more valuable than they are right before the draft when everyone's excited. The players, obviously, are starting to come into a complete vision of what you think they are in your draft prep. It was there's a very interesting little behind the scenes that's been put out. I think it was on, I don't want to say which one, but I read the whole thing, and I apologize not giving the proper accreditation. I'll try to find it during the commercial break. But there was a discussion with Brant Tillis about Teteroa McMillan and how they came to draft him. And it ended up being Dan Morgan was convinced on that guy in like September. And Brant Tillis is like, I always go, all right, let's see what you think. And Dan Morgan just never wavered. Like, starting in September, they throw on film. He just loves him. And then all the way through the draft, Dan Morgan never wavered. And Brant Tillis loves that because he said he's always leery of the players that, like, are late risers and suddenly zoom to the front. So he loved that the conviction was all the way through. You're learning that kind of stuff as well. Even if it's not a player you're just discovering, if you've been doing your prep for months and months and months, and there's someone who you're like, I still love him. Because people get bored with really good prospects. It's a weird draft phenomena. You're going to start seeing a bunch of draft nicks, a bunch of the gurus. They're going to start going like, Jeremiah Love and Emmett Johnson from Nebraska, they're not that different. And it's not because they actually think that. It's because they've watched so much Jeremiah Love that they're bored with him, and they just watched Emmett Johnson, in true fashion for the first time, and then they're gonna go like, yeah, look how awesome this guy is. So with 2 weeks to go, if you still love the guy you loved in September, that's a really good sign that it's somebody who you're still gonna love a year from now and 2 years from now and over the entirety of that rookie draft. As I believe Dan Morgan did for Tetairoa McMillan and still does. It's a good sign. The issue becomes when you're like, I don't like anyone that I liked in September. Then you got to do some more work. 2 weeks, though. That's nothing. 2 weeks. We should be like kids and count sleeps till Christmas. It's 2 weeks. It's nothing. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is the big three at 3. Next up, NC State men's basketball. Justin Gainey's the new head coach. I think I kind of love the assistant coaching staff he's putting together. He's checking off all the things I put on their to-do list. I'll tell you who's going to be helping him on the sideline next.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier Factory Authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
Now for just $5, get a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, hash browns, and small premium roast coffee. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. We are going to talk NC State assistants, but I did during the commercial break find the article that I read, and I was right, and I should have accredited with what I thought it was. It was The Athletic. Joe Person put out the article. If you haven't read so already, it came out 2 days ago, and the title is Why the Panthers Locked In on Tetairoa McMillan a Year Ago. Quote, not going to overthink this. That was the name of the article. So if you want a little insight into how they settled on their Rookie of the Year. There you go. Shout out to Joe. Now, NC State men's basketball hired in, I think, a mostly by the fans, exciting because of what he means to the program as a former player. Justin Gainey to the head coaching spot vacated by Will Wade. And we are now getting more and more insight into how Justin Gainey is going to run his program. And yesterday we talked about it because the first name we heard that is going to be on their sideline is Jonathan Goins, who comes from the Georgia sideline. And it's a pretty good one, right? It's a pretty good one. We talked about it yesterday. Now we have – sorry, it's Anthony Goins. I don't know why I said Jonathan. Now we have two more that are reportedly going to be joining him on the sideline. And I would say 3 assistants and a head coach, that's usually your brain trust. You're still going to have, perhaps more assistants or players, director of player developments or, guys that help out. There's going to be more staffers, but I always kind of look at the C-suite, right? Like the executives of the team as the head coach and his 3 top lieutenants, his 3 top assistants. And it appears as if it'll be Goins, who we talked about yesterday, Alvin Brooks III, as well as Matthew Driscoll. Now, I'm going to explain why I am excited for Alvin Brooks III and Matthew Driscoll. Alvin Brooks III spent the last 2 seasons at Kentucky. That's under Mark Pope. Prior to that, was a longtime assistant under Scott Drew at Baylor. Now, let's not act like the last couple years at Kentucky have been Kentucky level. So the thing that I would take from there is he knows how to spend money. Those Kentucky rosters are worth a bunch of cash.
I think reportedly $22 million spent on their roster this past season for Mark Pope.
Now, it didn't exactly translate to results.
There's that.
So you hope he learned some lessons, but also, there just comes – he's in that world, right? There's good experience, bad experience. You hope to learn from both. He's in that world. What I would be more interested in is the long time under Scott Drew at Baylor. Now, I'm not acting like Baylor's in the poorhouse. I'm not acting like they're a poverty program, but they're not a traditional basketball power, and they won a national championship.
I know, 2021, it's very easy to forget. Oh, wait, Baylor won a national title.
Yeah, and Scott Drew was everybody's next big thing, and he was turning down jobs, and Baylor had to pony up cash, and all of the, they won a national championship. And he was right there for it. So there is no doubt, things from his experience under Scott Drew at Baylor that he can bring that directly translate to a school like NC State.
And he was the associate head coach there, too.
Which it's a good title to have amongst the assistant coaches, right? There's more responsibility, there's more power, usually more pay. You're
second in command.
Yeah, you're above the rest. So that's big because, you just want people that have been in college basketball and been recruiting at a high level for a while. Then they also brought in Matthew Driscoll. Matthew Driscoll, this past year, was an assistant at Kansas State and actually finished as the head coach at Kansas State for the last 6 games of the regular season in their loss in the Big 12 conference tournament because the head coach got fired and he was the interim. But he also has over a decade and a half of head coaching experience during his time at North Florida, which, by the way, it's already going viral because it's being reported that he's going to join NC State's staff. There's a clip where he finishes talking to his team in the locker room, and then as they're walking out, my guy just screams. It's like howling at the moon. If you're going Wolfpack reference, he's just eyes closed, letting it loose, and the clip is quite funny. So if you haven't seen it yet, find it on social media. Matthew Driscoll, it's funny. But that is a key. His role is a key to me for Justin Gainey. A decade and a half plus as a head coach. That is something that Justin Gainey doesn't have and can't manufacture. Right? If you think you're bad at, or if you think you're inexperienced at drawing up inbound plays. You can go grind. You can go find books and YouTube videos, and you can talk to experts, and you can find a way to build that base. You can't find a way to build a base of being an experienced head coach. There's only one way to get there, and that's to go do it. If he can borrow some of that experience from Driscoll, just as far as all the roles that fall on a head coach in-game, week to week, year to year, that's huge. Now, if you remember, there were three. Actually, I think there were four, because one of them was just like recruit and evaluate players, which everybody should be able to do. But there were four things on the to-do list once they named Justin Gainey. Four. One of them was find somebody with offensive guru status. We talked about yesterday the fact that they hired Goings from Georgia to be an offensive coordinator, filled that role. Two was find somebody to be on his coaching staff that had a boatload of head coaching experience, and it didn't necessarily have to be at the Power 5 level because, those guys don't become available for assistant jobs very often. They found that in Matthew Driscoll. The next was find somebody who knows how to fundraise and deal with the money. Fundraise and deal with the money. They got a guy that has spent time at Baylor and Kentucky. Whether they spent the money well at Kentucky or not, they came up with it. And Baylor definitely has leveled up their budget, their spending, their fundraising while he was on the staff at Baylor. That's all three, right? And then, like evaluate and recruit the players. That should fall on all of them. But it tells me that Justin Gainey, unlike a lot of head coaches, especially young head coaches, like inexperienced head coaches, has a extremely sharp vision of what he doesn't know. And he went and got people that know those things. A lot of head coaches, they've been, especially if you've been a long-time assistant, you've been dreaming of that moment. You might have a journal that you don't tell anybody about all the things you're going to do when you're a head coach, right? You're watching all the head coaches you worked for going, oh, that was dumb. Oh, I'll never do that. Oh, I'm going to revolutionize that part of the game. I have all the answers. Just, think like freshmen, right? They roll up thinking it's all going to be there. Think rookies. Then they get their welcome to the league moment, right? He showed up and he went, all right, I'm not going to revolutionize all of this, right? I'm going to understand the things that I'm good at, the things that I know, the things that I am well-equipped to deal with. And I'm going to bring people in that fill in some of my blind spots. Now, it all obviously will fall at his feet, right? Winning and losing, you never see the assistant coaches, right? They're not introduced with, and he went 94-102 as an assistant coach at blah, blah, blah. You never hear that, right? But head coaches are always, his win-loss record is. So he's the final say. Don't get me wrong. Justin Gainey is going to be the one with the gavel. But he has some people that'll argue in his court that perhaps are experts in things that he doesn't bring to the table. And I think that is an excellent sign.
I'm curious to see with these guys coming in from different programs, like you said, guy from Georgia, guy coming in from Kentucky, different areas. I wonder when they actually get their roster together, how their philosophies and where they've drawn from, how that meshes with a group of guys that haven't played together before. So, I mean, it's coaches who haven't coached together before, coaching guys who haven't played together before. I'm really curious about how quickly that's all going to mesh. And again, if you can find the right guys, I think it's really on Gainey and that staff to figure out, all right, these are the types of players that we want, as opposed to let's just go collect talent.
I'm with you. I mean, that's obviously the question. It's also why Justin Gainey does have to be the final voice, right? It can't be, you can't divide up the roster. You get three guys, you get three guys, you get three guys. Bring in who you want, and I'll get three guys, and then we'll play a basketball game.
All right, who wants to go get a center? You? All right, you go. Okay, you go get a center. Who's got guards?
Yeah, everybody shows up. We all got point guards. Okay, this is not going to go as well as we would have thought. But there has to be like the cohesion. It's just hey, this guy, I really like him. Goins, can you do something offensively with him? Like you have to have all of that built in, right? Or, hey, Driscoll, we're thinking about running 6 freshmen in our 8-man rotation here. Or like, Do you think it's possible with these guys, right? You've been a head coach there. Are we going to need more leadership? Like those questions are probably too surface level. They'll be more detailed. But I like that it's not actually, it would even concern me if it were like all guys he had worked with in the past, right? Then you get a little echo chamber, just a lot of like you need different ideas in the room. I think it's a really well put together. And again, I don't know the like I haven't talked with these assistants. I don't want to act like I know them personally. I like the styles of coach that he has hired. I like what their resumes look like. If their personalities mix is something that you got to shake hands and look people in the eye and figure that out. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we move on, Tim Donnelly here for Miller Lending. Miller Lending, they want to offer you a no closing cost loan, right? Don't let closing costs stop you from buying or refinancing your home. If it's always, yeah, we could, but that's a big fat check, even on top of our monthly payment. Don't let closing costs be the thing that stop you from buying or refinancing, because Miller Lending wants to offer you a no closing cost loan. Just eliminate it, right? Go to Miller Lending and don't worry about it. And if rates drop 2 weeks from now, 2 years from now, obviously well before your mortgage would be scheduled to be donezo, refinance with no closing costs again. Do it as many times as you want to, as many times as you need to get the lowest possible monthly rate, monthly payment. The number to call, if you have questions, it's completely free, no obligation to give them a call, have a conversation, see if it's right for you. The number is 919-447-3377. That's 919-447-3377. Or visit them online at millerlending.com. That's millerlending.com. We have the Dean's List coming up next, and Dennis, do we want to do it right now?
Yeah, say let's do it.
Let's do it. We're getting a contestant for the 5K Slap Shot Showdown. Hopefully you are all aware that you should be listening all day today, all day tomorrow, and potentially on Monday. Who knows? For your chance to see the Storm Surge in person, it's time to qualify for our 5K Slap Shot Showdown right now. Be caller number 9 to 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326. If you're caller number 9, you'll have a shot to win playoff tickets and maybe $5,000. Caller number 9 to 919-860-5326. I stumbled through that, so I'll say it one more time just so you have no excuses. 919-860-5326. Call in now. Caller number 9 will have a chance. Stick around.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 984-272-2600 to get protected. Do you have unfiled returns or tax debt? We work directly with the IRS and states so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility may not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 984-272-2600. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 984-272-2600. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite, except the second first bite. Get a Cajun filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, It's Bow Time.
When sleep isn't working, everything feels harder. Your health, your patience, your focus, even your relationships. I'm Megan Giggling with Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Too often, people are told to wait months or even years just to talk to a sleep specialist. But untreated sleep problems don't wait. At Parkway, care begins within weeks with home sleep studies and fast, coordinated support so people can move forward instead of staying stuck. Better sleep changes everything.
Parkway Sleep, your fastest path to better sleep. Start today at parkwaysleep.com. Sound sleep, sound health.
Canes hockey is back. Grab an ice cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Canes. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Official hard tea and lemonade of the Carolina Hurricanes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time to see if Austin in Raleigh can qualify for the 5K Slapshot Showdown and be one of our contestants. Austin, I am rooting for you. Are you ready to answer a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a very simple question. It is a very easy question. I am not asking this to try to trick you by any means, okay?
Okay.
Name a player who currently plays for the Carolina Hurricanes.
Sebastian Aho.
There you go. There you go. Didn't have to make it any more complicated than it needed to be. You are a contestant in the 5K Slapshot Showdown. Could be winning playoff tickets. Who knows? Maybe $5,000. Make sure you stay on the line.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, is right. Make sure you stay on the line. And
I
Dennis,
appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you as well. Stay on the line, and Dennis will grab the info he needs to make sure you're all qualified up, okay?
Thanks, man. Go Canes.
Go Canes. Love it. Tune in next hour as well, because we will be qualifying more contestants for the 5K Slapshot Showdown today. So there'll be at least one more. Probably more, but at least one more in the 4 o'clock hour. All right, The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Now that we have that taken care of, I can let you know that we will be talking with Marcus Ginyard, a former national champion at the University of North Carolina, men's basketball player, all ACC defensive team selection, a little bit later on in this hour about the Michael Malone hire and the insight that he can provide us. So that's coming up. But in the meantime, let's quickly throw on a few of the Dean's List. Speaking of Carolina, completely unintentionally, this is going to be a Carolina-heavy Dean's List. But we have Marcus Ginyard coming up, so that makes sense. First up, Kenna Ray Dark. That is Kenna Ray Dark, a North Carolina Tar Heel softball pitcher who ripped up, steamrolled Queens last night. Queens on the softball diamond. She threw her second career no-hitter as Carolina shut down the Royals 8-0 in a run rule victory in 6 innings. It is the second no-no of the season for Carolina. Lily Parrish threw the first back in February, but there was a dismantling on the softball field. Kenna Ray Dark on the Dean's List for twirling a no-no. A no-hitter. Stand him up, sit him down. And it was a big win. Congratulations. That has to be a pretty cool feeling. More Dean's List. How about we just throw all of Carolina athletics, all of Tar Heel athletics on the Dean's List today? They are first place in the country after the winter sports season in the Learfield Cup standings. Now, the Learfield Cup standings are kind of all-encompassing, right? They take in every sport that the NCAA has to offer, where your teams finish, how many top finishes, how many champions, obviously, and beyond. Carolina is leading after the winter sports season. Think about it. Pretty darn good. Duke 8th, NC State 12th, by the way. So all of the schools in the Triangle getting it done, and the ACC getting it done. Stanford in second, Virginia in third, Notre Dame, who you count, I don't know, like 85% of their, 90% of their, everything except football of their sports, ACC, seventh. So if you include the teams I just mentioned, Carolina in first, Stanford in second, Virginia in third, Notre Dame seventh, Duke eighth, State 12th. That's a lot, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half of the top 12 comes from the ACC. Top to bottom, can't argue with it. Dominant. All right, here's a couple more Dean's Listers, and this is doubles as your trivia question of the day. Comes from David Hale. David Hale, ESPN, covers the ACC, covers college sports, fellow Delaware alum. But he tweeted this out. Phillip Rivers, I'm going to give you the answers, then we'll work our way back to the question. Phillip Rivers in 2003. Drake May in 2022. Jay Wilkinson in 1963. They all make the Dean's List for being their school here in the Triangle's last top 10 Heisman voting player. David Hale went and found the last player for each ACC school to finish in the top 10 in Heisman voting. Phillip Rivers in 2003 for NC State, Drake May in 2022 for Carolina, and Jay Wilkinson in 1963 for Duke. Now you may say, well, okay, you did the Triangle. Why didn't you do the entire state of North Carolina in the ACC? It's a good question. Well, I did. There's your answer. I did. Wake has never had a player finish in the top 10 of the Heisman voting. Only school in the ACC to not have had a single one. So Phil Rivers, Drake May, and Jay Wilkinson make the list to guarantee that their school did not make the list along with Wake. And then last one here, for me, if Dennis gets off and he has one, he can throw one on here as well. He's still working with the contestant for the 5K Slapshot Showdown.
Yeah, I was just chatting with Austin. He's very excited.
He should be.
Yeah, I'm excited for him.
My last Dean's List members for today, 24-year-old Europeans. Have you seen the new proposed eligibility rules? Ross Dellinger, Yahoo Sports.
Okay.
The NBA, or NCAA, not in the NBA, the NCAA is exploring a significant change to its eligibility rules. 5 full years of eligibility from high school graduation.
Okay.
Or, if you don't go to an American high school, from the time you turn 19. So your 19th birthday, you get 5 years after that. Which means, I went to an American high school. I didn't turn 19 until my entire freshman year of football was over.
Yeah, likewise.
If you're a European, you can play till you're 24. If you're an American and you have you're not super old for your grade, you'll be significantly younger when your eligibility runs out.
Yeah.
That seems like you're punishing United States high school graduates that don't hold themselves back in 7th grade to be super old.
Yeah, I was 18 all the way through my freshman year. I was having a summer birthday.
I would say probably leaning old for my grade. I'm kind of middle of the pack, but leaning old. And I was 18 into the second semester. All of fall seasons were done and winter seasons were in full swing.
I was still 21 when I graduated college.
So yeah, you would have gotten more years because you get 5 years of eligibility. So you would have had one more, but you would have been done at 22. And Europeans would be sophomores essentially. So European 24-year-olds, congrats. You just get to play way later than everybody else. Except for special circumstances, which they did say pregnancy leave.
Oh, okay. Of course.
Military, serving in the military.
Okay, which makes sense.
Or religious missions.
Okay.
And then one of the top comments was someone saying, every scrawny 18-year-old is going to convert to Mormonism for 2 years. Got to bulk up. I need a reason to not start my clock yet.
I'm on a mission.
To
get jacked.
To Gaines. Where are you serving? Venice Beach? Right where they have the weights on the beach? All right. I don't want to make any more religious references. That was not intended to joke at any Mormons. Coming up next, Marcus Ginyard, national champion from Carolina, joins the show. But first, Dennis Cox has some info for you.
I do. Dennis Cox here real quick for my good friends over at Law Tigers. All right, folks, here's the thing. It's motorcycle riding season. I need everyone to do one very important thing. I need you to pay attention. I need you to pay attention because you're going to see a lot more motorcycles out there on the road. Especially, I guarantee you're going to see a lot of motorcycles out on the road this weekend. Weather's going to be gorgeous. People aren't going to be going to work. People are just going to be out there cruising on the roads. So I need everyone out there just to pay attention. And that includes riders as well. Always be safe when you're out there on the road. And one thing that I was taught the very first time I got on a motorcycle, actually even before I even got on a motorcycle, was always have an out. Always have an escape. Because you never know when a car is going to cut you off. You never know when a car is going to swerve. You never know when an animal is going to come running out in the middle of the road. Always have an escape. But unfortunately, injuries can happen in a motorcycle accident. That's why you got to call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or even give them a call or contact them at lawtigers.com before you call your insurance company. Case evaluation with Law Tigers, it's always free, or you don't pay a dime until your case settles. So give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or visit lawtigers.com. Again, case evaluation is always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. Contact them even before the insurance companies, because insurance companies, they drag out the process. They give you the least amount possible. Law Tigers, they are there to fight for you. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, brings a former Tar Heel legend onto the Heister Automotive Group hotline. When we come back, stick around.
This April, the party's in Cary as Abbey Road Tavern and Grill Cary celebrates 30 years of great food, drinks, and unforgettable nights. The 3-day anniversary bash starts Friday night, April 10th, with live music and beer reps handing out freebies. Saturday the 11th is an all-day outdoor party with local bands and a draft truck pouring cold ones. Wrap it up on Sunday the 12th with a hangover party featuring Totally Otis and killer drink specials all weekend long. All happening at Abbey Road Tavern and Grill in Cary. Details at abbeyroadnc.com.
Hey, this is Luke with Newcomb & Company. We are a residential, commercial, plumbing, HVAC company who's been serving the community for over 70 years. Honesty is the biggest policy around here. You know, we take pride in everything we do, anything we touch. We're not one of those companies that come and throw it in and then you can't get a hold of them again. We're there with you hand in hand. Here at Newcomb & Company, what stands apart from other companies is we actually do more than just AC and heat pumps. We do boilers, geothermals, furnaces, radiant floor, anything that is odds and ends that nobody else can touch is what we thrive on. At Newcomb & Company, we do same-day service. That's also another thing that helps us stand apart from other places is we do same-day service because we have enough professionals to get out to these houses to solve what the problems are. And we're on 24/7 on emergency basis, weekends, nights, holidays, you name it, we're there.
Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
Golf season is here. Time to score big savings on pre-owned, tailor-made QI35 and Titleist GT metals. Plus, upgrade your bag for less. Bring in your current clubs and take advantage of our trade-in program towards your next purchase. And all month long, every fitting is absolutely free. Just call to schedule your appointment. Visit the Global Golf Outlet Store at 7320 ACC Boulevard in North Raleigh. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Global Golf, home of the best deals in golf.
Adam Gold and I am in studio with my friend Ryan Monsine from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. I have been doing the open house shows forever. We got one coming up.
Yeah, we do. This Friday, this Saturday, we have Friday 8 to 5, Saturday 8 to 4. We'll have free ice cream. We'll have food. Come on out and put your name in for some of our drawings. We're giving away thousands and thousands of dollars away in prizes. Bring out pictures of your projects. If you have something you're thinking about, take a picture, show it to us. We're happy to meet you and take a look at all our products with our sales representatives and manufacturers reps. We're a one-stop shop company that can take care of all your home improvement needs, whether it's gutters, windows, siding, doors, roofing. We really can turnkey the whole project, and then you get a lifetime warranty at the end of it all.
The array of products is awesome. 800-672-4348 this Friday and Saturday at the Aluminum Company of North Carolina on Hamlin Road in Durham. aluminumcompany.com.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Shout out to Austin and Raleigh. The excitement that he had for being a 5K Slapshot Showdown is the only reason that it took a while to make sure he was registered. He is all in, and he is ready to go. If you want to join him as a contestant for the 5K Slapshot Showdown, you want to be tuned in, don't call right now. Don't do it. Don't you do it. But next hour, or maybe the hour after that, you can come through and earn your chance. We'll also keep you updated on the Masters. We'll keep you updated on the breaking news. And we are working on connecting up with Marcus Ginyard, as I said before the break. Hopefully we're able to do that. In the meantime, I can give you a little insight into what Michael Malone appears to be doing with his coaching staff. There's some rumors out there, okay? And we might actually have a little bit more confirmation here. Earlier today, it's getting close. Andrew Jones of Tar Heel 247, the Tar Heels are retaining. This is a day after Michael Malone was kind of reported to be adding assistant coach Chuck Martin to his staff, who is a coach that had spent quite a bit of time on John Calipari's staff. But Andrew Jones of Tar Heel 247 is reporting that the Tar Heels are retaining Sean May, Eric Hoots, and Pat Sullivan. These are coaches that have been on the staff for Hubert Davis. So Michael Malone doing some evaluation and realizing he wants to keep a good amount of the staff together. And I'm sure that'll come up in our conversation that we will start right now with Marcus Ginyard, former North Carolina guard, national champion, ACC all-defensive team selection. This is a guy with some bona fides, and we're happy he's joining us on the Heister Automotive Group hotline. Marcus, appreciate the time. I know from our correspondence that you're down there in Augusta for a little golf tournament. So thank you very much for peeling your eyes away from the tourney to join us. I have to say,
it's a pleasure to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Of course. I saw Michael Malone's meeting. They posted some pictures. Carolina did with the former players, and it's Hansbrough. Sean May was in there, and right there in the mix, I see your face. What can you pass along to us that was said in that meeting that was used to get the former players riled up?
Yeah, one, I was just very, very touched, that he wanted to create that space for us. It's very clear that he understands how important the Carolina family is. And so for him to invite us in just to, connect with him and meet with him, before he went and presented himself, a little more formally in the press conference really meant a lot to us. And so, that was a great sign of respect. And I think what you heard in the press conference was just, more of that, right? Like he wants to honor the tradition of Carolina. He wants to bring us back into national prominence and to a level where we all are expecting Carolina basketball to be. And so, we really felt that energy and we felt that excitement from him. And so I think he did a phenomenal job of just getting us all, excited for the future.
Was there any communication from you guys to him? Was there a message from the family to the new guy, making sure he understood where you guys were seeing things?
Nothing formally that I'm aware of. There's a handful of guys that reached out to him individually, but he made it very clear that he wants to build a relationship with us, that his door is going to be open, that he wants to learn from us, he wants to get to know us. And so, again, we really felt that he was extending his hand to us, and I have no doubt that we will do the same.
We're talking with Marcus Ginyard, former Carolina guard, national champ, here on the Heister Automotive Group hotline. Marcus, you used the term level that we expect Carolina basketball to be. What is that level? How do you measure success for Michael Malone?
Listen, I don't want to be on record here as saying, if he doesn't do this, then Mike Malone is not successful. But, when you think about North Carolina basketball, you think about competing for ACC championships and putting yourself in position to win national championships, whether that's, getting to Elite Eights and getting to Final Fours, you guys can figure out what makes the most sense in that regard. But at the end of the day, we need to be competing for championships. And we also need to be playing the Carolina way. You need to see guys flying around out there. You need to see guys playing defense. You need to see guys playing together. And what Coach Malone said was very interesting. There's teams, that play with each other, and then there's teams that play for each other. And I think that, to me, is a big-time indicator that he gets it, that he understands, and he's going to bring a new energy and a new mentality to Carolina basketball.
He also brought up the style, like maybe not effort-wise, but the actual style of basketball he wants to play. He talked about transition and getting out and running, and he doesn't want to play in the half court if he doesn't have to. Is that something that you think is part of Carolina's identity, where that's like a necessity? Because I think of high flying up and down when I think of the Tar Heels.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly how we played. That's exactly how teams played before me. I always thought that we were a track team that they gave a basketball to, you know. I want to see this team play fast, play in transition, get easy buckets. There's just so much, that can be gained from those easy baskets, building your confidence. I mean, when you think about seeing Ty Lawson and Kendall Marshall fly it up and down the court, even after a made basket and score within 3 or 4 seconds, I want to see that come back to Carolina basketball. So I was very excited to hear him say that.
Was there any concern, like, amongst, like I say, inside the family, we're all outsiders here, with the fact that he had never coached in college before?
No, not for me, honestly. I mean, this is a guy that is a proven winner, and to me that meant more than anything, at least for me personally. And then you heard all the things that he said in the press conference, right? This is a guy that gets it. We all know that he's got the X's and O's. He's got the experience. Again, championship pedigree. It's going to be a transition. It's going to be, it's going to be new in some ways, but at the end of the day, just like Coach Malone said, it's basketball. And another thing that really impressed me is to say, hey, listen, I'm going to put the best team around me to help support me, right? He understands that there may be some things that he doesn't understand about the college game or about whatever, NIL, recruiting, et cetera, but he already acknowledged that and said, you know what, but I'm going to put the best team around me. And so to me, it's just, someone that's aware, understanding, and that to me makes him feel the most comfortable that he's going to be thinking through this the right way.
It does seem like the coaching staff is reportedly coming together. Yesterday, reports Chuck Martin, longtime Calipari assistant, could be joining him. Today, Tar Heels 247 is saying that it's expected that he'll retain Sean May, Pat Sullivan, and Eric Hoots, who are all on the staff in different proximities under Hubert Davis. Do you like the stability, if that's what he ends up doing, and grabbing guys that are already entrenched in the program?
Absolutely. I mean, I love that. I think it makes the most sense, not only from a personal level, because I love those guys, but for him too, just making sure that there's some continuity, to your point, some stability that remains in a moment of change, in a moment of transition. And so I think that it makes the world of sense from that standpoint, and they're all just highly qualified at the same time. So love that those guys will still be there. And just kind of help carry this tradition forward.
How much does it matter in this college basketball, right? It's really difficult because, we're around the same age. We grew up where, NIL wasn't a thing and the transfer portal wasn't a thing. And just the brand of Carolina, right? How, cool it was, with making myself sound 1,000 years old, mattered so much. Now where, other teams can just cut a fat check, like how much does it matter that UNC is that cool brand that we grew up with?
It matters a lot to me. And I want to get back to that point when people do feel that this is the coolest brand, not only just the basketball, but just the coolest brand. I know we're here talking about Carolina hoops, but we're so much more than just the hoops, even though the hoops are a big deal, right? And so I want to get to the point where everybody wants to be walking around with Carolina shorts and everybody's, we don't talking about aging yourself here, I was about to say I want to see everybody walking around with Carolina starter jackets, but man, that was 30 years ago. But anyway, I'm excited, and I feel like we're starting, this kind of new era, with the intent of all those things coming true, right? Bringing us back into the national light that you and I both know that we experienced growing up.
By the way, those starter jackets are coming back around. If you have one stuffed in your closet, they're going for big money nowadays.
Pull it out, huh?
Yeah, pull it out and see what you can do. Last question for you, and I appreciate your time, Marcus, as always.
Of course.
But, you're down there in Augusta. What stood out on the course yesterday? I know it's underway here, so maybe mix in some of your results from today, but give us a story, right? I'm just a Masters junkie.
No, I hear you. Well, I appreciate you giving up my location. So now everybody knows why I was on Zoom and not in the office today. All good, though.
My
That's
bad.
on me.
My bad.
No, it's all good, man. It's just amazing to be down here. For anybody that's been down here, they know it's just a special time. Everybody's so excited to be down here. You got one of the most prestigious golf tournaments on the planet happening right here in this beautiful town. And, yeah, man, I'm just excited to be here. I was fortunate to get out there a couple times already this week. And so just looking for some good golf, man, and excited to see what kind of drama we'll be seeing throughout the weekend here, because there always is some drama. So I'm just fired up to see how this thing ends.
I am wildly jealous, and I'm wildly appreciative of your time. Thanks, Marcus.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Once again, that is Marcus Ginyard, former North Carolina guard, national champion, ACC all-defensive team selection, and somebody I am very jealous of for this entire week. Joining us on the Heister Automotive Group hotline to react to his old program, hiring Michael Malone and the staff building around him and everything that goes along with it. When we come back, we'll hit a little football at 4 with some draft intel about the Carolina Panthers next.
It's back. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale at the Carscott Building in Raleigh, featuring Suzuki Outboards April 10th through the 12th. And it's bringing the largest inventory and deepest discount of the year. Save thousands off top brands. On-site financing to get you approved and on the water. Boats in stock and priced to move now. Test ride your boat at delivery. Get in a new boat or upgrade in time for summer. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale, April 10th through the 12th at the Carscott Building in Raleigh, featuring Suzuki Outboards.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Think only current and former smokers get lung disease? Well, before you breathe a sigh of relief, WakeMed would like to remind you that even if you've never smoked in your life, secondhand smoke or environmental toxins can put you at risk. So go to wakemed.org and take our free online lung health assessment. It takes just a few minutes, and who knows, it could keep lung disease from taking your life.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
The Canes light the lamp here. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Nice feeling afternoon out there for us. Temperatures in the upper 60s, nice and crisp and pretty out there with all that sunshine. Not as chilly tonight. We'll see an overnight low of 42 under mainly clear skies, and a beautiful day on Friday, high of 76 degrees and partly cloudy. Highs over the weekend are in the low 80s.
4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones at the closing bell up 275 points today to 48,185.
Let's move the chains. Time for football at 4.
It is time for football at 4, just as it is every day when the clock strikes 4 here on The Drive. And there's a specific piece, just a morsel of draft intel that I want to talk about for the Carolina Panthers today during Football at 4, and it comes from Jordan Reed, draft insider for ESPN. ESPN put out an article, and it's all of their questions and intel into every team in the draft. We are, by the way, we said it earlier, but in case you weren't listening, we are 2 weeks from the NFL draft. 2 weeks ago today, we'll be getting ready for the first round. So Jordan Reed wrote this. Adding, they got to source it, right? Sources close to the Panthers, according to Jordan Reed. Adding another playmaker for Bryce Young is viewed as essential. It is certainly possible that they draft a receiver in round 1 for the 3rd consecutive year. He adds another position to watch is tight end, which fits, right? If you're thinking receiver, you're thinking pass catcher, you're thinking tight end right along with it. The reason why I find this interesting is, because 3 wide receivers in 3 consecutive first rounds is startling. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm not saying it's not what they should do, but I am saying when you notice that, you should double check, right? Are we sure this is something we want to do? Are we sure this is the right move? Because it's unusual. And then once you dive in a little deeper, you learn, well, Xavier Legette, that's one of the last picks of the first round, and it's not going well. And, you didn't even have a first-round pick that year and just traded up from the top of the second round to go get him. So it's a little different, right? A pick in the 30s and a pick in the teens and a pick in the single digits, they're not really of the same species, but in history, we just describe them as first-rounders. I always think it's hilarious when there's a trade and, a team that was last year in the conference championship and brings back everybody and they're all young, trades away a first-rounder, and they're just like, you got a first-rounder for that guy? And you're like, well, that's pick 27 at best, right?
And he picked 4.
Yeah, it's different. Now, obviously things could happen. Quarterbacks get hurt, and it could be better. But it's not all first-rounders are created equal. So if you look at the 3 first-rounders that they would have used, it would be a single-digit late, a teens late if they stick and pick at 19 this year, and a pick in the 30s. That's not 3 first-rounders. That's 3 different levels of picks. It is 3 first-rounders, but it's also 3 different levels of picks. So once you wrap your head around it being a possibility and it not being what the Lions did, I think they were the last team to take 3 wide receivers in the first round in 3 consecutive years, but it was like the 2nd overall pick, the 4th overall pick, and the 8th overall pick, something like that.
All high picks.
It didn't work out for them. That's a completely different beast, right? Those picks have to get value, and you have to spread it around the roster. You can't just build, this weird conglomerate of wide receivers that didn't work out. So I'm okay with them drafting a wide receiver at pick 19 if they want to, which I didn't expect to say, if I'm being real. But once you wrap your head around that, you then get to which one would it be? Who are they high on? What archetype of wide receiver do you need? And you're going to hear me say something over and over and over and over and over again. Actually, I'll thesaurus it and say it in a bunch of different ways, but it all means the same thing. Home run threat. You could say, I need a guy with big playability. I need a guy that can stretch the field. I need a guy who's going to take the top off. I need a guy who's going to get respect from safeties. I need a guy. It needs to be a home run threat. That is my ideal wide receiver for what they have. Okay? So taking a player in the first round, you don't draft for need, you don't draft for depth in the first round. You draft for guys that will immediately change the chemistry of your team. And that's no disrespect, but guys like Denzel Boston from Washington, I don't believe do it. There's too much talent overlap with Teteroa McMillan. Tall guy, right? Contested catch guy, strong hands. It's not going to do it. But if you throw me a Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, you throw me a Casey Concepcion, who many are familiar with from his time at NC State, or I actually think the tape was better at Texas A&M, but his freshman year was great at State. If you throw me some of those individuals, I become much more interested. If, and this is a big if, your scouts and everything really like them. The beauty of having Tetairoa McMillan, Jalen Coker, you can mix in perhaps a John Mechie who joined the team this offseason and has a relationship with Bryce Young, Xavier Leggett, right? These guys that are already there, you don't have to take a wide receiver. So to me, the only reason you take a wide receiver is if you really, really like one, you have him picked, or you have him on your board at least nearly as high as 19 overall, and the style of wide receiver that he is fits into the larger puzzle pieces that you already have in your offense. That is the only way I take a wide receiver, because you could always take an offensive lineman, right, which would help the offense. You can always think about a tight end, right? We did the mock draft Wednesday thing yesterday, and everybody was super jacked up, meaning, what was it, 5 of the 13 mock drafts we looked at? It was 5. 5 of the 13 mock drafts we looked at had Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon going to Carolina.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Which I don't necessarily like the player, but I like that kind of speed, right? When you talk about taking the top off, working the seams, being a different type of pass catcher than the guys you have on your roster, Sadiq would fit that. Do you know what's the wrench in the system of drafting the wide receiver in the first, Dennis?
What's that?
And this could be overthinking it. I often do. So this is where I would bring it up if I were the GM. I would bring it up in front of my inner circle, and I would say, if this is stupid, someone like throw a water bottle at me or something. I think you're going to be able to get, if you want it, a good speed wide receiver in the second round.
Okay. I can see that.
So I don't think they'll be as good as the players I mentioned. I don't think they'll, like, if Jordan Tyson, due to some injury stuff and he hasn't really worked out this offseason, if he falls, or if Concepcion's there, whoever you have as your guy is there, then, who we get in the second round won't be that good. You won't be as highly ranked. But Brazel from Tennessee can flat out fly, and he's 6'5". Zachariah Branch from Georgia is like track star fast. I actually don't think he made enough big plays in college to that's probably what's keeping him back from being a first rounder, something like Xavier Worthy was a couple years ago. But he can flat out fly. And if they're available in the second round, could you use your first round pick on something where you won't get nearly the same player or nearly the same impact in the second round if you don't take that player in the first? That's the kind of math you have to do, and that's the poker game of an NFL draft, right? That is the poker game. Are you willing to hold your cards and stay in and stay committed and take your chance that you'll be able to get that role filled in the second round or third round when you know you could fill it certainly in the first? What positions do you think are deep? It goes back to their, I think, very, very smart execution last year. They could have taken an edge rusher when they took Tetairoa McMillan, right? And who knows? Maybe it's Jalen Walker, who's kind of a tweener, but did get after the quarterback last year for Atlanta, or whoever you had as one of your top edge rushers. They could have taken him there. But they did the math, and they told us this. Dan Morgan told us this right here on this show after the draft. They did the math and realized it was a deep edge rusher draft, and they thought they could get one of the guys they liked nearly as much in the second round. And they did, Nick Scorton. And then one of the guys they were hoping to get in the second round fell to him all the way in the third, and Princely Umanmielen. So they got Scorton and Umanmielen. And that's all just by reading the board, making predictions, and playing the poker game very well. They got their wide receiver because they thought there was a tier break and there weren't as good wide receivers that they could get in the second or third. And their edge rushers they liked. Now, are they as good or as talented or as flawless of a prospect as some of the edge rushers they could have got in the first? No, but it's still guys they liked. Could they do the same thing in reverse this year? Meaning, instead of taking the wide receiver because you think you can wait on other positions, do they take other positions because they think they can wait on wide receiver and still get a pretty good one? And also understand that you're not drafting for number 1 wide receiver. You have your one, right? You have Teteroa McMillan, and that's important because your number 1 has to be a different kind of dude, right? Has to be able to get the attention and get open anyway, right? Has to be able to win in the important situations. So now that you have your dude, does second, third wide receiver, are you more comfortable going, let's take a chance and wait till the second? That's the only reason I would not take a wide receiver there, especially if there's someone there that I like, would be because I think there's somebody who I like nearly as much that could be there in the second round. It is a deep wide receiver draft.
What about like a guy like Chris Brazel from Tennessee?
Is that how you pronounce it? I don't
know if it's Brazel or Brazel.
I say Brazel, but I watch tape of college guys with the like they're on mute and I put music on. So I read it and I never have any idea how to pronounce it. So I say Brazel. That's how
it might be.
That's how I say it in my brain. But I also pronounced from Harry Potter. I read the first one. Hermione was Hermione in my mind, and people make fun of me for that because I still think that's her name. Anyway, Brazel is Brazel in my mind.
Okay.
If he gets drafted to the Panthers, I'll learn how to say it the right way if that's wrong. Even if he's drafted anywhere, when I'm corrected, I will. But yes, he's 6'4", listed at 6'5". I don't think he's quite that tall, but he can flat out fly, and he's good downfield, and he's good adjusting to the ball. Catches, tracks it well over the shoulder. If he's there in the second, if you think he's going to be there in the second and you're willing to bet that he's going to be there in the second, perhaps you go offensive tackle or tight end or something else in the first round, and then you just sweat out that overnight from first round to second round as you hope and wish and hope that he's there. Or someone like him, right? Again, Branch, there's a few others. Branch was legitimately like, he probably could be running in the Olympics if he focused on it. He was like a 10-2 100 guy in high school.
I just listened to a clip online. It's Brazel.
Brazel. All right. Sorry, Brazel family. But I did just sing your praises, so, hopefully you accept my apology.
Yes.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Wide receiver at 19. It would be exciting. It's a fantasy football position. It draws a lot of oohs and ahs.
By the way, you mentioned the Detroit Lions had gone 3 guys in 3 straight years at wide receiver. 2, 7, and 10. Picks 2, 7, and 10.
Really early.
And then went linebacker, and then they took Calvin Johnson with the 2nd overall pick. So they had 4 wide receivers in 5 years in the first round, in the top 10.
The Calvin one, I mean, I don't care if you took wide receivers the previous 7 years. When Calvin Johnson is available, you go, we might look foolish here, but I'm not passing on that guy. That one is tough. The first 3 you can argue about. The 4th one is like, what do you want me to do? It's Megatron. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. By the way, Megatron will not be available at 19. Those players don't make it out of the top 3. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Dennis just told me let's qualify a contestant. 5K Slapshot Showdown, everybody. Here is your chance to see the Storm Surge in person. It's time to qualify another contestant. Right now, be caller number 9 to 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326 for your chance. You'll have to call in. You'll get picked. Caller number 9. You'll wait on hold. We'll bring you on. We'll ask you a question. If you get the question right, which you should, it'll be a very easy question, you'll be qualified and you'll have a shot to win playoff tickets. That's playoff hockey, one of the coolest things in sports, and maybe $5,000. That's just cold hard cash, one of the coolest things in life. So go ahead and call right now, 919-860-5326. Caller number 9 will have a chance to qualify next.
Get crazy, Canes fans. It's hockey night in Carolina. It's your Canes and Chicago.
He scores! Seth Jarvis!
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 8. Puck Drop at 8:30.
Oh, scores! Oh, Shorty! Carolina with a 3-2 lead. Sebastian Aho with his 2nd shorthanded goal of the year.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
At the Home Depot, we have all your appliance answers. And with Spring Black Friday savings, you can get up to 40% off, plus free delivery on select brands like GE Profile. Simplify your day and get the GE Profile all-in-one washer dryer with a quick 90 minutes wash and dry time. Now available in multiple color options. And a fridge with hands-free autofill that fills your cup perfectly while you prep for your day. Shop Spring Black Friday savings and get free delivery on appliance purchases of $998 or more right now at the Home Depot. Offer valid April 9th through April 29th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Hey, what do you say? John Forsland here for my friends at Buffalo Brothers. My favorite place to go in the Triangle for the best wings on the planet. How about this special? Every Monday, half-priced wings all day. Dine-in only. Now that's a deal, baby. Everything on the menu is amazing. Pizza, apps, and always great drink specials. Visit any of their 5 Triangle locations and their pet-friendly patio, too. Online, buffbrothers.com. Aw, man, now I want wings.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time to see if Ben in Raleigh has what it takes to be a contestant in our 5K Slapshot Showdown and perhaps have the chance to win some playoff tickets, maybe $5,000. But as you know, he has to answer a question before he is officially a contestant. So, Ben in Raleigh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, don't be nervous. This is a very simple question. We're not trying to trick you. Are you prepared?
Yes.
All right. We are all aware of the Carolina Hurricanes. Can you name any other team in the NHL other than the Carolina Hurricanes?
The Boston Bruins.
You went topical with it. You went recent, and I like it. Congratulations, Ben. That is an acceptable answer, and you are officially one of our contestants in the 5K Slapshot Showdown.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay on the line, and Dennis will make sure you have all the information you need, and we have all the information we need to solidify your contestant.
We're halfway there. We got 5 of 10 now.
Which means there are 5 more opportunities for you all to be a contestant. So shout out to Ben and shout out to our next 5. Could be you. We will register another contestant today, so sometime before 6 o'clock. It could be any time between now and 6 o'clock, so stay tuned in. Stay ready to dial in. It will be a caller number 9 situation. Not right now, but again, later in the show. So think about that. Also, right now, listen to 99.9 The Fan all weekend long for coverage of the Masters. Here's the current leaderboard presented by Wilson Country Club. That tie at the top we were talking about earlier, still there. Sam Burns, Rory McIlroy, both in the clubhouse, done with their first round, tied for the lead at 5 under par. Nobody else even at 4 under par. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, Patrick Reed, former Masters champion, Justin Rose, Scotty Scheffler, former Masters champion, Gary Woodland. That group is at 3 under par. They are in a tie for third. And then rounding out the top 10, all tied for ninth, would be Shane Lowry, Xander Schauffele, Freddie Couples, making magic. This is 2 under, by the way, Couples through 13. Aaron Rai, Jordan Spieth, and Justin Thomas are all at 2 under par. Some of them still out on the course making their way around, but all at 2 under par in a tie for ninth. Again, that is important, as I described earlier. If your name's not Tiger, if your name's not Rory, and you've won the Masters in the last 21 years, you were in the top 10 after the first day. You were in the top 10 on Thursday when everyone was done with their first round, unless you're Tiger or Rory. They've both been able to come back, but those guys are a little different. Right, those guys are a little different. They're Grand Slam champions, so means something there. So if you're a more run-of-the-mill PGA golfer, run-of-the-mill, $40 million in earnings type player, rather than an all-time great, you really need to be in the top 10 after Thursday if you want to have a realistic chance of winning the Masters. At least that's what history would say. The Masters updates on 99.9 The Fan are teed up by Wilson Country Club, the premier private club of Eastern North Carolina. Once again, that is Wilson Country Club. We will, in about 10 minutes, open up the phone lines and grab some first goal scorer predictions from many of you. So start thinking, if you haven't done so already, about who's going to score the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes tonight as they are on the road in Chicago. 8:30 puck drop, a little bit later than usual, but as always, you can hear it here on 99.9 The Fan. We'll take those calls in a little bit, so start thinking about it. In the meantime, let's hit some cons and cons.
But to play great defense, you need one thing above all else. That starts with a W. Confidence.
All right, Dennis, we're going to have to go quick here, but I want to hit all 3 triangle ACC basketball teams.
All right, all 3, all right.
This is the first cons and cons of next season, or of this season, right? The portal's open, rosters are being assembled, coaching staffs are being assembled. National champion has been crowned. Yay, whatever, Michigan. It's now time for next year already. Confidence and concerns. What are you most confident in? What are you most concerned about with the way these teams are moving? Which team do you want to start with?
Let's go with Duke.
All right.
We've had the least turmoil this offseason.
We'll start with Duke. And as always, we start with concerns. Dennis, what are you concerned about for Duke?
My concern for them is that are they going to have enough experience coming back next season? Because Caleb Foster, I'm assuming Caleb Foster will come back for his senior season. But what about Isaiah Evans? What about Patrick Gumba? These guys that will be juniors next year. We have seen in the NCAA tournament experience mattering. Obviously, talent matters, but experience matters as well. We know that there's going to be a ton of good freshmen that are coming in next year, but how much experience is going to be returning next year? So that's just my concern. Obviously, we'll see what Duke does. Transfer portal, if there's a fifth-year guy that maybe John Shire can pluck like he did with guys like Sion James, with guys like
Malik Brown.
Not Malik Brown, but the guy that was Mason Gillis that came over from Purdue. Again, fifth-year guys. So how much experience are they going to have next year?
Ours are going to be funny. My concern is late game, big game flashbacks. Like it's now happened enough that, you know, if they have a 14-point lead next year in a giant game, maybe an NCAA tournament game, I think if it collapses to like 6, you're going to start having those ooh, even though you're still ahead by two possessions, right? It's now just going to be one of those, the metaphorical monkey that you got to get off your back. It makes it a little bit more of an effort. So, late game, big game, kind of deja vus, I guess might be. Because I really like the talent they assemble. I love their recruiting class, all those sort of things. It's just that weird mental hurdle that they have to get over in those big games in the Shire era. Confidence. What are you confident in for Duke?
They bring in talent.
Darn right.
Plain and simple, talent. They're always going to have it.
Mine is, I think they're going to be older next year. I'm expecting not all, but a good amount of Foster, Gumba, Evans, Boozer, Sarr to return. So you can lose, 1 or 2 of those guys and still be a team that has more maybe not overall experience, because like the Malik Browns you brought up, the Mason Gillises, they might have more college experience, but they'd have more Duke experience than really any team of the Shire era. And I think that's important for overcoming those flashbacks I was talking about. All right, what team are we going to next?
Let's go to NC State.
NC State, what are you concerned about for the Wolfpack? Most concerned about for the Wolfpack?
My concern, we kind of touched on it earlier when we were talking about Justin Gainey, is the fact that obviously he's a first-time head coach, but his staff is newly assembled together. And the guys that he brings in next year, it's all going to be brand new. It's brand new for everyone. Brand new roles, brand new team, brand new systems. It's all brand new. My concern, how quick does it gel?
My concern, and it's more of a mystery than it is a bad, is their roster.
Yeah.
It's a blank slate.
It really is.
Which could be a good thing, but it's also kind of daunting, right? Matt Abel in the transfer portal, Paul McNeil in the transfer portal. If you pay attention to Wolfpack Twitter, towards the end of the season, there was a lot of keep Abel, keep McNeil, everybody else can go.
Yeah, most guys were graduating anyway.
A lot of guys graduating.
Alan Breed's in the
portal. Arsenault's in the portal. It is a truly blank slate of a roster, which, again, could be a good thing if you go out there and pick the right guys, but it's a daunting challenge for a new head coach who's putting together a staff, as you mentioned, trying to get to know each other. They're trying to feel each other out, see what kind of program they want to be. And the portal's ticking. Like, clock is a-going, right? Everybody's out there making their calls, handling their business. So that roster just being so empty right now is my concern. What's your confidence?
I think Justin Gainey is going to have the gift of patience at NC State.
Good point.
I think that's the thing, is that there's not a lot of pressure for him to, like, all right, you got to go make an Elite Eight this year. I don't think he has that pressure this year, even for maybe in the first couple of seasons. I think that gift of patience is going to pay off for him.
Being the guy that follows Will Wade is kind of a nice spot to be.
You're not Will Wade, yeah.
Because everybody is asking for loyalty. Like everybody is asking for long-term planning, which is good for a coach. That doesn't happen very often. A lot of times it's now. After Will Wade just, lived a whole life in a year, they're like, whoa, slow down, patience, which is big. My confidence is I like what they're doing with the coaching staff. Goins, Brooks, Driscoll fill the roles that I think they needed to fill. And this is obviously like confirmation bias. Like, if you agree with me, I think you're doing a great job. Happens for all of us. I'm not above it. This is a very similar staff that I would have hired if I were Justin Gainey. So, of course, I'm going to like it. Right? It's like, you got great taste in music. We actually just like the same bands. That's kind of what's going on here. But I drew out a blueprint before I knew who they were going to hire, and they've kind of walked down it. So I'm pot committed. I said this is what you should do. Now I have to hope it works, or else my advice doesn't make any. I lose a little credibility there. So let's go. Make it work. Make it happen. Lastly,
Carolina.
The newsmakers of the week. We had Marcus Ginyard earlier to break it down. What are you? What's a you? What are you concerned about for the Carolina Tar Heels?
My concern is for Michael Malone. It's just the adaptation to everything else that goes along with college basketball. Getting on the phone and calling fundraisers and boosters and season ticket holders, going to the Rams Club meetings and all those kinds of things. Now, how you navigate the transfer portal, all of that stuff. There's so many elements. As much as college basketball is professional, it's not the same as the NBA. Just because it's pro doesn't mean it's the same as the NBA. It's just everything else that comes with college sports. How quickly does he adapt to it? That's just the concern. And it's a legit one because he hasn't done it.
My concern for Carolina is late start. Hired the day before the transfer portal opens, introductory press conference the day the transfer portal opens, and that one is, end of the day. I can report this. Pete Thamel of ESPN, Tennessee big man JP Estrella has committed to Michigan, he tells ESPN. That is another near 7-footer who appears undervalued on the transfer portal going to Michigan, just like they did with what was it? Valdisov, and Golden, or yeah, it was Golden Valdisov Golden. There we go. Just as they did with Danny Wolf, just as they did with Adai Mara, Michigan is already reloading their national championship roster. UNC got a late jump at it, right? They're still hiring assistants. They're still learning what you just said, right? Everything that Michael Malone has to learn about college. It's just a late start, and you know, it's a race where everybody's running pretty fast. You don't want to be late to the starting line. What's your confidence for the Tar Heels?
My confidence is the fact that it seems like Michael Malone, acknowledges where he lacks experience. Yeah. He understands what he doesn't know, and he's surrounding himself with people that know the things he doesn't. And I think that's a good thing, that he's incubating himself with people that can support him all the way through this process while he adapts. And also, I'm confident that the Duke can just flat out coach. The Duke can flat out coach.
He's good in the huddle.
Yeah. I'll be honest. If he had this past season's UNC roster and his coaching ability, no doubt they're a Sweet 16 team. No doubt.
I think he and Vasar would link up pretty well if he can get Vasar to stay. My confidence for Carolina is money. It seems like they are out to prove a point this offseason, that they got some cash. They're not afraid to splash the pot for my Rounders fans out there. I think they're going to spend, and they're going to prove that all that Jordan money, the Jordan brand money, and all the NBA player money, and all the money, and all the merch money can be spent just like everybody else's money. They may bleed Carolina blue, but they know how to talk in money green. You know what I mean? And that translates to wins in modern college basketball. That is Cons and Cons here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. Let's go ahead and move to our next order of business. First goal score predictions. Who scores the first goal of the game for the Carolina Hurricanes tonight in Chicago? And in what period do they score it? Call in now to make your predictions. See if we can get hot here. David and Raleigh got it right last game. Let's see if one of you can get it right again. 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326. Call in now. Who scores the first goal and in what period? And keep in mind, we may see a little roster shake-up, some guys taking some rests and things. So if that changes the way, or you think one of the young guys is going to come in firing, you can keep that in your prediction pocket. Again, the number 919-860-5326. While Dennis lines up the contestants, I will let you know what everybody's picking from here at 99.9 The Fan. Adam Gold, host of the Adam Gold Show. Bradley Nadeau, one of those AHLers called up, has a goal in the first. And for Adam, he says he doesn't celebrate as his additional detail that I always ask for. Victoria goes with Stanky, that is Stankoven, in the first, but not in the first 10 minutes. And she did reserve the right to change all the way up till puck drop. So I'll have timestamps if she texts me or tweets me. We'll keep it legit. Paul Ihander also went with Stanky in the first. They believe, and I also agree with them, that there's a very low chance of Stankoven not being in the lineup today because he is chasing that 20-goal mark, and he's young, and you do want him to get those milestones. And then Max Brindamore went with Skylar Brindamore.
Max Brindamore has a good ring to it, though.
I was going to say Max will be happy mixing him in with the Brindamores. But Max picked.
I've seen Max play hockey. I've played against him. He doesn't belong in the Brindamore category. Neither do I.
Well, that's a tough bar to clear. You're saying he's a
standards or standards?
He doesn't play both sides of the ice.
I can beat him in faceoffs. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right. Well, is he a center? I've never seen
I
Max
know
play.
He has, but
interesting. All right, let's go to the call-in line. Let's see if any of our callers belong in the Brindamore family with their hockey knowledge. We'll start with Will in Roanoke Rapids. Will, who scores the first goal for the Canes tonight, and in what period?
Give me Bradley Nadeau in the first period on a power play.
Nadeau getting some power play run. Love it. He's a sniper. He's a shooter. That's what he's going to
eventually be in the NHL, and he's probably going to prove it. So, or try to prove it at least. So, good call, Will. Do you have any, you already picked power play, so we have the details. Appreciate it. Good luck to you, and we'll keep it moving. But thanks.
Thank you.
David in Fuquay-Varina. David, you are up. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
Hey, I got to go with Aho. First period, power play.
Aho in the first on a power play. I will likely be on that same train with you. I'm not sure he's going to play today, but I'm with you. So me and you will be in the group together. Good luck to you. I hope you're right.
Thank you.
Bob in Apex, you are our final caller, so don't disappoint us. Who scores the first goal and in what period?
I'd say Svechnikov in the second.
Svech in the second. Why the slow start for the Canes?
Just that it will be.
Okay. Facts. Thanks, Bob. You are locked in. Svech in the second. Good luck to you. Dennis, who is your first goal scorer prediction and why?
I got to go Slavin. Josiah Slavin. Give me Josiah Slavin in the first period. Slavins are going to have back-to-back goals for the Carolina Hurricanes. He's going to match his brother's total. You watch. Josiah Slavin's going to score, and then probably point up to the press box where Jacob is. Be like, yeah, I got 1-2, buddy.
You don't think Slavin, old Slavin's going to play?
I don't think so.
So we can't get the assist? That would be fun.
That would actually be pretty cool.
We just saw LeBron give Bronny an assist, and everybody got excited. I'd get excited if there was a Jacob Slavin to Josiah Slavin assist move there. That'd be fun.
That'd be pretty cool. But I'll give me Josiah Slavin.
All right. In the first, any other details? As if that's not impressive enough?
No.
All right. We're just going to let that one rock. I am, as I said to the caller, I'm on Aho in the first. I'm running out of time for him to have the 4-point game that's going to boost him up to 1.25 points per game post-Olympic break. But I also don't want to be disappointed with the fact that he's 1.05 points per game since the Olympic break. He is, over a point per game player. I just think there's another level to get to there. Just play every shift like it's overtime. That's all you need. You're a killer in overtime. He's coming off a game where he wasn't his best.
No, he wasn't.
Outside of overtime where he was awesome with that pass. Pretty much made up for everything. But if he does play, and we don't know, right, because there's obviously more options for guys that can draw into the lineup now that they've called up the AHLers. But if he does play, I think he's going to be extra aggressive to, wipe his slate clean after a game that he knows wasn't his, especially finishing chances and things, wasn't his best game. So Aho in the first is my official pick, and if he's scratched, I'll probably change it before the first puck drop.
By the way, a lot of Bradley Nadeau in the first periods. Like Homebred says, Bradley Nadeau in the first. He's certainly going to be in the lineup. We actually have Alexander Nikishin. This one comes from Tom Nikishin in the first. We actually have from Will a Sean Walker first goal in the first period.
You'd love that.
I would, actually.
So would
and Rodney says, not sure who's playing and who's sitting, so give me Jackson Blake in the first goal scorer, early in the first.
We don't know who's playing and who's sitting.
We don't.
That's part of it, actually.
They have 5 extra forwards at their disposal. 5.
And they have some guys that have played a ton of minutes, and
yeah.
You want to keep fresh and everything. So it's really, it's anybody's guess. I wasn't expecting them to mix up their defensive pairings last game. So
no.
So there's a lot of things that I can't predict about how they handle the lineup card, is what I'm saying. So don't look to me and be like, is this guy playing? Because I'll tell you, I don't know.
In theory, what they could do is that they could sit the entire top line, Aho, Svech, and Jarvis. Sit that whole top line. And sit Stahl and Martinook if they wanted to. And then have the other 5 guys, like 3 guys they called up, plus Kokiniemi and Delorier, or I guess Eric Robinson coming back into the lineup too. You could just run that.
You could.
And then have Mike Riley and Charles Alexis Legault play, and then you can sit a defensive pair. You could sit Slavin and Chatfield. Chatfield, we don't even know if he's even healthy enough to play.
At risk of saying, like, if there's one thing I'm confident about and then having that thing be completely wrong, Jarvis was a little banged up last game.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect for him to get some rest.
Yeah.
Right? Him being, like, not just, it's a bruise or whatever. Like, I could play through it. Like, no. Stay off, get rested, be ready for the postseason is too important. So if there was one that I would be like, if you picked him for a first goal scorer, I'd go, it would be Jarvis. Everybody else, it's up for grabs. I don't pretend to be able to read Rod Brindamore's mind.
We should have, like, secondary option if that one doesn't play.
Victoria did ask if she could have a backup, and I said, if you're paying attention and you know your guy is out, you can let us know to change it. But I'm not keeping track of everybody's secondary and was that your second or your third or no. You got to notice it and make a change if you see, who's out there for warm-ups or something. Everybody else, you can always send it to us on our YouTube live stream comments. You can send it to us on Twitter, at Donnelly Sports for me, at The Fan Rookie for Dennis, and those all have timestamps and things, so we'll know if it was before or after opening puck drop. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Matter of fact, in those very same YouTube comments, you could leave a comment that might get picked up for a feedback frenzy, which is what we're doing next. But first, here's Dennis Cox.
Dennis Cox here real quick for my good friends over at Law Tigers. Something, folks, that I want everyone to understand as a motorcycle rider. The best thing that you could do for yourself before you even get out on the road is make sure your bike is just in proper working order. And one of the best things you can actually do for your motorcycle, believe it or not, is actually just washing your motorcycle. Something that a lot of people don't realize is that something you should probably do at least once a week with your motorcycle, or especially after long rides. Wash your motorcycle. Wash your bike. Get all the dirt and the grime and all that stuff out of the engine, all that stuff that can build up in your bike, because guess what? That stuff gets built up in your brakes or in your rotors. You're spelling disaster for yourself. Take care of your bike, and your bike will take care of you. Make sure you have proper maintenance on your bike at all times, because the last thing you want to do is being out there on two wheels and things just go wrong. But if you are injured in a motorcycle accident, make sure you contact Law Tigers at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS even before you contact your insurance company. Your case evaluation with Law Tigers is always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. So call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. We'll be back with a aforementioned feedback frenzy. Stick around.
Move your sports day forward.
You want a jump start to your program like no other? Hire one of your own. It's exactly what NC State did, and they erased one big hurdle the new coach was going to have, which was earning trust. Justin Gainey's the guy now. Do his expectations of success align with those who were sitting in that room when he said he was at home?
Get set up. Join Next Up with Paul Ihander. Mornings at 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Hey, this is Luke with Newcomb & Company. We're a residential, commercial, plumbing, HVAC company who's been serving the community for over 70 years. Honesty is the biggest policy around here. We take pride in everything we do, anything we touch. We're not one of those companies that come and throw it in and then you can't get a hold of them again. We're there with you hand in hand. Here at Newcomb & Company, what stands apart from other companies is we actually do more than just AC and heat pumps. We do boilers, geothermals, furnaces, radiant floor, anything that is odds and ends that nobody else can touch is what we thrive on. At Newcomb & Company, we do same-day service. That's also another thing that helps us stand apart from other places is we do same-day service because we have enough professionals to get out to these houses to solve what the problems are. And we're on 24/7 on emergency basis, weekends, nights, holidays, you name it, we're there.
Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
Now for just $5, get a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, hash browns, and small premium roast coffee. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Rock legend Billy Idol. Live in Raleigh. Billy Idol. It's a nice day to tour again. Billy Idol. Coastal Credit Union Music Park, August 23rd. Get tickets this Friday at noon at livenation.com. Part of the Mattress Warehouse Concert Series.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over 1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Rocking out coming out of break. Hopefully you're all having a good Thursday. Tomorrow we will be at the aluminum company for their spring open house out there in Durham. That's where our show will be live from. So if you're out there, make sure you stop out and say hi. Right now you can say hi, or at least maybe some of you already did, in the YouTube comments and social medias. And if you did, you might just hear your comment here on air. It's something we call a feedback frenzy. All right, Dennis, what do you got for us from the internets?
All right, we've had a lot of discussions recently about Michael Malone, the new head men's basketball coach at the University of North Carolina.
Correct.
This one comes from Eric Comer. We talked yesterday kind of about the pros and cons of the Michael Malone hire yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Eric says this, great hire. He can coach. The question is, how well he does in the portal and recruiting.
Correct. And what we don't know, and we thought, and when I say we, I'm saying me, but I think a lot of people are in the boat. We thought that the NFL experience of a Belichick, we thought that would maybe carry more weight into something like portal athletes, especially the older ones who feel like they just need to be polished and get ready for the pros. I think that could play, and maybe I'm falling for the same thing twice, but I think Malone's NBA experience plays better in basketball than it does in football. Football, you still have to win. Football, you I don't know. There's so many players. It's a little different. I think the NBA focus for college basketball players is a lot more tunnel vision. So I think Michael Malone will play a bit better in the portal in recruiting because of his NBA experience. Just because the sport's different, the mindset's different, the money's different. It's just a different beast. So I think he'll be all right, but there is a late start this year. So you got to pull maybe a rabbit out of your hat this offseason, and then if you do that, the momentum will carry you for the next few.
All right, this one comes from Up Sideways. Good name. Up Sideways on our YouTube comments say, great hire, referring to Michael Malone. He was always a top candidate, and as fans, we can expect a year of rebuilding. Also expect Elite Eight year 2.
All I want to know is I'll believe Carolina fans accepting a year of rebuilding when I see it. I'm not saying it's a bad idea to drop expectations down a little bit year one because it's a late start, because he's got to learn the college game and set his culture and all the things he wants to do. I'm not saying it's a bad idea at all. I'm just saying I don't know if that'll actually happen. I think you'll have low expectations for a month. Then you'll sign somebody in the portal, you'll get a recruit, something, and then all of a sudden expectations will grow. And then if you're in the round of 32 next year and lose, there'll be panic. Even though you said you should be chilling out a little bit this year. And I'm not saying you specifically like that commenter. I'm saying you as the universal you of Carolina fans. I just don't think Carolina fans, as any blue blood fans are built to take a year and understand rebuilding is necessary. I think they're built to contend every single year, and if they don't, they get upset. And you're aware of that when you take the Carolina job, by the way.
By the way, the Run Report said this, referring to Michael Malone. He gets paid more than 4 coaches that have a national championship. He needs to win immediately.
Yeah, but they're not paid as much as a guy with an NBA championship. And I'm not saying
the NBA right now, though.
He's not in the NBA, but I am saying your resume can be good for different reasons. Mark Few gets paid a lot, right? Mark Few is a good coach. He doesn't have a national championship, right? Your resume can be impressive for reasons other than just winning a national championship. Should Tom Izzo be taking pay cuts every year because he hasn't won a national championship since 2000? Good coaches are good coaches, and there's plenty of different ways to show that. And you can also, by the way, I don't want to say stumble into, but there have been some coaches that have won national championships that I don't think are like the world's best coaches, right? You can catch lightning in a bottle, get lucky with some recruits, have a great assistant. Like, you can do a lot of different ways to win a national championship.
All right. Yesterday, we had a conversation as well about the Carolina Panthers, switching things over to football, about how the Carolina Panthers have been doing a lot of top 30 visits. All right. They've been going through their top 30 visits. And should we be reading much into these top 30 visits? This one comes from JJ Jr. Actually, it's JJ Jr. Jeff, which is even better. JJ Jr. Jeff says this: I don't see Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, in the first round. He's Tommy Tremble with an extra gear. Don't see the value there in the first round.
No disrespect to Tommy Tremble. That's a pretty big gear if he just has like an extra gear.
Yeah.
Let me bring it up real quick.
Like from fourth gear to seventh?
I don't know if Tremble even go to the combine? I'm not 100% sure.
He may have.
Either way, there's a couple gears between him and Kenyon Sadiq. And that's, I think, tight end, like the 40 and all of that, the explosion numbers, I think it's less important at tight end than most, if not all, other skill positions. So, like, I'm a fan of Tommy Tremble, but he is not the physical athlete that Kenyon Sadiq is. I don't want to say I don't see Kenyon Sadiq, because I could see somebody falling in love with the measurables and taking him high. I would not love Kenyon Sadiq in the first round for the Panthers. And I'm on record saying that a bunch of times, so that's where I stand. I think me and the commenter are in agreement, so that must be a smart commenter. You found my burner. That's not me. But it is, I agree.
You want to go full-on conspiracy theory here?
I would love to.
Let's go tinfoil hats. This one comes from Tony Davis. Again, this is a YouTube commenter. Everyone's missing a key variable. Let's say Dave Canales and Dan Morgan are actually scouting quarterbacks for the Browns in an attempt to swap places. If they find the right fit, a trade-up is absolutely on the table. Panthers jump up to Cleveland's spot, control the board, and still position themselves to land a high-end safety or true wide receiver with speed. The package is this year's first, next year's first, a second, a fifth, and some pick swaps. That's how you play the board. You're not just drafting, you're dictating who gets their quarterback and still feeling your biggest need to make a real push for the playoffs and having home field advantage since the Panthers made big deals in free agency.
I'm confused. So
what Tony is saying is that
they're going to go up to 6?
I guess whatever. So
the Browns have
up
2
to 6.
first. They have 6 and 24.
Yes, so I guess up to 6. So I guess what Tony is saying is that, hey, scout some of these QBs for us to kind of like lead everyone off the scent. And like a backdoor deal of like, you do this for us, we'll make this trade up. You know, you guys move from 19 up to 6 with these deals, and and you give us the report on these QBs, and boom, we can draft one at 19.
I mean, I like
that's some tinfoil hat work.
I like the effort.
That's some tinfoil hat.
I like the effort. If it were Buffalo or the Giants, maybe, because Dan Morgan has friendships with them, and they would maybe do a handshake deal. I don't know if they have a ton of connections with the Browns, and I don't think you're doing that much, spy work if you don't really trust the other person. Trading up to 6, A, would be expensive. B, no. That unless you're trading up to trade down, you think you can really get to playing draft day. You think you're Kevin Costner. You're past the point of trading up. You did that for Bryce, and I don't think you loved the way it turned out. So chill a little. 19 is fine. If If the Browns want to move up from 24 to 19 and want to pay a little bit for it,
sure.
Then I'm talking. Then I'm interested. But I don't want to go up to 6. I don't see that as a necessary move.
So there you go. There's your feedback frenzy. I like the tinfoil hat theory.
Oh, I love a good conspiracy.
love a tinfoil hat theory.
And draft, there's a lot of time. Like, you can talk, there's a lot of time where GMs can get on the phone and stumble into something. And then, I'm for the tinfoil hat. I'm just not all in on that one. Come up with a new theory. Maybe we'll agree on that one. I do like some tinfoil hats, though. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Thank you to everybody that comments on all of our YouTubes, all of our social medias. We love the interaction. We love hearing from you. We do read most, if not all of it. Can't always get to it all on air, but we really enjoy the interactions. Subscribe on YouTube, by the way, 99.9 The Fan channel. Always looking to boost that. Make that community as big and as frenzied as we possibly can. We have the starting 5 coming up, but first, Dennis Cox has some info.
Dennis Cox here real quick for Loan Pronto. Folks, credit card rates, they're now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, you can pay off your existing HELOC, your car loans, or maybe get that money for that home improvement project you've been thinking about doing. One client just got $100,000 approved, and they saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long, drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows, so act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
We'll be back here on The Drive with the starting 5 in just a moment.
Golf's first major will be found on 99.9 The Fan. Listen all week long as we cover golf's lasting tradition, the Masters. Find out if Rory McIlroy can recreate his Augusta magic or if a new champion emerges. Depend on us for constant leaderboard updates and every big moment through the presentation of the Champion's Jacket. Coverage of the Masters on 99.9 The Fan is teamed up by Wilson Country Club, the premier private club of Eastern North Carolina.
It's back. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Yamaha boats April 10th through the 12th. And it's bringing the largest inventory and deepest discount of the year. Save thousands off top brands. On-site financing to get you approved and on the water. Boats in stock and priced to move now. Test ride your boat at delivery. Get in a new boat or upgrade in time for summer. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale, April 10th through the 12th at the Car Scott Building in Raleigh, featuring Yamaha boats.
This April, the party's in Cary as Abbey Road Tavern and Grill Cary celebrates 30 years of great food, drinks, and unforgettable nights. The 3-day anniversary bash starts Friday night, April 10th, with live music and beer reps handing out freebies. Saturday the 11th is an all-day outdoor party with local bands and a draft truck pouring cold ones. Wrap it up on Sunday the 12th with a hangover party featuring Totally Otis and killer drink specials all weekend long. All happening at Abbey Road Tavern and Grill in Cary. Details at abbeyroadnc.com.
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. Spring break is here. Whether you're heading to the beach, the mountains, or just getting out of town for a few days, make sure your car is ready for the trip. At Chapel Hill Tire, our team of ASE certified technicians can help with brakes, oil changes, and the routine maintenance that keeps your drive smooth and stress-free. With 13 locations across Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Apex, and Cary, there's always a Chapel Hill Tire close by. Schedule your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
The Canes light the lamp here. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
I'm WREL meteorologist Amy Wilmoth. It's a comfortable afternoon. We got down to 32 this morning, so it was a cold start. But temperatures are in the 60s through the afternoon. Mostly clear tonight, not as cold, with lows in the low 40s. And then plenty of sunshine Friday with highs in the mid-70s.
5 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 275 points at the closing bell, finishing at 48,185.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting five.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is 5 o'clock on a Thursday. It is time for the starting five. As always, we get it jumping with number 5.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We have numbers for Bobby Petrino's contract, offensive coordinator for the Carolina Tar Heels football team. So this is the guy that will be running the offense for Bill Belichick. Bobby Petrino will make $1 million for the 2026 season and $1.35 million for the 2027 season, according to the terms of the contract, which was signed earlier this year in February and released on Wednesday by Carolina. That's big money, don't get me wrong, right? I never want to scoff at $1 million. It's not gigantic for the like top highest paid coordinators in the country, which is probably refreshing, especially when your head coach is making $10 million. And it's a world where money makes the world go round a lot of ways in college sports right now. If he gets the offense playing solid, worth the money. If he gets the offense playing exceptional, steal. That's not going to be an easy deal, though. They got to play the portal well. I mean, it's crazy how the vibes can be different year over year from last year to this year. Remember how excited everyone was that Bryce Baker, right after Bill Belichick was named the head coach, they were at a basketball game right after Baker recommitted to Carolina. Well, guess what? Baker's at Virginia Tech, and they brought in a whole host of quarterbacks to Carolina, and Bobby Petrino is going to have to figure out which one ends up starting.
Isn't Max Johnson still there?
Max Johnson is, I believe he has one more year of eligibility.
Yeah, I think he's still there.
Is he? I'm not sure if the portal came a calling or not. But Max Johnson's there. Autori Newkirk's still there. There's incoming freshmen. There's incoming transfers. There's Billy Edwards Jr. There's a ton of different options, and they got to figure it out. But Bobby Petrino will be the guy to do so. We'll see how it goes, and he's going to be paid handsomely, right? Don't get me wrong. Couple $1 million over a couple years, plus another $350K. Some scratch there.
No, he's actually, I don't see him on the roster, so I don't see them.
Check the portal.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I couldn't remember if he had left or stayed. I just couldn't remember.
I want to say Max Johnson's in the old, yeah. Max Johnson, Georgia Southern, looks like that's where he's going to end up playing.
Oh, okay.
Which will be, he did a couple years at LSU, a couple years at A&M, a couple years at UNC. Now he's going to Georgia Southern.
Yeah, Georgia Southern.
I hope he has a few degrees. That is number 5. Let's get to number 4.
1, 2,
3, 4 all together.
Little baseball action for NC State basketball, is that?
Hey, full speed ahead.
All right, I like it. Matter of fact, we can use the Max Johnson example there.
Okay.
NC State appears to have their most important assistant coaches put together, right? There's Goings from Georgia to be their offensive coordinator. There's Driscoll from Kansas State to be what I'm calling their head coach assistant because he has almost 2 decades of head coaching experience in college, most of it at North Florida. And then they also have, I want to make sure he's a third. I want to make sure I get this one right. What is it, Alvin Brooks III?
That's correct.
There you go. And he comes in with experience at Baylor for a long time and then at Kentucky for the last 2 years. I'm calling him the big fundraising, understanding that world assistant. I like that. Now they have to go put together a roster. Okay, they have to take Justin Gainey as the head coach in this assembled squad and go put together a roster. And they got options, right? You could, the reason why I said we can use the Max Johnson example. Max Johnson started at LSU before Jaden Daniels started at LSU. That's how long this guy's been in college. And the reason why I say use that example is you can go find guys that are grown men, adults, right? Like 24 years old, 4 or 5 years of college basketball already, and you can bring them in and I would say raise your floor, right? You can go find those types of players. They've averaged 9 and 4, something like that, right? 9 points, 4 rebounds over a 3 or 4 year career already in a major conference. You can go find those guys. You can swing for the fences, right? You can go find a guy that averaged 21 in a mid-major. You can go find a guy who's straight out of high school, a recruit that you think has high ceiling, right? You can do a little bit of both. And the luxury for State right now is their roster is a blank canvas. Just a straight blank canvas. If you want to go all out and spend the money you need to bring back a Paul McNeil, sure. If you want to go get a bunch of 23-year-olds and just say, we're going to be solid this year and we're going to be super high floor, go for it. If you want to swing for the fences and go take every kind of high-risk, high-reward prospect, you can. If you want to diversify your portfolio, do a little bit of it all, you can. That's where, and this was brought up to us by multiple coaches when we were down at in Indianapolis for Radio Row at the Final Four. Coaches talked about you need to know your identity, right? There's too many options for building your team now every year that you need to know what you're looking for because that inherently limits the pool to something more manageable of options. For, I would say, a century, you could only build your roster in college around the guys that were returning from the previous year, right? If you had 8 scholarship guys that were returning as sophomores, you couldn't just decide to be a veteran team. You couldn't go, I like being a veteran team, because you're going to have a ton of underclassmen, right? Or if you were returning 9 of your 12 scholarship guys and they were all 6'7" or above, you couldn't go, I like having a lot of the short, quick ball handlers on the floor because your roster was mostly already there. In modern college basketball, you could be if Duke wanted to be a veteran team next year, right? They played a lot of freshmen this year. Or if Arizona, who played 3 of their 5 leading scorers were freshmen, if they wanted to be a veteran squad, they could. They could go from ultra young last year, go hit the portal, get all seniors, and be ultra old this year. Which is nice to know you could, but also a little, paralyzed by the choice. So State has to figure out what they want their identity to be. Because if you just go into the portal saying we want the best players, well, what do you mean? What is best? Do you know what's going to end up happening? If you go into the portal saying I want the best players, You're going to sound like us dumbos in the media when we're debating who should win the MVP, because it always gets to, well, what does valuable mean? Does it mean the best points scored? Does it mean the best player on the best team? Does it mean the player who, if you took them off their current roster, the team would hurt the most? What does most valuable mean? And it's like, all right, let's spend a half hour deciding that before we even get to naming players, right? If you go into the portal and you just say, like, I want the best players, you're going to have assistants going, what does best mean? Do you mean youngest with the most potential? Do you mean the guys that have produced the most in their past? Do you mean the guys with the best raw skills, whether it's translated to production or not? What does it mean? So you need to decide what you value. What's your identity? State, for the most part, has their coaching staff put together. Now you got to go do the coaches stuff. You got to put together your core values, your pillars of the program. Right? What are the 4 bullet points that are going to be on the first page of the playbook when you pass it out to the team? And then once you decide that, go find the players that fit it. Did you have core values when you were a college coach? Did you have your pillars? Did you have an acronym? Oh, please tell me you had an acronym.
I did not have an acronym.
Oh, man.
I did not have an acronym, no.
You didn't have, like, we're going to grind. We're going to be great, reactive. We're going to eat good. Well,
you already misspelled it, but yeah.
Great?
You said eat good. Oh, you said
eat
grind.
Good. Eat good was one.
Oh.
Grind. Oh, I said you're right. I was going with great, but I did say grind, didn't I? I like to eat good.
There you go.
I always think it's funny when the acronyms have, like, they're just so shoehorned. They're, I'll try again. This is what I meant. We're going to grind. G, get ready. R, realest people in the gym. I,
intense.
Intensity at a level unknown to mankind. That's a long acronym. N, now. Okay. D, they're the dumbest things ever. But every coach has them, or not every. A lot of coaches have them.
So I adopted this my final years actually as a head coach, and I actually thought it worked pretty well. I actually had one word for our team, but I had every player choose one single word for themselves as well.
Ooh. Yeah,
so everyone
custom core values.
So yeah, everyone kind of got to have ownership of their thing, but everyone can hold that person accountable to that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's going to be. I should have had it this year. If we are lucky enough to be invited back to Radio Row next year for Final Four, I'm going to ask every coach we interview. What are the pillars of the program, Coach? Relentless effort all the time. Perfect. Thank you, Coach. It's written on the walls. Integrity, intensity, intestinal fortitude. It's our 3 I's. I love them. They're my favorite things. That's number 4. Let's get to number 3. Two weeks to the NFL draft. 2 weeks till the Raiders are on the clock. It's going to be fantastic. They're already on the clock, kind of.
I think at 8 o'clock when the draft starts is when they should have to submit your pick.
You used to be able to, like, agree to contracts and everything with the first pick days before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they stopped all that.
Oh, it's the wage scale now. It's kind of all set in stone.
I know, but they should be able to, like, sign them and then you basically just announce it during the draft. That's fine. Like, let's get this going.
I agree.
But then the draft, I do, like, I'm not someone who's like, gosh, it was 4 hours. I'm like, it was 4 hours. I enjoyed every minute. Earlier today, I did read some insight from Jordan Reed of ESPN. I'll read it for you once more. According to Reed's sources close to the Panthers, adding another playmaker for Young, that's Bryce Young, is viewed as essential. It is certainly possible that they draft a receiver in round 1 for a 3rd consecutive year. Another position to watch is tight end. I didn't do this earlier, but I want to emphasize essential, right? Essential is, that's not like something they're interested in. That's they see adding more weaponry for Young on the offense is like, it is a necessity. It is essential. They will do it because they have to do it, is how I read that. Dennis, how would you feel if they walk out of round 1 with a wide receiver?
I mean, as long as it's not a stretch, I mean, they do need to add offensive weapons.
Correct.
So, I mean, I can't hate for the fact that if the team that needs to add offensive weapons adds an offensive weapon.
Fact.
Yeah, and that's you want to boil it just that simple? There you go.
How would you feel? How would you feel if they walk away with a tackle, offensive tackle?
I wouldn't hate that either.
How would you feel if they walk away with a safety?
If it's Dylan Thieneman, yes.
How would you feel if they walk away with a edge rusher?
I'd be maybe a little less excited about that.
Okay.
Because I think that, again, you put money into Phillips, you already have Scorton and Numamielen.
Can't have too many.
Yeah, but you can have too many if you don't have enough of other things.
You could be bad at other things,
Yeah.
but you can't have too many edge rushers. 2 weeks to the NFL draft was number 3. How about it for number 2?
Just the two of us.
Listen to 99.9 The Fan all weekend long for coverage of the Masters. Here's the current leaderboard presented by Wilson Country Club. Still tied at the top, 2 players. Sam Burns, Rory McIlroy, they are 5 under par. They are in the clubhouse, right? They are done for the day. There it is. Hello, friends. Tied for 3rd, Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day playing well. These are, I'll emphasize if they are not in the clubhouse. These are done for the day after round 1. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, Patrick Reed, former Masters champion. Justin Rose is at 3 under and just finished on the 12th hole. So he has some there's still some meat on the bone if he wanted to go try to track down Burns and McIlroy at the top. Other top 10 golfers as it stands right now. Shane Lowry and Xander Schauffele are in the clubhouse at 2 under par. The rest of these players that are also tied for 7th at 2 under are still on the course. Aaron Rai, Jordan Spieth, Scotty Scheffler, and Gary Woodland. If you haven't heard as of late the story of Gary Woodland, I will do not justice to the story, but 3 years ago they found a mass on his brain and he had to have brain surgery. He is a major champion. He won, I believe it was the U.S. Open back in 2020, maybe 2019, at Pebble, and he went through a very difficult situation. Obviously, had to have surgery. He's dealing with, and he has revealed this recently, some PTSD back to the surgery and the brain tumor and everything, or the brain mass. He won for the first time since the health scare just a couple of weeks ago. He's now in the top 10 at the Masters. Playing very well. Since he's made it known what he's struggling with his mental health, he's played so much better, which could be a lesson there, right? Like, getting it off his chest has loosened him up a bit. But goodness, it would be exciting if he's in the mix throughout the week. And that's with a lot of other golfers that I really enjoy rooting for in the mix, right? Spieth's always fun to root for. Scotty is obviously on an absolute tear. There's some guys up there. Rory, back-to-back would be fun, but Woodland in the mix would be pretty darn special. Hello, friends. Masters updates on 99.9 The Fan are teed up by Wilson Country Club, the premier private club of Eastern North Carolina. All right, that's number 2. How about number 1?
The one! Chance here as Svechnikov jumped over the boards. Look at it. Oh, suddenly, game over! His first of the year! Jacob Slavin wins it in overtime!
Canes tonight at Chicago, 8:30 puck drop. So it'll be a little bit later than you're used to. Storm Watch here on 99.9 The Fan, 8 o'clock. So if you tune in at 7 and it's not there, you're not going crazy. You're just early. They're playing out there in Chicago. Time difference, all that. Dennis, here's my question.
Go on.
We know that they have called up AHLers.
Mm-hmm.
So they could, if they would like to, rest a whole bunch of their regulars.
Yes.
Which I anticipate them doing. Is there any, I always think of it, because I played football, I always think of it in football terms. Like, you never rest your offensive line if you're not going to rest your quarterback. right? You never want your quarterback up there behind the second string offensive line.
Sure.
Is there any similar logic to you don't want to mess with the goalie's confidence, so you might leave some of your maybe better defensemen or some of your better two-way forwards out there to ensure that your goalies aren't getting peppered because you're depending on guys who, aren't the quality of your lineup?
Honestly, I don't think that.
Okay.
I don't think that because at most you're only going to play 3 call-ups among your forwards. You're only going to play at most 1 call-up among your defense. And you might have your 7th defenseman, Mike Riley, play, who's played a majority of the games this season as is. So I don't think you're going to see a drop in play, in all honesty. I don't think you're going to witness that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Just because, obviously so much of every postseason run depends on goaltending. And that goes for every team ever, right? That's not like unique. Like you got to have your goalie play well in the biggest moments. And it has been throughout a season, a little up and down for those guys. So I would put, it's almost, again, to use a quarterback analogy, I always say when you draft a quarterback high, every conversation you have could be answered with a question of like, I don't know what's best for our young quarterback. I do kind of want to treat everything with, I don't know what gets our goalies best prepared for the postseason. Mm-hmm. How do you handle this guy? I don't know what's best for the goalies. How do you handle Aho? I don't know what's best for the goalies. Like that's kind of how I want to treat everything because it is so important that you get at least one of Freddie or Bussy in a groove and rolling. If you can't get both, at least one in a groove and rolling in the postseason because, as I said, it's not unique. That is a big reason for any postseason run is who's in goal. So with that being said, I have an if-then statement for you. If blank happens, I need you to fill in the blank. If blank happens, then the Carolina Hurricanes get the win tonight against Chicago and lower their magic number to win the East to at least 3.
Yes. If one of the call-up scores.
One of the call-ups.
One of the call-up scores. It means good vibes. Either that or you're down 5-1.
I don't know if they'll score, but I know Bradley Nadeau is going to shoot.
Yeah.
Which one of my favorite parts, and I know Bradley Nadeau has some very, very fervent fans that think he should be up in the big league club and playing, and there are certain people that they think they should be playing over. So at the risk of riling up all of the Bradley Nadeau fans, one of the things I love about Bradley Nadeau, and I don't watch all the AHL because there's just not enough time in the day, but I do watch very closely when he has gotten his opportunities with the big league club. One of the things that I am very excited for is he recognizes what type of player he is, and he's not shy about it. Right? There's certain players, and this is not necessarily a bad personality thing, but they maybe shrink because they don't want to step on toes. They don't want to overstep their bounds when they get the call up, if you will. And then there are players that recognize, no, I'm a scorer. Right? I'm a shooter. The reason that they are calling me up is because of the type of player I am, so I'm going to do that. Think of it like if you're a three-point shooter in basketball and you get called up to varsity, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, I don't want to take too many shots. I want to pass it. It's like, no, if you catch it and you're open from 3, let it fly. Bradley Nadeau will let it fly, right? He knows what skill set he has, and he'll score. And I very much appreciate that about him. So, we did first goal scorer predictions earlier, and I think it was Adam went with Bradley Nadeau. I don't think that's a bad pick, right? I think when he gets in the game, if there's a sliver of daylight, he's gonna test his accuracy. He's gonna try to put it in, upper 90, bar down. He's gonna try to do all that because that's what he is. That's in his DNA. If Skylar Brindamore scores, I think it'll be something more like, little dribbler in front of the net that he pounds home or something, right? A little rebound, something kind of scrum, and then somehow he comes away with it. Like that's a different beast, right? But Bradley Nadeau, he's going to try to do something cool, which I really, really like about him, and I think more players should go in with that kind of attitude. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Do you have a pick for which of the call-ups, maybe other than Nadeau? Oh, Josiah Slavin.
Oh,
right?
Josiah Slavin is my first goal scorer here, man.
I should have seen that coming.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the brotherly rivalry
Right?
How many games did you play? You scored your first goal yesterday? I'm going to score mine tomorrow.
It's like, dude, I just got here.
Yeah. Is this
By the way,
hard?
Real quick, rooting guide for the Carolina Hurricane
Okay.
faithful out there.
Let's hear it.
You have a rooting guide tonight. Right now, tomorrow, or it's like tonight, you have the Columbus Blue Jackets are taking on the Buffalo Sabres. You need the Columbus Blue Jackets to win this game in regulation. Buffalo won yesterday. They are tied with Carolina for the same number of points atop the Eastern Conference, but Buffalo has played one more game. So a loss in regulation by Buffalo today helps Carolina out a bunch, especially if Carolina gets 2 points in some way, shape, or form. Now, if you are also watching Tampa and Montreal, two teams that are not only competing for the top of the Atlantic, but also the top spot in the Eastern Conference, this doesn't matter, in my opinion, it doesn't matter necessarily who wins in this game. But if you actually really want to pick one, I would actually say you would want Montreal to beat Tampa Bay. And the reason why I say that is because Tampa Bay has more regulation wins than Carolina does. And that could be a tiebreaker at the end of the season for whoever gets the top spot in the Eastern Conference. So keep that in mind. So you want Montreal to beat Tampa tonight, and you want Montreal to win in regulation.
That's your rooting guide. Now
There's
you
your
know.
rooting guide tonight.
Now you know. You could also just watch the Canes, root for the Canes.
There's that too.
But if you want a scoreboard watch, that's fun as well. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we move on, Tim Donnelly here for Maynard Service Company. Maynard. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electric. They do it all. All of the things that you take for granted. All of the things that you just, you flip a switch, electricity. How cool. You flush a toilet, it's gone. How cool. Ready for this? Your cooling system. How cool. Your heating system. How cool, right? We take it for granted. Our house is able to do so many things. It's such a luxury. And then when it doesn't work, when one of those heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical systems go down, you recognize how much you need it. And then you recognize you should call Maynard Service Company immediately. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week service all across the Triangle. That's all of Wake County and 50 miles in any direction. Give them a call. I'll give you the number here. Locally owned, by the way. When you call, you'll be talking to someone here in the Triangle, which I always appreciate. The number, 919-361-0993. That's 919-361-0993. Or you can visit them online, MaynardServices.com. That's MAYNOR Services.com. We need numbers game contestants, and I believe this will be your last chance to potentially win Range Fest tickets because tomorrow we'll be out at the Aluminum Company for their spring open house, so puts a little extra urgency on today. Call in 919-860-5326 for your chance to play the numbers game and potentially win yourself a 4-pack of tickets to Range Fest at the Range at True North in Oxford, North Carolina on April 11th, all presented by Capital Range and Firearms. So call in now, 919-860-5326. We need 2 contestants because the numbers game is coming up next.
Get crazy, Canes fans. It's hockey night in Carolina. It's your Canes and Chicago.
He scores! Seth Jarvis!
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 8. Puck Drop at 8:30.
Oh, scores! Oh, Shorty! Carolina with a 3-2 lead. Sebastian Aho with his second shorthanded goal of the year.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
Sound Station and Security, your automotive and audio experts. Car audio, car video, home theater, wheels and tires, and so much more. Plus, did you know Sound Station and Security offers full service for your vehicle? Alignments, inspection, oil changes, window tinting, and custom exhaust. And with a variety of financing options, Sound Station and Security can help you get what you need today. 2 locations, downtown Smithfield and on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Sound Station and Security. Visit myhotsound.com.
You've got rhythm, your heart's got rhythm. Then one day your rhythm's off, and you've got AFib, atrial fibrillation. The good news is you've also got an AFib center, where specialists in AFib have multiple treatment options for you. Want more good news? Most of them are minimally invasive. Learn more at wakemed.org. And what do you say you and your heart get the band back together?
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time to play the numbers game. Our contestants for today are Kathy and Carrie, and is that Antoine? Antoine and Carrie are the contestants. They'll be battling it out with jersey numbered trivia to see who wins a 4-pack of tickets to Range Fest. As always, to decide who goes first, we'll bring each contestant onto the air. They'll answer a question. We'll ask them the same question. Dennis will pick his favorite answer, and that person will get to go first. Kathy, we will start with you. Kathy, can you hear me?
Sure can.
All right, perfect. The Masters is going on now. I've said this a bunch, but if I could pick any one ticket in sports, like one ticket to an event that I could somehow obtain, the Masters would be it. I will ask you, what's yours? Any sporting event of any kind, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. If you get your hands on a ticket, what would it be?
Besides the Stanley Cup Game 7, it would probably be the Wimbledon Finals.
All right, Dennis, are you going to make her lock one of those in? Or did she say...
Yeah, pick one, Kathy. Pick one.
Stanley Cup Finals Game 7 or Wimbledon?
I've already been to a Game 7, so I'll say Wimbledon.
All right, fair. We'll flex there from Kathy. All right, Kathy, you are locked in with Wimbledon tickets. Let's go to Antoine. Antoine, can you hear me?
I can.
All right. I am some kind of sports, like a leprechaun, and I show up and I say I can give you tickets to any sporting event in the world, but I can only have one. Which sporting event are you picking?
I'm going to say it's happening in, next weekend, so I'm just going to say WrestleMania.
Okay, WrestleMania. Dennis, any follow-ups?
No, none.
Okay. The options for you, Dennis, to pick are Wimbledon or WrestleMania.
Both great options, by the way. Wimbledon, much like the Masters, very in terms of you play at the same venue, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of prestige.
White. There's royals.
Yes, there's all that stuff, everything that goes into it, which I think is actually kind of cool. I'm also not the biggest tennis person, but I also I can respect in what Wimbledon is. I've never been to a WrestleMania.
Never been to Wimbledon.
I've never been to Wimbledon either. The correct answer we were looking for, by the way, is the Olympics. That's the correct answer.
I probably would have made you pick an event, though.
Oh, either the summer side, it would have been the 100-meter dash final. Winter side, gold medal hockey game for men's and women's.
There you go.
This is tough. I'm a massive wrestling fan, but I'll probably go with Wimbledon on this.
Wow, that's a surprise.
I know.
That was the underdog.
A little upset here.
So Kathy gets to go first.
Yes.
Antoine, don't worry. You will have your chance. Just have to sit on hold. Kathy, are you ready to pick a category?
Yes.
All right, the categories are NFL, all-time Carolina Panthers, NBA from the Atlantic Division, Formula One drivers or hurricanes throughout history? That's obviously NHL.
I'm going to pick Hurricanes.
I had a feeling. You were talking about Game 7s and things. So we'll give you the hurricanes throughout history category. I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock. One pass if you need it. I will say the team in this category, even though we know it, just to keep it fair timing-wise with the other categories. Any questions before we get started?
No, I'm ready.
Oh, I like it. I will give you, since you have no questions, the time will start when you hear the horn. Andrei Svechnikov, Carolina Hurricanes.
37.
Correct. Shane Gostisbehere, Carolina Hurricanes.
4.
Correct. Keith Aucoin, Carolina Hurricanes.
37.
Correct. Andrew Polturalski, Carolina Hurricanes.
Pass.
Alan Rourke, Carolina Hurricanes.
Ooh, that's an even tougher one. 71.
Incorrect. Andrew Polturalski, Carolina Hurricanes. Felt like I had marbles in my mouth on that one. You got 3. That's a solid number. You got Svech, you got Ghost, you got Aucoin as well. Ghost, we would have accepted 4 or 41 for those of you playing at home. He's worn them both. Poturalski, 57, and Rourke, 38 were the numbers we were looking for. But 3 out of 5, solid number. Stay on the line. We'll see if it holds up. That brings us to Antoine. Antoine, are you ready to pick a category?
I am.
All right. The categories remaining for you to choose from are NFL, Panthers throughout history, NBA players from the Atlantic Division, or Formula One drivers.
I'm gonna go NBA Atlantic Division.
Okay. I'll give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock. One pass if you need it. You do need 4 for the victory, so keep it pushing. And if you do get 4, go for the perfect score. There's additional stuff there. Do you have any questions before we get started?
I do not.
Perfect. Your time will start when you hear the horn. Jaylen Brown, Boston Celtics.
7.
Correct. Tyrese Maxey, Philadelphia 76ers.
0.
Correct. Michael Porter Jr., Brooklyn Nets.
13.
Incorrect. Grady Dick, Toronto Raptors.
11.
Incorrect. Michael Porter Jr., Brooklyn Nets.
11.
Incorrect. Grady Dick, Toronto Raptors.
Pass.
OG Anunoby, New York Knicks.
3.
Incorrect. You got 2, which is a solid number. Unfortunately, not enough for the win today, but hopefully you had some fun. And also, I had to speed through OG Anunoby, and I did all right with that one, so I'm pretty proud of myself.
Yeah, you made it up for Polturalski.
Yeah, I mean, that one, it was marbles in my mouth. Nothing I could do. Jaylen Brown, 7. Maxey, 0. Porter Jr., 17.
He was close. He said 13 on that one.
Yeah, in the teens.
Yeah.
Right neighborhood. Grady Dick, number 1 for the Raptors, and Anunoby, 8 for the Knicks.
And he said 11 for Grady Dick. He said 3 for Anunoby. Like, again, he was in the right ballpark.
Yep.
He was in the right thought.
It was well played. It was well played all around. But Kathy well played it a little bit better. And she gets the 4-pack of tickets to Range Fest. Kathy, congratulations to you and your coach who was feeding you some of those answers. We could hear it just faintly in the background.
One answer, yes. My husband, I was getting ready to say it, and he popped in.
There you go. Hey, two minds are better than one. Either way, you are the winner, so congratulations. You get the prize.
Thank you.
There you go. Stay on the line, and Dennis has the info, or will grab the info he needs to make sure you get your prize. By the way, everybody, Kathy is the winner because she was the one that had the courage to call in and be on the air, right? The person who's just in the back feeding answers, while it did work out for them and there's no technical rules against it, you didn't have the courage to be the one talking. So it's Kathy's victory. Let's be real here. And as I tell everybody, and I know there's a lot of fans of the numbers game out there, as I tell everybody, when the clock is live, right? When you're metaphorically playing with live bullets, it's much more difficult. Okay, I know you're crushing it in your car every day, right? You're driving home, you're smashing it. You're just number 5, number 9, 12, 57. You're just crushing it. Call in, I dare you. Much more difficult when the numbers are live. That's just a fact, and I've seen it with so many. The amount of people that you meet in passing and they go, oh, the numbers game. Man, how did so-and-so not know that number? I go, have you called in? They go, no. I go, all right, then be careful. Because if you do, you might be right there with them. Or you might get a perfect score and then laugh in my face. That's also an option. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Congratulations to Kathy one more time. And I do apologize in advance for our numbers game diehard fans. There will be no numbers game tomorrow because we will be on location out of the studio. When we come back, the Carolina Hurricanes play tonight against Chicago, but they do have quite a few AHLers that have been recalled up to their lineup. So we're going to talk about that, and perhaps that'll change up some of our first goal score predictions and things. And now I pause for dramatic effect, as all of you wonder, what could I possibly be talking about? Oh, I remember. Here's your chance to see the Storm Surge in person. 5K Slapshot Showdown. It is time to qualify our final contestant for today. You'll have to tune in again tomorrow. But for today, we have one more, and we're going to qualify him right now. Right now, be caller number 9 to 919-860-5326. And you'll have a shot to win playoff tickets and maybe $5,000 if you can answer a very simple question correctly. So call in now. Again, the phone number is 919-860-5326. And be caller number 9, and you just might win yourself playoff tickets or even $5,000. It's the 5K Slapshot Showdown, and when we return, we will qualify our final contestant for today. Coming up next.
The Adam Gold Show.
When you look at all the Stanley Cup favorites, Carolina is definitely one of them, and they have almost every element you need. They can score like crazy, and they do it with depth. They do it with speed. They're not just a dump-and-chase forechecking team like they've been in the past. They're as good off the rush as almost anybody in the league. The defense, pretty good since the Olympic break, but it'll get better. Can the goaltending hold up?
The Adam Gold Show, weekdays starting at noon on 99.9 The Fan.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 984-272-2600 to get protected. Do you have unfiled returns or tax debt? We work directly with the IRS and states so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility may not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 984-272-2600. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 984-272-2600. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company. Your comfort is our business.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina.
This hour of the drive is brought to you by Law Tigers. Injured in a motorcycle accident? Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS before you contact your insurance company. Case evaluations are always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. As promised, we are giving another contestant the chance to officially be qualified in our 5K Slapshot Showdown. And for today, Sal in Morrisville gets a chance. Sal, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, Sal. Here's the deal. I have to ask you a question. It is going to be a very simple question. Don't overthink it. Don't think we're trying to trick you, okay? If you get it right, you are officially locked in.
Okay.
All right, the question is, who is the coach of the Carolina Hurricanes?
Rod Brindamore.
There you go. Couldn't put a fast one by you, Sal. You are officially locked in as one of our contestants for the 5K Slapshot Showdown. You think I'd be able to say it by now? Congrats and good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, stay on the line and chat with Dennis. He has some things he needs to make sure you get squared away to fulfill your contestantship. There you go. Contestantship? I don't know. That's not the right word. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Speaking of hockey, Carolina Hurricanes today. They play tonight, taking on Chicago in Chicago. In a scheduling quirk, they actually they clinched the Metro Division with their overtime victory in their last game. That was their last home game. So they have 4 more games to play. They are all on the road. I'll give you the schedule here. And you can hear them all here on 99.9 The Fan, by the way. Today, or I should say tonight, in Chicago at 8:30, 8 o'clock Stormwatch here on 99.9. Then they play Saturday at Utah. That's a 5 o'clock puck drop, 4:30 Stormwatch. Monday at Philly against the Flyers, 7 o'clock puck drop, 6:30 pregame. And then they finish up against the Islanders on next Tuesday. So they finish with a back-to-back, all on the road. Okay? All on the road. So, right, we often talk about how road trips are a little taxing, right? A little exhausting. You don't get to sleep in your own bed. You're on the move. Mentally can be a bit taxing. So the fact that they did clinch against Boston on Tuesday, clinch the Metro, and I would say are in good position for a top seed in the East, does give them the opportunity to maybe not empty the reserves, meaning not fatigue themselves as much as you might if this were a fight to the finish for the division or for a playoff spot. The question becomes how much rest is correct, right? The question becomes how many games do you sit your stars, your studs, your guys who you need to be firing on all cylinders by the time you hit the postseason. And there is no right answer. There isn't. There's no there's no head coach seminar where they get together and they put up a PowerPoint and they go, now that you're a head coach, here's the equation. If they have played this many minutes, they sit out 3 of the last 4. If they have played this many minutes, 2 of the last 4. Like, there is no secret algorithm. As much as, the advanced analytics nerds would like to make you believe there is no correct. You have to know your team. You have to know your players. Right? You have to know your athletes. You have to, I can tell you this. There were athletes that, and I'm not, kids don't do it this way. I know which of my teammates would be honest with trainers, and I know which of my teammates wouldn't be honest with trainers. I know ones that would say, yeah, actually, I don't know if I can go. It still hurts. And I know ones that'll say, yeah, if you take, no, I'm fine. I'm good. Put me out there. Right? And you have to know that for your players. Hey, do you need a day? Hey, that injury you've been dealing with, is it good? You have to know which ones are going to look at you and be honest and which ones aren't. And you want them all to be honest, but athletes are wired a funny way. And I'd actually say this, and Dennis, you'd probably back me up on this. Hockey players even more so. Like,
oh yeah,
there were football players that would say, Coach, I'm too hurt. There were also football players that would never utter those words. I can't imagine many hockey players even have that in their vocabulary. So you have to be able to read your players and know. It's one of the few things that I very intentionally don't give opinions on. My entire job is dependent on me offering opinions and trying to see things from different angles and trying to be right and offering opinions. But every year I have this conversation in the NFL, right? Somebody clinches their division in like week 16, and do you rest the starters? It's been going on for forever. And I always say, I think you got to trust the coach. He has to know what his team needs. And there's nothing that says the decisions that are made decide whether you start fast or slow in the postseason. Right? It's like, oh, you rested the guys and they were sluggish in game one. It's like, yeah, but they weren't hurt. Right? It's like, oh, you rested the guys and they were sluggish in game one. Yeah, well, they started slow in the first period. If I would have run them into the ground at the end of the regular season, they would have been sluggish in the third period. Like it's a little bit of everything. So it's one of the few debates that I like actively jump in and then offer very few hard and fast truths. With that being said, it's also an opportunity, right? The Bradley Nadeaus, Josiah Slavin, Charles Alexis Legault, and I'm missing one. Oh, Skylar Brindamore.
Skylar, yep.
They were all called up. If they do get drawn into the lineup, go prove that you're a part of the future of this franchise, right? Do the things that you do well against Chicago, and you never know how that's going to impact things. I will say there might not be a game or a performance that is more overvalued by fans than like the 2 games you play in the last 3 of a regular season. If you play well, they clamor for you to be called up to the big leagues, to the show for the next year. Like, he scored a goal in the third game of the third to last game of the season. It was a beauty. He's a 25 goal scorer. Like it's very much small sample size extrapolated over a long way.
Bradley Nadeau scores a goal today. He needs to be in the top 6 for the playoffs.
Yeah,
he needs to be in the top 6.
PP1. Get him on the power play. A power play that's cooking, by the way. Let's mix that up with Bradley Nadeau.
Did we forget?
But it is. It changes just your like reputation around the fan base, and also can build or knock down your confidence. Right? You go up there, you don't have to do everything right, but if you do enough things right that it feels like a good day, then you go back to the AHL with a different air about you. If you go back to the AHL, which you likely will. Chicago, it is is the magic number still 5? I don't know if teams were playing yesterday.
The only team that played yesterday was Buffalo, and they won.
Okay.
So they got 2 points yesterday, so the magic number is still 5. But again, Buffalo plays today against Columbus, and Montreal is taking on Tampa Bay, which is going to be a heater of a matchup today. So a couple things. Again, I mentioned the rooting guide earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I would say you want Montreal to beat Tampa because Tampa has more regulation wins than Carolina does. So if there's a tie atop the Eastern Conference for regulation wins in the season, Tampa would have that tiebreaker over Carolina. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Same thing, Buffalo has more regulation wins than Carolina as well, but Montreal does not. So keep that in mind. Also, one of the reasons why I actually think you should be rooting for Columbus to win, I actually think that if Columbus takes that last wild card spot away from Ottawa, Columbus is a better matchup, in my opinion, than Carolina.
Okay.
I'm sorry, for Carolina than Ottawa is.
Lining it up.
So there's your rooting guide.
There's your rooting guide. I'll also say this. If you are somebody that believes it is absolutely necessary that the Canes have home ice throughout the Eastern Conference, they want to be the top seed. If you do look at their remaining schedule, Chicago is eliminated from the playoffs.
Yep.
They are way down there in the West.
They stink.
Utah is firmly in the playoff mix. Philly is firmly in the playoff mix. The Islanders haven't yet been mathematically eliminated, so they're still scrapping and clawing.
Yeah, they're only 3 points back of a playoff spot.
So, like I said, they're scratching and clawing and doing everything they can to stay alive. Chicago would, you get 2 points for Chicago against Chicago tonight. That helps a lot. Makes it a lot more plausible that you reach that 5-point magic number. So root for the Canes also as part of your rooting guide. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Coming up here on Overdrive, we're going to have some college basketball talk, talking about Justin Gainey building his staff for NC State, and Marcus Ginyard, national champion from his days on the court for the Tar Heels. Talks about the Michael Malone hire and everything that goes along with that. We'll see you then. Tomorrow, that is. Enjoy the game tonight. Have a great night, everybody.
one goal.
Taylor Hall. Moving it back. Nikishin. Healers. Shoots and scores! Oh, the power play! Fantilli in front. Shot! Oh, what a save by Bussy! Absolutely robbing Kirill Marchenko.
Be the last team standing.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty!
The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 18th on 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
It's back. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale at the Carscott Building in Raleigh, featuring Suzuki outboards April 10th through the 12th. And it's bringing the largest inventory and deepest discount of the year. Save thousands off top brands. On-site financing to get you approved and on the water. Boats in stock and priced to move now. Test ride your boat at delivery. Get in a new boat or upgrade in time for summer. The Chatley Boat Show and Sale, April 10th through the 12th at the Carscott Building in Raleigh, featuring Suzuki outboards.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-5193. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-5193. That's 800-507-5193. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to RitchieLaw.com.
That's RitchieLaw.com.